Kosuke suddenly awoke inside a forest at night while Sylphie forced him onto the ground. The dark elf threatened him carefully. After noticing an unfamiliar human wandering nearby alone, confusion filled the air as Kosuke explained his strange arrival and survival experience, honestly. An awkward compliment slipped from his mouth, causing Sylphie to strike his face immediately. After the misunderstanding settled, both slowly relaxed and continued their conversation beside the quiet forest under the moonlit sky. Sylphie stepped closer while teasing Kosuke after catching his wandering gaze carelessly. Embarrassment covered his face when he honestly admitted what had distracted him moments earlier. The dark elf calmed down afterward and questioned why the confused stranger appeared inside the forest. Kosuke struggled to understand his situation, while recalling the sudden transfer into another world. During his first day of survival, he searched the unfamiliar wilderness carefully, as Sylphie listened beside him under the strange sky. Kosuke checked his belongings and briefly felt relieved after finding his wallet and phone untouched. Hope disappeared once the endless wilderness convinced him he was nowhere near modern civilization anymore. Confusion and fear slowly overwhelmed his thoughts, while he struggled to accept the impossible situation. Remembering survival games, Kosuke forced himself to stay calm and think about securing water first. Realizing panic would solve nothing, he prepared himself carefully before continuing deeper into the unfamiliar land alone. Kosuke decided survival depended on finding a safe shelter before darkness completely covered the land. Remembering knowledge from survival games, he searched the forest while planning a simple raised shelter carefully. Using nearby rocks, Kosuke created a rough stone knife to help with exploration and protection. The unfamiliar forest quickly frightened him after giant insects suddenly appeared between the thick bushes nearby. After searching deeper inside the woods, he discovered a quiet clearing that seemed safe enough for a temporary base. Kosuke gathered branches, dried leaves, and flexible wood while preparing materials before night arrived completely. Using his shoelace carefully, he assembled a simple bow drill after remembering survival techniques from games. Sweat covered his face as he spun the tool repeatedly, struggling to create enough heat. Small embers appeared briefly before disappearing again, forcing him to continue, despite growing frustration and exhaustion. After many failed attempts, a steady fire finally burned beside him and brought warmth into the cold forest night. Hunger slowly distracted Kosuke while he sat alone beside the small fire during the quiet night. Frustration grew inside him as thoughts about loneliness and harsh survival filled his exhausted mind. Despite his fear and empty stomach, Kosuke decided to search for food and water after sunrise. While resting near the bonfire, he suddenly remembered game systems that displayed crafting menus automatically. Moments later, a strange floating interface appeared beside the fire, leaving Kosuke staring at it in complete shock. Kosuke tested the strange floating interface and realized the mysterious system responded to his actions. After recalling controls from survival games, he experimented carefully while sitting beside the burning campfire alone. An inventory screen suddenly appeared before him, confirming the existence of a real game-like system. Excitement replaced fear once Kosuke discovered crafting options, capable of creating tools and survival equipment instantly. By the end of the night, several completed weapons and supplies rested beside the fire near his temporary camp. Kosuke practiced using his newly crafted weapons, but quickly realized his aim remained unreliable. Several arrows missed their targets completely, proving his lack of experience with ranged combat tools. Instead of giving up, he focused on understanding the inventory system and its unusual storage ability. After testing the numbered shortcuts carefully, Kosuke learned he could switch equipment almost instantly during movement. The convenient system impressed him greatly as he organized his weapons beside the campfire before another dangerous night arrived. Morning arrived on Kosuke's second day of survival, while hunger continued bothering him beside the dying fire. Trained to stay positive, he joked to himself while accepting the reality of his strange situation. Thirst soon forced Kosuke to leave the camp and begin searching the forest for water sources nearby. While moving, he discovered his body reacted like game controls and ignored normal physical limits completely. Excitement replaced confusion as Kosuke tested faster movement and higher jumps. Kosuke tested his movement abilities and discovered he could perform an unnatural double jump. After landing safely, he realized the strange powers allowed him to cross obstacles with ease. Relief vanished instantly when a large beast suddenly appeared near the riverbank ahead of him. The creature charged aggressively while Kosuke escaped by sprinting faster than any normal human could. During the desperate chase, he quickly grabbed his spear and prepared to fight back. Kosuke struck the charging beast with his spear while barely avoiding its sharp claws. Another monster suddenly appeared behind him, forcing Kosuke to react before panic completely overwhelmed him. The violent impact sent both bodies crashing apart while his weapon shattered during the struggle. Despite the broken spear, its sharp tip became lodged deep inside the creature's throat. Using the opening desperately, Kosuke grabbed his stone axe and attacked repeatedly until the beast finally collapsed. After defeating the monster, Kosuke discovered the inventory system could collect materials directly from its corpse. The creature vanished completely afterward, leaving only blood behind while Kosuke organized the gathered items carefully. Concerned about survival, he filled dozens of water containers, while avoiding drinking from the river immediately. Satisfied with the stored supply, Kosuke returned toward camp and prepared to boil the collected water safely. Using the crafting menu again, he finally created safe drinking water beside the fire before cooking the monster meat. Kosuke noticed the crafted water somehow multiplied after passing through the strange crafting system. Ignoring the mystery for now, he finally drank safely and regained some energy beside the fire. After eating cooked monster meat, Kosuke focused on improving his temporary shelter before night returned again. Using the crafting menu, he created a stone shovel and tested its usefulness around the campsite. By combining the shovel with his inventory ability, Kosuke dug massive trenches quickly without exhausting himself. Kosuke expanded his camp further and discovered new crafting materials while digging around the forest clearing. Excitement grew after he realized furnaces and metal processing might become possible with enough resources collected. Feeling safer for the moment, Kosuke rested inside a hammock while planning the next day carefully. During the quiet night, Sylphie finally accepted that Kosuke truly came from another world entirely. Strange glowing spirits floated nearby afterward, leaving Kosuke staring at the mysterious lights beside the dark elf. The glowing spirit healed Kosuke's wounds and filled his body with comforting warmth beside Sylphie. His excitement disappeared quickly after Sylphie explained that healing did not guarantee magical talent at all. Soon afterward, Sylphie warned him about the dangers surrounding the forest and began leading the way forward. While following her through the trees, Kosuke realized he still did not know the elf woman's name. Under the quiet night sky, Sylphie finally introduced herself as one of the Black Forest Guardians. Kosuke and Sylphie crossed the forest after days of travel, searching for the elf village. Soon, the hidden settlement appeared beyond the cliff, surrounded by walls and fields. Before entering, Sylphie gave Kosuke a protective collar and guided him toward the village gates. Suddenly, angry beastmen surrounded them, raising weapons and shouting for death. While tension spread through the crowd, Kosuke remained calm as the guards prepared to handle the situation. Sylphie led Kosuke through the crowded village while hostile beastmen glared at him from every side. After reaching a narrow alley, she stopped beside an injured human lying on the ground. Meanwhile, two massive beastmen approached as Kosuke carefully observed their strength and size. Soon armed villagers surrounded him, filling the area with violent intent and pressure. Without hesitation, a sudden explosion burst through the street and forced everyone back in shock. Smoke rose across the village after the sudden blast scattered the attackers in every direction. Sylphie stepped on Kosuke and acted harshly to convince the beastman that he truly belonged to her. With a smile, Sylphie tightened the chain and treated Kosuke like a trained animal. Embarrassed by the situation, Kosuke followed quietly while the villagers stopped suspecting them. After leaving the crowd behind, Sylphie explained that the outer area of the village was filled with refugees. Kosuke walked through the refugee district while Sylphie explained the conflict between humans and other races across the continent. Beyond the crowded area, the magical field spread across the land where refugees struggled to survive. Soon, Sylphie showed the agricultural district and explained how elves used magic to grow crops. After leaving the fields, Sylphie finally brought Kosuke to her quiet home near the forest. Inside the house, Kosuke looked around curiously while Sylphie prepared the room for their stay. Inside the house, Sylphie questioned Kosuke about his identity, abilities, and knowledge from another world. While listening carefully, Sylphie explained the ancient legend about people from another world saving the elves. Kosuke hesitated to reveal his power because he feared its danger in the wrong hands. After teasing each other for a moment, Sylphie convinced him to demonstrate his mysterious ability. Kosuke finally showed his inventory skill by storing objects inside a strange invisible space. Sylphie inspected the weapons Kosuke created and realized his crafting ability could easily produce useful tools. A shocked expression crossed Kosuke's face after Sylphie figured out his secret so quickly. Smiling proudly, Sylphie warned him to be more careful because others could exploit such power. Kosuke then explained how defeated monsters only left blood behind after he collected their materials. As hunger grew between them, Sylphie reminded Kosuke that preparing meals was also part of his role. Kosuke respectfully asked Sylphie to teach him how to use cooking tools and seasonings properly. Night soon arrived as the meal turned out better than either of them expected. After dinner, Kosuke asked permission to sleep in the living room using a hammock. Instead, Sylphie calmly invited him to share the same bed inside her room. Caught off guard by the sudden suggestion, Kosuke nervously tried explaining the difference between love and chastity. Sylphie calmly encouraged Kosuke to follow his feelings instead of resisting his growing attraction. Unable to hold back any longer, Kosuke carried Sylphie into the bedroom while declaring his determination. As the mood deepened, Kosuke awkwardly explained human ideas about romance and relationships to her. Lying across the bed, Sylphie admitted she had little experience and asked Kosuke to guide her gently. With nervous excitement filling the room, the two slowly accepted each other's feelings for the first time. During the night together, Kosuke and Sylphie slowly grew closer while sharing mutual trust and affection. On the fourth day of survival, Kosuke woke inside the wooden house and found Sylphie standing before him in embarrassment. Shame weighed heavily on the elf as she struggled to stay calm in front of him. Then Kosuke ignored the tension and prepared breakfast for both of them. Sylphie attacked him in anger while he laughed through the pain. After calming down, she ordered him to gather materials before sunset. Kosuke prepared a large meal for the village, using the remaining supplies to make bread, pancakes, and roasted meat for everyone. A collar was placed around his neck to maintain the agreement between him and Sylphie during their visit outside the settlement. Villagers watched the pair closely as they walked together through the crowded path. Kosuke noticed the fearful stares surrounding Sylphie and realized the villagers respected her strength more than her kindness. Near the gate, he finally learned that many people called Sylphie the dangerous ruler of the forest. Sylphie warned the villagers not to interfere with Kosuke and threatened anyone who opposed him. During their walk, Kosuke noticed workers building shelters and walls for refugees arriving from nearby lands. Sylphie explained that many refugees lost their homes after the Holy Kingdom took control of the trade routes. Kosuke considered using his crafting ability to produce weapons and support Sylphie's side. After noticing his thoughts, Sylphie led him deeper into the forest to continue hunting. After reaching the hunting grounds, Sylphie removed Kosuke's chains and warned him to stay quiet. Kosuke suddenly copied himself and moved in strange crouching motions around Sylphie. The unusual movement confused her while he proudly showed off one of his strange abilities. Although irritated, Sylphie listened as Kosuke suggested cutting nearby trees for materials. Kosuke then opened his crafting menu and prepared to turn the forest timber into useful supplies. Using his strange tools, Kosuke rapidly cut down several trees while Sylphie observed him in disbelief. Confusion spread across the elf's face as the forest shook from his unusual methods. Zone fallen tree instantly transformed into clean timber, leaving Sylphie unable to understand his power. Through his inventory system, Kosuke sorted the materials while Sylphie warned him not to clear the entire forest. After seeing the huge supply of lumber, Sylphie realized the settlement would have enough resources for quite some time. With enough wood collected, Kosuke and Sylphie headed deeper toward the mountains to search for ore. A strange sound echoed through the forest, causing both of them to stop and stay alert. Kosuke tried locating the noise, but Sylphie forced him to focus and follow her movements carefully. Tension filled the forest as they quietly advanced through the trees. Moments later, a giant insect appeared before them, making Kosuke realize how dangerous the forest truly was. Sylphie charged toward the giant insect and blocked its attack before it could reach Kosuke. While the monster prepared another strike, Kosuke quickly aimed his bow and fired an arrow at it. The attack distracted the creature long enough for Sylphie to pierce its body with her blade. Hanging from the monster's body, Sylphie continued slashing, until the giant insect finally collapsed. After the battle ended, Sylphie landed calmly, while Kosuke stared at her strength in amazement. After defeating the giant insect, Kosuke confirmed the monster was finally dead, while Sylphie inspected the corpse. Curious about the creature, Kosuke asked about its usefulness while Sylphie explained which body parts could be harvested. Following her instructions, he stored the remains inside his inventory system without leaving anything behind. The harvested materials revealed the monster was called a gizmo. Sylphie then explained that many refugees had died after encountering swarms of those monsters near the trade routes. Kosuke realized the number of gizmos in the wilderness had likely increased over the years. Sylphie explained that the monsters were probably spreading deeper through the forest while searching for food, fearing more creatures might appear from the mountains. Sylphie decided it was time to leave the area. The danger finally made Kosuke understand how close he had been to dying before meeting Sylphie. As the sun lowered across the sky, he quietly accepted how lucky he had truly been. Kosuke discovered a river filled with useful resources and immediately began gathering magnetic sand despite the freezing water. After collecting enough materials, he placed a simple furnace near the riverbank. Using the crafting menu, Kosuke created nails and other tools needed for future construction work. While checking new recipes, he realized his crafting ability allowed him to produce items without understanding their design. As Sylphie patrolled the area, Kosuke quietly continued working beside the furnace alone. After finishing the vise, Kosuke immediately began crafting a simple workbench beside the river. Moments later, the completed workbench appeared, leaving him satisfied with his progress. Unlike the furnace, the new workstation looked far more advanced than he expected. Once he accessed the menu, countless crafting options appeared before him on the screen. Among the available weapons, Kosuke discovered a crossbow and realized it could become useful against dangerous monsters. While checking the crossbow recipe, Kosuke realized several important materials were still missing. More crafting options suddenly appeared on the workbench menu, making him suspect the station could be upgraded. An upgrade system soon appeared for both the furnace and workbench, revealing many advanced requirements. As he explored the interface further, Kosuke discovered additional menus hidden inside the system. The status screen finally revealed levels and skills, helping him understand how his strange abilities continued evolving. While reviewing the skill list, Kosuke carefully considered which abilities would help him survive future battles. An achievement menu suddenly appeared, revealing hidden conditions that unlocked new crafting functions. As he continued searching through the system, an embarrassing achievement involving Sylphie unexpectedly appeared before him. The ridiculous reward immediately annoyed Kosuke, especially after learning it counted as an official achievement. Another strange title then appeared on the screen, leaving him completely speechless about the system's absurd conditions. Kosuke reacted loudly after discovering the strange bonus effects hidden inside the achievement system. Returning to the campsite, Sylphie was surprised to see how many tools and machines he had already created alone. After showing her a steel shovel, Kosuke explained his plan to gather even more materials. Using a heavy pickaxe, he smashed apart large rocks near the river, while Sylphie watched closely. Among the broken stones, Kosuke found iron ore, leaving Sylphie shocked by his unusual abilities. After seeing Kosuke's abilities again, Sylphie admitted that his powers were unlike anything she had ever witnessed. While eating together, Kosuke noticed the food inside his inventory remained warm, despite being stored for hours. Sylphie realized his strange inventory completely ignored the normal rules of the world. Once the meal ended, Sylphie decided to return to the village and report the day's events. Before entering the village, she warned Kosuke to stay close, because many elves still distrusted humans. After entering the village, Sylphie became irritated when another elf mocked Kosuke's appearance and belongings. Without hesitation, she struck the rude villager aside and warned everyone not to insult him again. Kosuke quickly followed behind Sylphie, silently promising himself not to anger her anymore. Inside the large hall, several elder elves gathered together and watched their arrival carefully. As Sylphie prepared her report, the elders immediately questioned whether Kosuke was the human who entered the forest. The elder elves questioned Kosuke's lack of magic, while Sylphie defended his unusual existence before the meeting. After hearing about the growing Gizmo threat, the elders began discussing ways to protect the refugees and village. One elder then teased Sylphie for becoming unusually close to Kosuke after only a short time together. Embarrassment quickly spread across Sylphie's face as the elders continued making jokes about her behavior toward him. Meanwhile, Kosuke stood silently beside her while the meeting slowly turned into playful teasing. The elders stopped joking and began questioning Kosuke's origins after hearing about Sylphie's royal bloodline. Sylphie explained that she found him near the forest border and believed he came from a completely different world, although doubtful. The elders considered the possibility after hearing about Kosuke's strange abilities and lack of magic. When one elder suggested taking him into custody, Sylphie immediately pulled Kosuke close and refused to hand him over. The meeting ended with the elders teasing Sylphie again, while Kosuke remained trapped in her embrace. The elders warned Sylphie that Kosuke would only be accepted if he proved useful to the village and refugees. Although she understood their decision, Sylphie firmly declared that Kosuke's strength would eventually earn their trust. Before leaving the hall, the elders requested the human to finally introduce himself properly. Kosuke calmly revealed his full name to the gathered elves for the first time. As the meeting ended, one elder jokingly told Kosuke to take good care of Sylphie from now on. After returning home, Sylphie quietly reflected on the elder's decision while Kosuke followed behind her. Kosuke explained that he planned to help protect the refugees by improving the unfinished outer wall. Hearing his idea, Sylphie became curious about what his strange abilities could actually accomplish. Kosuke immediately began crafting bricks and preparing materials in front of the house. A massive block suddenly appeared before Sylphie, leaving her shocked by the scale of his power. Kosuke rapidly stacked enormous wall sections together, while Sylphie watched his construction speed in disbelief. After seeing the completed barrier, Sylphie realized building defensive walls would become far easier with Kosuke's abilities. Kosuke demonstrated his crafting ability by creating brick walls in seconds. The elf watched closely as the strong structure surprised her. After testing the walls, Kosuke explained how his power controlled both creation and destruction. His confidence slowly convinced her. Soon, he revealed a newly crafted weapon for testing. Instead of a normal bow, Kosuke introduced a crossbow with faster continuous attacks. Sylphie tested the weapon and quickly understood its advantage during battle. Kosuke explained that a crossbow was easier for Sylphie to use during battle. She listened carefully while examining the weapon. After testing a stronger crossbow reinforced with animal bones, Sylphie prepared to try it on a monster target. The bolt struck deeply into the gizmo's shell, proving the weapon's strength. Kosuke inspected the result and considered making an improved version later. Later, he planned to build a larger workshop beside the camp. Kosuke started building a workshop in the backyard while Sylphie observed nearby. He first created a wooden floor for the structure. Soon, the full layout of the building appeared across the open ground beside the camp. After finishing the base, Kosuke quickly raised the walls into place. Next, he attached the roof and installed a sturdy door to complete the building. Sylphie stared in surprise as the finished workshop stood before her in less than an hour. Kosuke arranged the workbench and supplies inside the new workshop while Sylphie inspected the unfamiliar building. During their discussion, Sylphie thanked him for helping the settlement and promised to prepare dinner later. She suddenly moved close to Kosuke and reminded him that she was also his wife in this world. After leaving the workshop, Sylphie acted unusually affectionate, leaving Kosuke confused by her behavior. That night, they discussed producing large numbers of crossbows for the refugees and village defense. Kosuke discussed using gizmo shells as substitutes for animal bones, while Sylphie listened beside him. After checking the crafting options, he realized the material could work for producing stronger crossbows. Later, Sylphie served dinner while Kosuke noticed her behavior becoming softer and more affectionate recently. During their conversation, she asked him if he truly wanted to learn about her past and status. Sylphie finally revealed that she was the heiress of the Marinard royal family. Then Sylphie revealed that she lost her kingdom and family after fleeing from the Holy Kingdom into the Black Forest. Kosuke realized that Sylphie had been thinking about him for a long time without saying it directly. He explained that she could have reclaimed her homeland if she had abandoned the refugees hiding in the forest. Instead, Sylphie chose to remain beside Kosuke to repay his kindness and protection. Later, she quietly rested in his arms while the two shared a peaceful moment together. Inside the workshop, Sylphie and Kosuke shared a quiet and intimate moment together during the night. Morning arrived as their 5th day of survival in the unfamiliar world officially began. While resting in bed, Kosuke teased Sylphie about the previous night and embarrassed her. Angered by his teasing, Sylphie quickly punished him for refusing to drop the subject. Elsewhere, the group gathered ores and raw gemstones from the forest for future crafting projects. Inside the workshop, Kosuke and Sylphie prepared supplies before leaving to meet the refugees. After passing through the forest path, the group headed toward the refugee settlement to discuss recent events. Fear quickly spread among the refugees when they noticed a human walking beside Sylphie. Soon, several villagers recognized Sylphie and respectfully referred to her as their princess. Although Sylphie denied her title, the refugees continued praising her for protecting them from the gizmo attacks. Kosuke felt uneasy around the intimidating refugee leader, while Sylphie calmly watched beside him. Meanwhile, the leader explained that many refugees had suffered terrible losses during the attacks by humans. Although worried about entering the settlement, Kosuke trusted Sylphie's judgment and followed her guidance. Hearing Kosuke promise never to abandon her made Sylphie smile with relief. Later, Kosuke distributed fresh food to the starving refugees gathered inside the settlement. Kosuke provided food and supplies for the refugees, while Sylphie ordered everyone to prepare meals immediately. Inside the busy camp, the refugees quickly gathered together after hearing Sylphie's request. Soon, Kosuke and Sylphie entered a large tent where the refugee elders were waiting for them. The elders explained that the gizmo threat had forced many families deeper into the forest for safety. After hearing the report, Kosuke learned the settlement's survival depended on completing the protective wall in time. Sylphie introduced Kosuke to the refugee elders and declared him both her master and husband. Shock quickly spread through the camp as the refugees reacted to Sylphie's unexpected announcement. The nobles rejected the idea of trusting a human outsider and questioned Sylphie's judgment. Tension spread across the room as Sylphie struggled to calm herself before the meeting collapsed. Kosuke stood beside Sylphie while she revealed he came from another world. Doubts remained because Kosuke looked ordinary and lacked magical power, despite their suspicion and discomfort. Sylphie continued defending Kosuke before the group, Sylphie asked the group to trust her judgment and give Kosuke a chance to explain himself. After a brief silence, Kosuke began telling everyone about his origins and strange abilities. Dana accepted Kosuke for the moment and warned him not to betray Sylphie's trust. Melty introduced herself politely while Kosuke observed the unusual people around him. Ira and QB also revealed their identities, leaving Kosuke surprised by the diverse group. Sylphie explained that the refugees depended on Kosuke's abilities to survive and secure supplies. Concern about food shortages pushed the group to request a demonstration of Kosuke's powers. Everyone agreed to follow Sylphie outside while the refugees waited inside the shelter. The group arrived at an open area suitable for testing Kosuke's crafting ability. Standing before the others, Kosuke prepared to reveal the mysterious power Sylphie trusted. Kosuke asked permission to destroy part of the unfinished wall before starting his demonstration. Using a strange pickaxe, he shattered the bricks instantly and stunned the entire group. Moments later, Kosuke gathered materials and rebuilt the structure with impossible speed and precision. The wall rapidly expanded as everyone watched in complete disbelief at his crafting ability. After finishing the massive barrier, Kosuke invited the others to inspect its strength for themselves. QB and Dana tested the wall with force, but the structure remained completely undamaged. The group finally accepted that Kosuke possessed abilities beyond normal understanding and logic. Ira questioned Kosuke intensely while demanding an explanation for his impossible crafting power. Strange materials from Kosuke's inventory confused Ira even more as she examined them closely. Later, Kosuke demonstrated simple survival methods, leaving the others shocked by his practical knowledge. Curious about his powers, Melty proposed using Kosuke's crafting ability to improve the camp's food supply. Without wasting time, Ira dragged Kosuke away to begin another experiment with his strange materials. Nearby, Sylphie noticed the group gradually becoming more comfortable around the outsider from another world. After constant demonstrations, fatigue overwhelmed Kosuke and left him resting at the table. Meanwhile, the refugees benefited from his efforts as food production increased and daily work became easier. During lunch, Kosuke explained that Era's advice helped him shorten the time needed for crafting. While eating together, the group introduced Kosuke to local food made from monster meat. Conversation soon shifted toward the differences between Kosuke's world and theirs, especially the absence of monsters. Era struggled to understand how life could exist in a world without magic or magical creatures. Even so, Kosuke calmly accepted their disbelief as the discussion continued around the table. Sylphie joined the table and questioned Kosuke after noticing how much time he spent with Era recently. Amused by the situation, QB teased Sylphie while Kosuke accidentally made her even more embarrassed. Soon after, the group returned to discussing plans for completing the defensive wall around the village. Dana organized workers and gathered materials while the others prepared the next stage of construction. Confident in Kosuke's abilities, Sylphie believed the remaining work could be finished far faster than expected. Smoke rose across the forest as Kosuke continued testing his unusual crafting abilities on the trees. Ira and QB examined the processed wood closely while trying to understand the impossible results. Meanwhile, Sylphie reminded the group that Kosuke's powers could greatly improve their situation. Concerned by the scale of his abilities, the others warned that endless production could destroy the forest. Despite the confusion, Kosuke thanked everyone for helping him understand this world more clearly. Ira suggested helping with clay collection while QB stayed behind to support Kosuke's work. After receiving Sylphie's approval, QB rushed off confidently to assist the ongoing construction efforts. Meanwhile, Kosuke continued cutting marked trees while the others observed his strange efficiency. As the sun lowered, Era admitted that Kosuke's abilities completely defied the laws of magic and logic. Frustration eventually overwhelmed Era, causing her to lose patience while struggling to understand Kosuke's impossible powers. Kosuke panicked after Era threatened to dissect him, while Sylphie watched the argument calmly. Fear continued spreading through Kosuke as Era seriously discussed examining his unusual body after death. Night fell as Kosuke and Sylphie returned from another exhausting day of work in the forest. Sylphie praised Kosuke's efforts while he shared freshly baked bread from his inventory. Gradually, the refugees began treating Kosuke more warmly and accepted the food he offered them. During their walk back, Sylphie reflected on how hard Kosuke had worked throughout the day. Beneath the quiet night sky, Sylphie wondered whether everyone in the camp would eventually trust Kosuke completely. While walking beside Sylphie, Kosuke quietly thought about the people slowly accepting him into the group. He reflected on each member's attitude and believed most of them no longer feared his abilities. Soon after, Kosuke shared concerns about spreading his crafting power too openly across the settlement. Remembering the danger of human greed, he warned Sylphie about the risks of trusting everyone completely. Under the moonlit sky, Sylphie accepted the responsibility of carefully controlling how his creations would be distributed. Kosuke returned home with Sylphie and immediately began preparing materials for the next day's work. Inside the workshop, he produced charcoal and mechanical parts to improve future construction efficiency. After gathering enough resources, Kosuke examined new upgrade options for his crafting equipment. Curious about the strange system, Sylphie listened while Kosuke explained how upgraded tools reduced crafting time. Moments later, a bright flash filled the room as Kosuke activated the upgrade for the first time. Kosuke and Sylphie examined the upgraded furnace and noticed how much larger and more advanced it had become. The improved workshop now included new equipment for forging and metal processing. Outside, the expanded furnace structure surprised both of them after breaking through the workshop walls. While checking the new crafting options, Kosuke discovered advanced weapons and armor had become available. Remembering Dana's preferred weapon, Sylphie suggested creating a powerful battle axe for future battles. Kosuke searched the weapon list and decided a heavy battle axe would suit Dana perfectly. While exploring the upgraded workshop, he discovered new production options and advanced blacksmithing functions. Sylphie noticed the system could even repair damaged military equipment through the crafting facility. After finishing their inspection, Sylphie guided Kosuke toward another building nearby. Inside the storage area, Kosuke encountered the spoils of war and immediately reacted to the terrible smell filling the room. Kosuke examined the blood-stained weapons and armor collected from previous battles inside the storage building. Reluctantly, he stored the filthy equipment inside his inventory to inspect everything more carefully. After organizing the items, Kosuke discovered several pieces of cursed equipment among the rusted weapons. The crafting system immediately reacted strangely once the cursed gear appeared on the screen. Shocked by the discovery, Kosuke warned Sylphie while she remained far calmer about the dangerous items. Sylphie suggested repairing the cursed weapons since valuable magic might still remain within them. Although the system warned about the curse, Kosuke realized the damaged equipment could still be restored. Nervous about handling cursed items, he angrily rejected the idea of touching them directly. Moments later, the repair process finished, and Dana's new weapon became available for collection. Kosuke lifted the massive battle axe with difficulty while admiring the weapon's sharp and intimidating design. Sylphie explained that the heavy bardiche was powerful enough to split enemies apart in battle. After testing the weapon herself, she admitted the massive axe felt difficult even for her to handle. Kosuke then suggested a lighter curved blade that would better match Sylphie's fighting style. Interested by the unfamiliar weapon, Sylphie asked Kosuke to create one for her immediately. Before continuing, Kosuke requested leather straps and additional materials to improve both the weapon and his workshop. Sylphie teased Kosuke affectionately before dragging the exhausted young man away to rest for the night. Morning arrived as Sylphie cheerfully encouraged the exhausted Kosuke to continue supporting the refugees. Workers gathered outside while large amounts of clay and materials were prepared for construction. Soon after, Sylphie asked Kosuke to bring out the repaired weapons from the captured loot. Dana received orders to distribute the restored equipment among the village defenders and fighters. Finally, Sylphie presented Dana with the massive battle axe, trusting it would strengthen their future battles. Dana tested the massive battle axe and quickly recognized the weapon's overwhelming power in combat. Even while impressed, he struggled to understand how Kosuke could create equipment of such quality. Nearby, Sylphie smiled confidently and believed everyone would witness Kosuke's abilities more clearly soon. Soon after, Kosuke prepared to continue construction while workers cleared space for the new blacksmithing facility. Exhaustion spread across Kosuke's face as he resumed producing materials beside the upgraded furnace. Workers watched in shock as Kosuke rapidly produced rows of furnaces beside the construction site. While gathering fuel, Era became frustrated by the impossible scale of Kosuke's crafting ability. Soon after, villagers questioned how Kosuke transported such massive structures without difficulty. Concerned for everyone's safety, Kosuke warned the group to avoid touching dangerous materials near the furnace. Meanwhile, Sylphie approved plans to continue brick production while Kosuke repaired damaged weapons for the defenders. Villagers gathered large amounts of clay while Kosuke prepared materials for continued brick production. Using his inventory ability, Kosuke quickly collected the clay and confused everyone watching nearby. Melty confirmed the clay contained no magical traces, which only deepened Era's curiosity. Meanwhile, Kosuke ignored Era's constant questions and focused on turning the processed clay into blocks. Soon after, another strange machine appeared from Kosuke's inventory, surprising the entire group once again. Kosuke used newly gathered materials to upgrade his workbench into a more advanced crafting station. Curious about the process, Era carefully observed every movement while Kosuke activated the upgrade. A bright flash suddenly filled the area, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes. Once the light faded, Kosuke explained that the improved workbench could create more complex equipment. The group examined the upgraded metal workstation and realized Kosuke's crafting technology had advanced again. Ira became emotional after witnessing something within Kosuke's mysterious crafting power and magical light. Convinced his abilities resembled divine miracles, she formed theories about their supernatural origin. Kosuke admitted he came from another world, which only strengthened Era's suspicions further. Overwhelmed by her own conclusions, Era fell into deep confusion and remained silent afterward. Later, lunch arrived and temporarily distracted everyone from the strange discussion surrounding Kosuke's powers. During lunch, the group discussed construction progress while preparing for more wall building later that day. Era suddenly proposed a method to prove whether Kosuke truly came from another world. Sylphie listened carefully after hearing that Era already had a specific idea in mind. The strange test focused on the mysterious collar attached to Kosuke's neck. Confused by the request, Kosuke learned that Era wanted him to remove the slave collar himself. Sylphie quietly examined the slave collar, while Era watched Kosuke's reaction. The group waited as the explanation continued. Shock crossed Kosuke's face after hearing the collar could kill its wearer if removed carelessly. Concern spread among the others. Sylphie calmly clarified that the collar only reacted to the wearer's own magic. Kosuke listened with confusion, since Kosuke had no magic. The collar stayed harmless around his neck. Relief slowly replaced the tension. Ira suggested testing the collar with an order, leaving Kosuke uncertain. Embarrassment filled the table after Sylphie ordered Kosuke to remove her clothes as a test for the collar. Shock spread through the group when Kosuke discovered he could freely take the collar off by himself. While reaching toward the collar, Kosuke casually explained the situation to everyone nearby. Era quickly understood the danger. Realization struck Sylphie after noticing her commands no longer had any effect on Kosuke. Chaos followed soon after. Before Kosuke's thoughts went further, Sylphie immediately punched him to stop his reckless behavior. Ira proposed revealing that Kosuke's slave collar no longer worked. After the wall construction was finished. Following the discussion, Sylphie decided the demonstration would happen later while everyone prepared for the project. Soon afterward, Kosuke began building the wall alone as the others watched his unusual abilities in action. During the work, the horned warrior questioned why Kosuke never harmed Sylphie despite being free from the collar's control. Instead of showing hostility, the warrior believed Kosuke respected Sylphie because she had protected him before. Kosuke explained that betraying Sylphie would bring him no benefit while the horned warrior listened in silence. After finishing the discussion, Kosuke asked to test how far the wall's effect could reach with another person nearby. Soon, the horned warrior volunteered to accompany Kosuke, while Sylphie quietly approved the decision. A more relaxed atmosphere followed as Kosuke and the warrior exchanged names without formal titles between them. Moments later, both men walked toward the village entrance together to continue the experiment. Ira and the others watched from afar while Kosuke continued working on the massive wall around the settlement. Using his strange crafting ability, Kosuke placed a giant gate between the stone walls with ease. Soon afterward, the entire defensive structure surrounding the village was finally completed. Satisfaction appeared on Kosuke's face after the project finished earlier than everyone had expected. As they inspected the completed wall together, the horned warrior slowly prepared to ask Kosuke something important. Kosuke explained that creatures similar to the gizmas in his old world could jump surprisingly high despite their small size. The horned warrior warned that nearby gizmas mainly attacked by launching themselves forward at great speed. While the discussion continued, Sylphie arrived near the gate as the group reviewed the wall's defenses together. Confidence appeared on Kosuke's face after hearing praise for finishing the massive construction so quickly. Soon afterward, Sylphie gathered everyone nearby and prepared to begin the official demonstration. Hundreds of villagers gathered near the completed wall to hear Sylphie's important announcement about their new defenses. Standing above the gate, Kosuke noticed elves mixed among the many races filling the crowd below. Across the quiet gathering, Sylphie stepped forward beside Kosuke and prepared to address everyone. Pride showed clearly on Sylphie's face, while she declared that the village defenses were finally complete. With complete confidence, Sylphie revealed that Kosuke's mysterious power allowed the enormous wall to be finished within a single day. Murmurs spread through the crowd after Sylphie revealed that Kosuke came from another world beyond their own. Calmly, Sylphie explained that every living creature possessed magical energy, except for Kosuke alone, to convince the villagers further. Era confirmed the truth using her own magic as the court mage. Attention soon shifted toward the slave collar resting around Kosuke's neck during the demonstration. Slowly, Kosuke reached for the collar while the nervous crowd waited to see what would happen next. Gasps spread across the crowd after Kosuke calmly removed the slave collar with his own hands. Holding the collar high, Sylphie declared that Kosuke's lack of magical energy proved he truly came from another world. Doubt still remained among the villagers, so Sylphie invited volunteers to test the slave collar themselves. Soon afterward, 3 villagers stepped forward while Sylphie prepared the public demonstration beside Kosuke. The crowd watched nervously as the collar's control immediately forced one volunteer to obey Sylphie's command. Excitement spread among the volunteers after Sylphie ordered them to place the slave collar onto Kosuke instead. Carefully, one of the women fastened the collar around Kosuke's neck, while the others observed closely. Confusion followed when the volunteers' commands failed completely, leaving Kosuke standing unaffected before the crowd. Calmly, Kosuke explained that he had already accepted Sylphie as the only master he would obey. A satisfied smile appeared on Sylphie's face as she pulled Kosuke closer and reclaimed the collar herself. Firmly, Sylphie declared that Kosuke was an ally who would support the village against future threats. Facing the crowd together, Sylphie asked everyone to accept Kosuke as both a guest and trusted companion. Loud applause soon echoed across the village, surprising Kosuke as the people welcomed him warmly. Gratitude appeared in Sylphie's expression while she thanked the villagers for their understanding and support. Soon afterward, the gathering ended with preparations beginning for training against the approaching Gizmo attacks. After gaining the villagers' trust, Kosuke focused on preparing stronger defenses against the approaching Gizmo threat. Inside the meeting tent, Sylphie gathered everyone to discuss new plans against the approaching Gizmo threat. During the meeting, Kosuke noticed unfamiliar beastmen standing among the village defenders beside Sylphie. Soon afterward, the newcomers introduced themselves as former soldiers and scouts, who once served different armies. Gerda explained her experience as a heavy infantry soldier, while Kosuke quietly listened to the discussion. To support the coming battle, Kosuke prepared several crossbows and handed the finished weapons to the group. Curiosity spread through the camp after Kosuke introduced the strange weapon known as a crossbow. Carefully, Kosuke demonstrated how to load, aim, and fire the weapon at the armored target nearby. Surprise appeared among the soldiers after the bolt pierced the armor with little effort. Excitement quickly followed as several volunteers rushed forward, hoping to test the new weapon themselves. Meanwhile, Jakira struggled to prepare the crossbow correctly while Kosuke watched beside her. Ira and Jakira quickly understood the crossbow's usefulness after testing its simple but powerful design themselves. Concern spread through the group when they realized skilled craftsmen would still be needed to produce enough weapons. Kosuke admitted that maintaining the crossbows would become difficult without his own crafting abilities supporting the village. Meanwhile, the horned warrior suggested studying the weapon carefully to recreate and sustain future production independently. Gerda later discovered the crossbow suited her strength perfectly, making it easier to handle than ordinary bows. Jagira praised the crossbow's power while Kosuke estimated its effective range could reach nearly 50 meters. Soon afterward, the group began discussing how many crossbows would be needed for the village defenses. After checking their remaining materials, Kosuke calculated that he could currently produce around 300 weapons. Concern appeared among the others while they considered whether the supply would be enough for every defender. Confidently, Sylphie ordered Kosuke to begin crafting 300 crossbows while preparations for mining materials continued. Kosuke prepared hundreds of bolts for the crossbows, while the group discussed storing extra supplies inside the village. Meanwhile, Jagira suggested collecting fired bolts later so the village could reuse them during battle. Concern soon shifted toward testing the weapon's durability before distributing them among the defenders. Calmly, Sylphie instructed everyone to focus only on essential equipment needed for the coming conflict. Embarrassment spread across the tent after Melty misunderstood Kosuke's careless comment during the discussion. After finishing the preparations, Sylphie led Kosuke and the others to meet the mysterious elvers nearby. Confidence appeared on Sylphie's face while she reminded everyone that the village had already fulfilled its promise. Inside the giant tree settlement, the elver leader acknowledged Kosuke's unusual abilities with cautious interest. Discussion soon shifted toward the agreement between both groups and the growing danger caused by the Gizmo attacks. Finally, the elvers agreed to send spirit archers to help intercept the approaching enemy forces. Kosuke questioned whether 20 spirit archers would truly be enough to stop the approaching Gizmo forces. Calmly, Sylphie explained that spirit archers possessed powerful magic capable of overwhelming ordinary soldiers from long distances. After reaching an agreement, the elvers promised to send their archers to assist the village defenses soon. Embarrassment quickly spread across Kosuke's face after the elver leader teased him and Sylphie together. Flustered by the teasing, Sylphie immediately dragged Kosuke away while trying to hide her panic. Inside the elver settlement, several elders quietly watched Sylphie and Kosuke with growing amusement. Frustration quickly overwhelmed Sylphie after another elder openly teased her relationship with Kosuke again. Without hesitation, Sylphie charged forward and struck the elder before the others could react properly. Chaos spread through the room as the frightened elder crashed across the floor from the sudden attack. Later that night, Sylphie calmly walked beside Kosuke while pretending the earlier incident never happened. Curiosity filled Kosuke's mind after he noticed the strange hostility one elver named Nate held toward Sylphie. Calmly, Sylphie revealed that years earlier she fought against the Holy Kingdom during a violent rebellion. During the battle, Sylphie transformed her body with dark spirit power and slaughtered countless enemy soldiers. Because of that forbidden power, many elvers later feared and labeled Sylphie as one of the tainted. Regret appeared in Sylphie's expression while she admitted Nate's parents died because of her reckless actions. Under the quiet night sky, Sylphie confessed that her stained appearance still reminded everyone of past bloodshed. While walking beside Kosuke, Sylphie sadly described how her transformed body marked her as a feared killer forever. Without hesitation, Kosuke admitted he preferred Sylphie exactly as she looked. Now, despite her painful past, warm relief slowly appeared across Sylphie's face after hearing Kosuke accept her without fear or judgment. Beneath the glowing lights below, both quietly moved closer together as their bond deepened that night. On the 7th day, Kosuke expanded his shelter and prepared a new workshop beside the forest house. Inside the workshop, several crafted weapons finished overnight while Kosuke checked the results carefully. After testing the improved crossbow, he noticed the metal frame greatly increased its strength. Using the controls properly, Kosuke handled the heavy weapon with less effort than before. The fired bolt pierced deep into a tree, proving the new crossbow's destructive power. Kosuke examined the forge menu and realized he could craft glassware and brewing tools for future medicine production. While checking the workbench menu, he gathered materials and prepared equipment for a brewing stand. After reviewing the achievement list, Kosuke understood that creating and gathering items unlocked new abilities. He selected several useful skills before planning crossbow training and stamina improvement. The next morning, Kosuke unexpectedly found Sylphie standing embarrassed behind the doorway. Sylphie hurried away from the doorway while Kosuke quietly watched her embarrassed reaction. During the night, the two became deeply intimate after Sylphie stayed close to Kosuke in bed. Morning arrived with Sylphie hiding her face in shame while recalling the previous night's events. Kosuke accepted her honest personality before the pair shared breakfast together. While eating, Sylphie warned Kosuke not to mention what happened the night before again. After finishing the crossbows, Kosuke prepared to gather more iron following the day's training. The group moved through the rocky valley while scouting the surrounding area for danger and resources. Kosuke handed the improved crossbow to Jagira before sending the hunters ahead. Soon after, Jagira rushed into the wilderness while everyone watched her sudden excitement. Sylphie realized Jagira enjoyed the crossbow because it allowed her to hunt more effectively. Jagira approached Kosuke and asked for a smaller weapon that suited her size better than the crossbow. Kosuke considered new ideas while the scouting group continued moving deeper into the rocky area, reaching the mining site. The group discussed ways to climb the steep cliffs safely. Instead of climbing normally, Kosuke created tall wooden platforms that lifted him upward quickly. From the top of the cliff, he prepared another structure to descend. While the others watched in disbelief, Kosuke reached the cliff top and carved a path downward by mining straight through the rock wall. The others stared silently at the massive slope he created, struggling to understand his methods. After examining the structure, Sylphie realized Kosuke could build walls of any height with enough materials. Nearby Era gathered medicinal and poisonous herbs while the mining work continued. By the end of the excavation, Kosuke collected huge amounts of ore and completely reshaped the surrounding land. Sylphie and Era reacted with shock after discovering that Kosuke had mined valuable mithril ore. Excited by the discovery, Era quickly rushed toward Kosuke and demanded to inspect the ore herself. After confirming its purity, Sylphie warned Kosuke to keep the mithril hidden from outsiders. Era reluctantly returned the ore while Kosuke listened to their concerns carefully. Sylphie permitted it, Kosuke handed the mithril back, leaving Era staring at the rare mineral with excitement. Era celebrated happily after receiving the mithril ore, already thinking about its future uses. Returning from the mining site, the group noticed the surrounding terrain had completely changed because of Kosuke's work. Back at the village, reports arrived that hostile forces had entered the nearby forest. While discussing defense plans, Kosuke showed Era a strange new machine beside the workshop. The device turned out to be a brewing stand, allowing Era to begin making medicine from collected herbs. Kosuke examined the brewing recipes and discovered that some materials could create dangerous new items. While studying the list further, he realized the brewing stand could produce several forms of gunpowder. The discovery worried Kosuke, but he decided to focus on crafting useful items for the moment. Soon afterward, Era inspected the completed potions that Kosuke successfully brewed. As they discussed the medicines, Era explained that the healing and antidote potions could treat wounds and poisons. Era explained that the cure disease potion should work on most illnesses, despite its unclear effects. Disturbed by Kosuke's strange creations, Era demanded every potion and crafted item from him immediately. Without arguing, Kosuke handed over all the medicines and materials he had produced. Era silently inspected the items while Kosuke became uneasy under her intense stare. After leaving the workshop, Era walked away alone, leaving Kosuke unsure how to react to the situation. Soldiers practiced rifle shooting as wooden targets trembled from constant impacts. Beneath the tree, Kosuke quietly observed the training after the crowd dispersed. Nearby, a spinning loom caught Sylphie's attention when she approached the resting young man. Using the handmade device, thread was prepared for future cloth and supplies. Seeing his shabby outfit at last, Sylphie realized Kosuke had neglected his own needs for too long. Kosuke thanked Sylphie after she noticed his worn clothing during their discussion. Valuable gemstones were gathered before the group headed toward the craftsman's area. Along the forest path, Sylphie explained that the village lacked skilled earth magic users. Later, an elf seamstress happily offered to prepare new clothes for Kosuke. Inside the warehouse, Kosuke searched for leather, glue, and alcohol among the stored supplies. Inside the warehouse, Kosuke searched through stacked supplies while Sylphie guided him toward the clothing section. After choosing several outfits, he headed to the back room to change into cleaner clothes. The new outfit fit comfortably, though Sylphie carefully examined every detail of his appearance. While adjusting the hems, the elf women worked together to improve the oversized clothing. Satisfied with the final result, Kosuke returned outside, wearing practical clothes suited for village life. Ira approached Kosuke and Sylphie while carrying several bottles filled with tested potions. Inside the workshop, she carefully explained that the medicines worked without noticeable side effects. Concern appeared across the group. After Era admitted the results came too quickly to evaluate properly, Kosuke then reminded her that the potions were powerful enough to treat wounds, poison, and illness. Hearing the warning at last, Era trembled nervously after realizing how dangerous her careless testing had been. Overwhelmed by guilt, Era suddenly broke into tears and repeatedly apologized to Kosuke. Sylphie quickly calmed her down before sending the shaken girl back to the workshop, away from the others. Era quietly reflected on her mistakes and unusual talent with potions. Meanwhile, Kosuke struggled to understand why his warning caused such an emotional reaction. Later, Sylphie gathered everyone together and explained that Era admired Kosuke's remarkable abilities. Kosuke slowly realized Era apologized because she feared she had disappointed everyone with her reckless testing. Meanwhile, Era explained that his abilities were earned through painful sacrifices and hard work. Hearing the discussion, Sylphie and Melty remained unusually silent beside the worried young man. After reflecting on Era's words, Melty questioned whether Kosuke lost everything to gain his powers. For the first time, the possibility of returning to his original world quietly crossed Kosuke's mind. Kosuke reassured Sylphie that he never blamed her for relying on his unusual abilities. While practicing his powers safely, he explained there were still many things left for him to discover. Hearing his honest thoughts, the others slowly realized their relationship benefited everyone involved. Sylphie accepted his answer after Kosuke promised he would speak up whenever something troubled him. Era finally calmed down as the group decided to move forward together without misunderstanding each other. Kosuke introduced the handshake custom from his old world while offering his hand to Era. After accepting the gesture, Era quietly shook hands with him as the others watched nearby. Smiles gradually returned when Melty and Sylphie joined the handshake one after another. Soon afterward, the group discussed tomorrow's hunt while preparing their next tasks together. Later that evening, Kosuke reflected on his careless behavior and worried about hurting Era's feelings again. Kosuke worried that his unusual crafting powers could someday threaten the village craftsmen and their livelihood. Standing beside him, Sylphie insisted her opinion would never change because of his abilities. Rather than hiding his talents, she believed the village would benefit more from using them fully. Sylphie then promised to remain at Kosuke's side, even if others feared or rejected him. Hearing her sincere words, Kosuke finally relaxed and accepted the support she offered without hesitation. Before the hunt, Kosuke prepared crossbows, arrowheads, and medical splints for the group. Night soon fell across the village as everyone agreed to rest before departing at dawn. On the 8th survival day, the hunting party moved carefully while harpies watched from above. Deep inside the forest, a beastman suddenly stopped after sensing movement nearby. Moments later, Sylphie warned the group that the approaching gizmo was moving far faster than expected. A massive gizmo burst from hiding and slammed into the forest clearing at terrifying speed. Sylphie rushed through the forest while drawing the gizmo's attention away from the group. Nearby, Kosuke carefully aimed his crossbow while focusing on the creature's weak point. Moments later, a beastman fired a bolt directly toward the charging monster. The attack struck successfully, causing the giant insect to recoil among the trees. Seeing the opening created by the shot, Kosuke prepared another attack while the hunters surrounded the gizmo. The enraged gizmo suddenly charged toward Kosuke and the hunters through the narrow forest path. Lowering its body, the massive creature prepared to crush everything standing before it. Instead of retreating, Kosuke calmly stepped forward while activating his crafting ability. Moments later, the charging monster slammed directly into a newly created stone barrier. Dust scattered across the clearing as Kosuke watched the stunned gizmo struggle behind the wall. Sylphie and the hunters complained after Kosuke defeated the gizmo before anyone else could attack. Nearby wooden spikes were prepared because normal weapons struggled against the creature's hard shell. After collecting the corpse, the group reinforced the barrier with sharpened stakes for safety. Soon afterward, everyone resumed the hunt while moving deeper into the forest together. Without warning, another gizmo burst from underground and charged directly toward the startled hunters. Another gizmo survived the trap and continued rampaging despite crashing into Kosuke's stone barrier. While the hunters regrouped, Sylphie quickly finished the wounded creature with a powerful strike. After the battle ended, Kosuke suggested strengthening the defenses using spikes and deeper trenches. Additional plans soon followed, including raised walls, escape routes, and defensive bowman positions. Before leaving the forest, Kosuke tested his mining ability by carving through stone walls with ease. Curious about his abilities, Kosuke demonstrated how his unusual movement techniques functioned. Above the ground, a floating stone wall supported him without shaking or collapsing. Shock spread among the hunters as they watched the impossible scene unfold before them. Laughing carelessly, Kosuke joked about creating enormous structures with those powers someday. Exhausted by the constant surprises, Sylphie urged everyone to stop overthinking his strange abilities. A beastman scout suddenly sensed danger while Sylphie and Kosuke watched the surrounding forest carefully. Moments later, the group discovered multiple gizmos advancing after another hunting unit encountered the massive swarm. Deep within the forest, the hunters discovered several injured beastmen surrounded by approaching gizmos. Urgent warnings spread as the group rushed toward the trapped survivors before the swarm arrived. Soon afterward, multiple gizmos burst from underground and closed the distance at frightening speed. Carrying the wounded beastmen, the hunters continued retreating while another fighter distracted the monsters. Without slowing down, the young beastman lured the pursuing gizmos away from the escaping group. A young beastman leapt between trees while several gizmos crashed through the forest chasing her. Tremors spread across the ground as more monsters gathered beneath the frightened hunter. Rushing into the battle, Sylphie warned everyone to focus only on distracting the pursuing gizmos. Nearby, Kosuke and the beastmen prepared their crossbows before firing toward the charging creatures. Bolts struck the swarm repeatedly while the hunters continued drawing the massive insects away from the survivors. Sylphie slashed through a pursuing gizmo while protecting the escaping hunters from behind. Meanwhile, the others continued retreating as more giant insects crashed through the surrounding trees. A snake woman carrying an injured companion barely avoided another charging monster during the confusion. Nearby, Kosuke and the beastmen fired repeatedly to draw the attacking gizmos away from survivors. Using his crafting ability again, Kosuke raised stone walls that stopped the charging creatures in their tracks. Standing atop the wall, Kosuke calmly shot another gizmo before storing its body with his ability. Nearby, the beastmen and young huntress continued firing bolts to support Sylphie's advance. Moments later, the remaining monsters collapsed after the group finished surrounding the swarm. Relief spread among the survivors once the hunters confirmed everyone escaped the attack safely. After examining the injured snake woman, Kosuke discovered she suffered from a serious open fracture. Remembering Era's approval, Kosuke decided to test his medicine and emergency splint on the injured survivor. Carefully washing the bloody wound, he prepared to treat the painful open fracture, despite limited experience. Unsure how reptile expressions worked, Kosuke struggled to tell whether the injured woman was suffering badly. Moments later, he attached the handmade splint while following instructions displayed by his strange ability. Although nervous about using the tool for the first time, Kosuke continued the treatment without stopping. Kosuke followed the treatment steps while the injured reptile woman endured the painful bone adjustment. Gradually, the splint tightened itself as the broken leg shifted back into place without help. Watching the strange healing process, the group gathered around while Kosuke waited nervously for the result. Soon after, the damaged shell cracked apart, and the reptile woman drank the approved potion carefully. To everyone's shock, the fracture healed completely, leaving the injured survivor standing normally again. Kosuke smiled after saving the injured reptile woman, who thanked him respectfully for restoring her damaged leg. Meanwhile, the group confirmed her recovery and advised her to rest until her strength returned fully. Ira counted the defeated monsters, while the survivors explained how many enemies they had eliminated together. Finally, the party decided their mission was complete and returned toward the village with the retreating survivors. A new camp and brick structures were prepared near the open field. The group studied the enemy's strong armor and discussed their weak points carefully. 3 fighters planned a surprise attack to damage the monsters quickly. Inside the tent, everyone agreed the battle required speed before more enemies arrived. Kosuke realized only powerful attacks could finish the gizmo before the situation worsened. To reduce casualties, Sylphie proposed increasing each combat group to 6 members. During the meeting, Danon dragged his injured leg while preparing to spread the new orders. Noticing the condition immediately, Kosuke stopped him and checked the wound inside the tent. With nearby materials, the young man quickly assembled a splint for the injury. Although Danon doubted the method, the splint was firmly attached to support his damaged leg. As the splint tightened around his leg, Danon believed the treatment would fail completely. Moments later, the damaged bone suddenly healed, leaving everyone inside the tent shocked. Without saying much, Kosuke handed Danon a healing potion for extra recovery. After drinking the medicine, Danon calmly tested the condition of his injured leg. To everyone's surprise, the pain disappeared, and his leg moved normally again. Danon accepted the recovery and admitted his injured leg had completely healed. After thanking Kosuke briefly, he hurried out of the tent to continue his duties. Seeing the success, Sylphie realized the same method could help many injured fighters. Meanwhile, Kosuke quietly considered how useful the treatment would become during future battles. Soon after, the group prepared large amounts of gizmo meat to distribute across the camp. Large amounts of gizmo meat were prepared, but storing everything safely became a new problem. After hearing Kosuke's explanation, Sylphie realized his inventory ability could preserve the supplies. Because of the limited space, the group decided to distribute only part of the meat first. Meanwhile, Kosuke agreed to store extra food and supplies for the camp workers. Outside the tent, injured villagers slowly gathered while rumors about the healing treatment spread everywhere. Era quietly watched Kosuke treat the injured villagers inside the crowded tent. As more patients arrived, Kosuke continued examining wounds and calling the next person forward. Curious about the strange treatment, Era suddenly volunteered to handle the next patient herself. Following Kosuke's instructions carefully, she wrapped the injured rabbit girl's knee with the splint. After checking the condition closely, Kosuke realized the old injury was more complicated than expected. Refusing to stay behind, Era insisted on performing the treatment herself this time. Following Kosuke's method carefully, she secured the splint around the rabbit girl's injured knee. Moments later, the pain disappeared completely, and the patient happily tested her leg again. Watching the successful result, Era quietly stared ahead with amazement and satisfaction. Even after the treatment ended, she remained frozen in place while Kosuke continued helping the others. During the meal, the group discussed how unusual and useful Kosuke's abilities had become. While talking with Sylphie, Kosuke reflected on the hardships people faced in this dangerous world. Soon after, another unit safely returned from the forest without any serious injuries. As the afternoon continued, Sylphie began reconsidering Kosuke's role in future gizmo hunts. Instead of risking Kosuke in battle, the group decided strengthening the camp's defenses was more important. While discussing defenses, Kosuke explained the camp needed better visibility against nighttime gizmo attacks. Confidently, he introduced a strange new tool called a torch to the confused group. Soon after, several torches were placed around the perimeter to illuminate the surrounding area. As the others inspected the sturdy structures, Kosuke suggested clearing nearby trees to improve visibility further. Understanding the strategy completely, the group immediately prepared to strengthen the camp defenses together. By nightfall, the newly built defenses illuminated the entire area around the camp. Standing beside Sylphie, Kosuke observed the torch-covered perimeter stretching across the dark field. Although the bright lights improved visibility greatly, Sylphie still felt uneasy about the nearby forest. Around the outer walls, sharp barricades and torches were arranged to slow the approaching gizmo. While inspecting the defenses, the group noticed the strange torches continued burning without weakening at all. Feeling satisfied, Kosuke explained that the strange torches would burn endlessly unless destroyed. While the others rested, Era quietly admired the mysterious flame glowing beside her. Moments later, Kosuke suddenly noticed the moon appeared completely red in the night sky. Confused by his reaction, Sylphie and Era insisted the moon looked yellow instead. As distant tremors spread across the land, Sylphie warned that a red moon signaled a massive enemy attack. Countless gizmo suddenly charged from the darkness. confirming the feared large-scale enemy raid had begun. Under the dark sky, giant insects stormed toward the fortress while Kosuke's army prepared to defend the walls from the approaching swarm. Countless bolts flew through the air and struck the creatures, forcing several monsters to collapse before reaching the entrance. From above the battlements, Kosuke confidently commanded the soldiers to release another volley as the defenders slowly overwhelmed the enemy forces. Even after suffering heavy losses, the beast warriors and insects continued advancing together, relying on their large numbers to pressure the fortress. Watching the battle carefully, Kosuke realized the true strength of the crossbows came from hundreds of soldiers firing continuously at the same target without rest. The swarm kept advancing across the fallen bodies, but every crossbow volley removed dozens of monsters before they reached the fortress walls. Behind the defenses, the soldiers rapidly reloaded their weapons, allowing the attacks to continue without giving the enemy time to recover. Kosuke observed the battle carefully and realized stronger crossbows alone would not improve their fighting speed against the massive swarm. Another commander ordered the defenders to stop the creatures from getting closer as bolts flew endlessly across the battlefield. After watching the enemy collapse one after another, Kosuke understood the fortress could destroy the entire invasion before the spirit archers even joined the fight. During the battle, the defenders quickly ran out of bolts because the crossbows fired continuously without slowing against the endless enemy swarm. Kosuke calmly handed over more supplies while the soldiers kept defending the fortress walls through the chaotic night battle. Nearby, the wolf girl remained beside Kosuke, so she could immediately receive fresh bolts and continue shooting without interruption. As the enemy forces weakened, Kosuke briefly shifted his attention toward the large amount of monster meat left outside the fortress. After checking the battlefield conditions, the defenders realized the fallen gizmo creatures would begin rotting within half a day if nobody collected them soon enough. Across the battlefield, countless fallen gizmo covered the ground, making Kosuke realize the corpses needed to be collected before they rotted. Believing the fortress defenses remained stable, he planned to gather several skilled fighters and recover the monster remains safely. Nearby, the wolf girl pointed out that gizmo meat was valuable, so allowing such a large supply to spoil would waste resources. Leaving the walls behind, Kosuke headed toward the temporary headquarters near the village entrance, while the guards continued their watch. Inside the command tent, reports revealed the surviving gizmo had begun charging recklessly after losing many of their forces during the siege. Inside the command tent, Kosuke explained that collecting the gizmo corpses quickly would prevent the meat from rotting across the battlefield. After hearing the plan, the commanders organized a squad of close-range fighters to protect the gathering operation outside the fortress walls. Beside the group, Gerda volunteered to join the mission, and Kosuke immediately noticed the strength hidden behind her calm appearance. While preparing for battle, Gerda admitted she sometimes struggled to control her power because ordinary weapons could barely withstand her attacks. Listening carefully, Kosuke realized her longsword looked unusually small in her hands, so he decided to craft a stronger weapon suited for her strength. Leaving the command tent behind, Kosuke returned to the fortress walls and began planning weapons suitable for Gerda's overwhelming strength. Standing near the furnace, he searched through his crafting knowledge while trying to imagine the shape of a proper long mace. After checking the required materials, Kosuke realized forging the massive weapon entirely from metal would consume a large amount of resources. Beside the workshop, he continued designing a heavy tower shield that could endure Gerda's powerful attacks during close combat. Once the preparations were complete, Kosuke decided to craft simple steel weapons for himself before joining the dangerous corpse collection mission outside the walls. While preparing equipment near the fortress walls, Kosuke continued crafting weapons as Sylphie checked the positions of the spirit bowmen. After several attempts, he finally completed Gerda's heavy tower shield and long mace for the upcoming mission outside the fortress. Gripping the massive weapons with ease, Gerda tested their weight and immediately proved they could crush the gizmo without difficulty. Nearby, Sylphie borrowed the mace for herself, but Kosuke quickly realized the weapon felt too heavy for ordinary fighters to handle. Under the night sky, Sylphie still swung the mace powerfully, reminding everyone that the elf warrior possessed frightening strength, despite her appearance. Near the fortress entrance, Kosuke was introduced to several experienced fighters who would participate in the dangerous corpse collection mission. Among the group stood Leonard, a famous dual sword warrior, alongside a lizardman spear instructor, whose expressions remained impossible for Kosuke to understand. Another introduction revealed Sumel, a powerful red ogre adventurer whose massive presence immediately surprised Kosuke and the others nearby. After gathering everyone together, the commanders confirmed that Gerda, Era, the princess, and Kosuke would form the main collection squad outside the walls. Although worried about Era joining the mission, Kosuke learned the young girl served as the kingdom's court magician and could handle herself in battle. Beneath the moonlight, Kosuke confirmed the squad's preparations, while the fortress guards opened the massive gate for the dangerous mission outside. Armed warriors surrounded Kosuke and advanced together to collect the fallen Gizmo corpses beyond the walls. Under the moonlit sky, Kosuke's group began collecting Gizmo corpses, while strange energy wrapped around the bodies and pulled them away instantly. Nearby warriors watched the process carefully, struggling to understand the unusual ability Kosuke used during the mission. Confusion spread among the fighters after they realized his powers worked differently from ordinary magic, despite being extremely useful. Hearing the discussion, Sumel admitted she also possessed little magical talent and understood the difficulties surrounding weak magic abilities. Meanwhile, Kosuke continued gathering corpses efficiently as the group advanced deeper into the battlefield together. As the squad advanced carefully, the lizard warrior warned everyone about Gizmo ambushes, while the group stayed alert around the dark battlefield. Gerda proudly tested her newly crafted mace and shield, attracting admiration from nearby allies, impressed by the quality of Kosuke's equipment. Meanwhile, Danan revealed Kosuke had forged his weapon as well, surprising the others with the human's unusual crafting talent. Although Kosuke struggled reading lizardfolk expressions, he realized the warrior secretly wanted a custom weapon personally made for him too. Soon afterward, another companion requested a proper sword, hoping Kosuke could replace the oversized log currently serving as her weapon. The group silently pressured Kosuke after comparing their damaged weapons against the sturdy equipment he recently crafted for everyone. Unable to resist the requests, Kosuke finally agreed to forge more weapons once Sylphie approved the decision for the entire squad. Before further discussion continued, loud screeches echoed across the battlefield as approaching Gizmo creatures rapidly surrounded the nearby area. Rather than retreating, Leonard and the others confidently stepped forward, trusting their strength and newly crafted weapons against the incoming monsters. Charging into battle together, the warriors prepared to crush the attacking Gizmo before the creatures could overwhelm their formation. While the squad discussed strategy, Kosuke stayed behind the fighters and concentrated on collecting Gizmo corpses during the dangerous mission. Soon afterward, the lizard warrior and Gerda rushed forward together, preparing to intercept the approaching Gizmo creatures from both sides. As the monsters charged closer, the frontline fighters blocked the attack while Kosuke calmly realized the group could handle the battle safely. Leonard sliced through a giant Gizmo with brute force, while Gerda followed beside him, smashing another creature before it could counterattack. Continuing the assault, Gerda crushed multiple Gizmo enemies with her mace and shield, overwhelming the monsters through relentless close combat attacks. Leonard rushed toward the giant Gizmo and slashed repeatedly, forcing the monster backward, while the others supported him from nearby positions. During the fierce clash, the lizard warrior struck another Gizmo from below, as Sumel noticed hidden enemies approaching beneath the battlefield. Reacting immediately, Sumel smashed the ground with overwhelming force, destroying several Gizmo creatures before they could ambush the party. After the attack ended, Kosuke stared at the crushed remains, while Leonard reminded Sumel that completely destroying the bodies ruined their collection objective. Moments later, Era stepped forward calmly and began casting a thunderstorm spell, preparing powerful magic to eliminate the remaining Gizmo enemies nearby. Era unleashed powerful lightning magic across the battlefield, destroying several Gizmo creatures while the surrounding warriors watched the explosion spread through the area. After witnessing the attack, Kosuke became excited by the overwhelming magic, while Sylphie explained that Era possessed the destructive abilities of a true court mage. During the conversation, Kosuke admitted he had never properly seen advanced magic before, causing Sylphie to calmly describe how rare such power actually was. Feeling proud after receiving praise from the princess, Era stood confidently beside the group and enjoyed the attention directed toward her achievements. Meanwhile, Kosuke compared himself with the others and wondered why people considered him special, despite lacking the incredible combat abilities surrounding him. While the battle continued nearby, Sylphie explained that mastering magic required constant training, convincing Kosuke that skilled mages could accomplish nearly impossible feats. Demonstrating her point, Sylphie rushed forward and destroyed a Gizmo creature with a precise strike that shattered its body instantly. After watching the attack, Kosuke questioned how such overwhelming strength could become normal, but Sylphie calmly dismissed his doubts and encouraged him to focus on improving himself. Accepting her advice, Kosuke responded obediently while magical explosions and lightning attacks continued flashing across the battlefield behind the group. Eventually, the fighting quieted beneath the moonlit sky as the exhausted party prepared themselves for whatever dangers still remained ahead. Returning from the battlefield, the weary group entered the fortress, while armed guards continued watching the walls through the night. Soon afterward, the party counted more than 200 Gizmo corpses, enough supplies to feed refugees for many additional days. During the discussion, several companions praised the creature's meat because it could improve soup and create stronger meals for the settlement. Proudly crossing his arms, Leonard explained that Kosuke's help allowed him to hunt safely outside and repay the refugees' hospitality. By the end of the gathering, everyone felt relieved knowing their dangerous mission had secured both food and hope for the people inside the fortress. Examining their worn equipment, the group admitted their weapons were reaching their limits after countless battles and heavy use. Unexpectedly, Sylphie requested a longer and sturdier weapon, surprising the others with her unusual interest in changing equipment. Meanwhile, the small mage asked Kosuke to craft a special staff from a mysterious material, though she warned the design would be difficult. After hearing the request, Kosuke carefully questioned her about the staff's structure, materials, and magical functions before accepting the challenge. Standing before the party, Kosuke then encouraged everyone to describe their ideal weapons in detail, so he could prepare stronger equipment for future battles. While discussing weapon designs, Leonard and the lizard warrior explained the balance, weight, and shape they preferred for their future blades and spears. During the conversation, Kosuke asked Sylphie what kind of weapon she wanted, but she struggled to decide on a proper choice. After thinking quietly, Sylphie admitted that a bladed weapon would suit her fighting style better than her current equipment. Smiling confidently, she finally chose a curved scimitar that Kosuke had mentioned during an earlier discussion about elegant swords. Remembering the recommendation, Kosuke returned to his workshop and began considering how to forge a beautiful weapon worthy of Sylphie's expectations. Kosuke examined his remaining mithril ore and decided to forge a powerful staff for Ara, using the rare material despite the uncertain results. Moments later, he began refining the ore into mithril ingots, carefully preparing the materials needed for the upcoming weapon crafting process. On the 9th day of survival, flying scouts returned to the settlement and reported that no gizmo remained near the surrounding lands after the recent attack. Survivors slowly recovered inside the fortress while commanders inspected the area and confirmed the enemy assault had completely stopped by sunrise. New weapons were then prepared for testing across the walls, including curved swords and long spears designed for practical battlefield combat. Several warriors trained enthusiastically with the equipment while nearby guards carefully observed the movements and evaluated each weapon's effectiveness during practice. Kosuke quietly watched the successful trials from behind the group and felt satisfied after seeing the fortress become stronger and more prepared for future battles. Then Kosuke presented a curved sword after spending hours smelting mithril and crafting the weapon. The elf warrior looked surprised while the others watched quietly. Carefully, she pulled the blade from its sheath. Light reflected across the sharp edge as the group leaned closer in amazement. Soon, the elf swung the sword through the air and confirmed the weapon was made from rare mithril. Her expression turned serious after seeing its quality. Later, the group asked Kosuke to give the sword a proper name. Several ideas crossed his mind while everyone waited for an answer. Finally, the name Pale Moon was chosen. Applause spread through the camp as the elf proudly raised the new sword overhead. Kosuke watched in confusion after the elf proudly announced Pale Moon as a royal heirloom from another world. The group quickly accepted the story behind the sword. Soon after, a small hooded girl brought mithril ore and a staff design to Kosuke. At the same time, the elf prepared to test the sword's cutting power. Without hesitation, she charged toward the giant insect corpse, while the others stepped back to watch the result. The sharp mithril blade sliced deeply through the hard shell in a single strike. Silence spread across the group as everyone stared at the clean cut. Moments later, the corpse split apart completely, proving Pale Moon's overwhelming sharpness. After testing Pale Moon, Sylphie proudly praised the sword's sharpness. Nearby warriors quickly volunteered to assist with her training while Kosuke observed the scene. Around the camp, workers continued gathering materials from the giant insect corpse. At the center, the elf encouraged everyone to maintain their pace and focus. Inside the crafting area, Kosuke waited for another production task to finish. The crafting process had become easier after repeated practice. Curious about his progress, he opened the status screen and reviewed the many abilities gained in the other world. To his surprise, Kosuke discovered that both his level and skill points had risen again, along with his physical strength and stamina. Sitting beside the crafting table, Kosuke decided to spend all of his skill points at once to strengthen his abilities. After assigning the points, several crafting and combat skills immediately improved. The upgraded effects promised faster work and better material gathering. While exploring the menu further, he discovered an achievement section filled with newly unlocked rewards and hidden conditions. Soon, Kosuke realized the achievements were connected to the numerical values, now visible in his status screen. Strength and stamina had both increased again. Unexpectedly, one strange achievement appeared among the others. Embarrassment quickly overtook Kosuke, as he reacted in panic to the ridiculous title while checking the strange achievement. Kosuke imagined several women connected to the title. Thoughts of Sylphie and the others immediately made him uncomfortable. Embarrassment quickly spread across his face as he tried convincing himself that Sylphie alone was already enough trouble for him. After calming down, Kosuke continued reading the achievement list and discovered a new reward connected to surviving the Red Moon attack. Later that night, he quietly thought about the monster attacks occurring every 7 days. Strengthening the village defenses became his next priority. From the upper floor, Sylphie agreed with the plan and decided to speak with the elders about reinforcing the walls and gathering materials. During a quiet evening, Sylphie promised to help gather clay and support the village's survival plans. Kosuke appreciated her dedication while they rested together. A gentle smile appeared on Sylphie's face as she explained that protecting Kosuke was also important for everyone's future. Later, Kosuke prepared to leave and visit another companion before going to sleep. Sylphie immediately noticed his intention before he could stand up completely. Sylphie suddenly pulled him closer and kissed him on the spot. Kosuke froze in surprise. Annoyance quickly replaced her calm attitude after another woman was mentioned. Meanwhile, Kosuke hurriedly apologized while Sylphie warned him about bringing up other women around her. Sylphie refused to accept Kosuke's apology and decided he needed punishment for mentioning another woman in front of her again. By the 10th day of survival, the two spent the night together inside the house, while Sylphie calmly reassured the exhausted Kosuke. Morning arrived soon after, and Sylphie encouraged him to get moving before the village work began again. Several busy days passed as the camp expanded. New mithril weapons were crafted, and workers continued preparing defenses around the settlement. On the 15th night, Kosuke and the others noticed another strange red moon rising above the village, signaling danger once again. Under the quiet night sky, Kosuke and Sylphie noticed that the feared attack never arrived during the red moon. Relief slowly spread between them. Scouts later reported that the Gizmo creatures had nearly disappeared from the surrounding wilderness after several days of observation. While admiring the pale and blue-white moons above the village, Sylphie peacefully reflected on the calm atmosphere surrounding the settlement. At the same time, the rebuilt defensive walls were finally completed with Kosuke's help, giving the villagers a stronger sense of security. Soon after, Sylphie revealed her intention to reclaim the kingdom of Marinard, though hesitation still remained in her heart. Kosuke firmly promised that he would stay beside Sylphie and help her reclaim the kingdom of Marinard if she truly wished for it. During the discussion, the group acknowledged the kingdom's military strength and the difficulty of fighting an army with only a few hundred people. Instead of giving up, Kosuke explained several strategies involving traps, fortifications, and crafted weapons that could balance the difference in numbers. Sylphie listened carefully as Kosuke confidently spoke about overcoming impossible odds through preparation and persistence. After hearing his determination, Sylphie finally reached a decision while Kosuke quietly waited for her answer. Under the night sky, Sylphie firmly decided to reclaim the kingdom of Marinard, while Kosuke listened to her declaration in silence. Determination soon appeared on both of their faces, as they accepted the difficult path waiting ahead. Sylphie openly announced her plan to reclaim the Melanard Empire, causing the entire group to react with complete shock and confusion. After the surprise settled, the discussion shifted toward preparations, resources, and the many problems surrounding the future campaign. Meanwhile, several companions expressed support for Sylphie, while trusting Kosuke's unusual abilities to guide their survival and expansion. Far beyond the settlement, Kosuke and the forward unit traveled through the wilderness, while placing tall landmarks across the rocky terrain. By sunset, the group completed another marker and confirmed the distance traveled before beginning plans for a future fort location. After placing another landmark tower, Kosuke and his companions estimated that crossing the Omit wilderness would still require nearly 10 more days of careful travel. Later, the group reviewed a detailed route map connecting the Elven village, the Black Forest, and the distant Melanard kingdom during planning for future travel. During a short break, Leonard jokingly approached Kosuke and politely requested a powerful mithril sword for the dangerous expedition ahead through wilderness. Soon afterward, the lizardman companion joined the conversation and loudly argued that mithril weapons would greatly improve their chances during battle against enemies everywhere. Eventually, their hidden motive became obvious as both companions shamelessly begged for expensive mithril equipment, leaving Kosuke stunned and speechless in silence. During target practice, the cat-eared girl excitedly praised Kosuke's powerful rifle after successfully landing another accurate shot in the wilderness. Although impressed by the weapon, Kosuke warned the group that ammunition and materials remained limited, forcing everyone to use the rifles carefully. Meanwhile, several companions complained about the rifle's loud noise, while others continued admiring its overwhelming effectiveness against dangerous enemies. Later, Sylphie acknowledged the weapon's strength after it quickly defeated a gizmo creature with only a few shots during battle. As the mission continued, the group discussed possible locations for establishing a new fort deeper inside the wilderness region. After scouting the rocky wilderness, Sylphie selected a hill with a sharp stone peak as the ideal location for the new fort. Soon afterward, the group officially agreed to construct their defensive base on top of the chosen hill overlooking the surrounding area. While several companions prepared camp and guarded the perimeter, Kosuke began organizing the construction work before nightfall arrived. Using his recently unlocked building ability, Kosuke quickly flattened the ground and raised walls by placing large numbers of blocks at once. Before long, a complete brick structure stood on the hilltop, leaving the others amazed by the speed of Kosuke's unusual construction powers. Kosuke began constructing a massive protective wall by carefully placing base blocks across the rocky hilltop surrounding the future fort. While the walls expanded, the others realized that even skilled earth magic users could never match Kosuke's incredible construction speed and efficiency. To prevent underground attacks, Kosuke reinforced the foundation depth before raising thick outer walls around the entire defensive area. Soon afterward, bastions and a large front gate were added, turning the hilltop into a proper fortified settlement. By the end of the day, the nearly completed fortress impressed the entire group, though Kosuke strangely sensed danger approaching from somewhere nearby. After sensing danger nearby, Kosuke suddenly ran across the unfinished fortress, while the others struggled to understand his strange reaction and speed. Moments later, he accidentally trapped himself on top of a tall pillar, while his companions calmly watched from below, in confusion, trying to escape the situation. Kosuke explained that he could not hand out mithril weapons without Sylphie's permission as his master. Soon afterward, a bird-like companion offered to rescue him from the pillar in exchange for a useful weapon crafted by Kosuke himself. Hearing the proposal, Kosuke immediately realized the rescue attempt was only another clever excuse to demand special equipment from him again. Sylphie arrived and immediately discovered the strange argument surrounding Kosuke and the requests for mithril weapons from the others. After listening carefully, Sylphie refused to distribute mithril weapons freely despite acknowledging the group's loyal service and dedication. Meanwhile, Kosuke quietly realized that his unusual value in this world was beginning to attract far more attention than expected. Later, Sylphie explained that Kosuke's abilities could support everyone in the future, especially during dangerous situations and future battles ahead. In the end, the companions promised to protect Kosuke at all costs, while he awkwardly accepted becoming an important figure within their growing force. After receiving permission, Kosuke agreed to craft the requested mithril weapons for the companions supporting the expedition. Meanwhile, the bird-like girl looked disappointed until Kosuke revealed that he had prepared a special weapon for her personally. Soon afterward, the group examined the strange club-shaped item while struggling to understand its actual purpose and design. Instead of explaining immediately, Kosuke brought everyone toward the fortress wall and prepared to demonstrate how the unusual weapon worked in battle. Kosuke threw a strange weapon beyond the fortress wall. A huge explosion rose into the sky and shocked everyone nearby. Fear spread across the group as they stared at the destruction. Even the experienced warriors could not understand the weapon's power. Soon after, the group realized the weapon could change battles completely. Several members imagined using harpies to attack enemies from above. Kosuke calmly explained the steps for using the hand grenade safely. The others listened carefully while watching the strange tool. Another blast erupted across the field after the grenade was thrown again, proving the weapon's terrifying strength. Kosuke warned the harpy carefully while teaching her how to use the dangerous explosive weapon. Flames burst nearby as the training continued. The harpy quickly understood the instructions and held the launcher tightly. Her excitement grew while preparing for the test flight. Soon after, she flew high above the fortress and launched an explosive attack toward the empty field below. Another shot followed from the sky as she adjusted her aim during flight. The explosion struck farther away from the walls. Using her speed and momentum, the harpy dived downward and released another powerful blast across the battlefield. A massive explosion tore through the training field, while debris scattered between the broken pillars below the flying harpy. Smoke spread across the damaged ground as the elf carefully observed the destruction left behind by the attack. The group soon realized the harpy's aerial strikes could completely change future battles. Pride appeared on her face after the successful test. Kosuke and the others praised her performance after she landed safely inside the fortress walls. The experiment had gone far better than expected. Meanwhile, Sylphie quietly remained deep in thought, while considering the dangerous potential of Kosuke's new weapons. After the exhausting training session, one beast girl collapsed beside the fortress wall, while the others checked on her condition. The long hours of flying and explosive attacks had drained her strength completely, Relief soon replaced the tension as the group gathered together and laughed about the successful experiment. Kosuke quietly watched everyone enjoy the moment after the dangerous tests ended safely. As the sun disappeared beyond the distant hills, darkness slowly covered the empty battlefield surrounding the fortress. The group decided to end their work and rest for the night. Later, Kosuke used his strange crafting ability to prepare food for everyone waiting nearby inside the camp. Fresh hamburgers soon filled the table, leaving the hungry group amazed by the unusual meal from Kosuke's world. The group happily enjoyed the strange hamburgers made by Kosuke's crafting ability. Everyone seemed surprised by the unusual taste and easy way of eating the food. While dinner continued, Kosuke gathered the group and explained the next plan for their activities around the fortress. The atmosphere remained relaxed after the successful training session earlier that day. Soon after, Kosuke prepared hundreds of bullets for another weapon test. He wanted to examine how durable the gun remained after repeated use in battle. A beast girl quickly accepted the dangerous task and carried the weapon away with great excitement. While Kosuke warned her about the risks, the others silently watched her energetic reaction, while the camp slowly became lively again. Kosuke handed Pilna several explosive weapons and asked her to test how many she could safely carry during missions and supply runs. The group quickly organized the equipment, while others volunteered to help prepare the dangerous explosives for transport around the fortress. Soon after, Kosuke assigned new tasks to everyone, while Sylphie and Leonard agreed to accompany him during the next stage of preparation. Workers moved across the fortress walls, carrying supplies as the Harpy and Lizardman continued assisting with the heavy equipment nearby. By the end of the day, many new buildings stood across the open land, leaving the group amazed by the speed of Kosuke's crafting ability. Kosuke quickly completed another large building outside the fortress, adding more shelter for the growing population living in the harsh land. After finishing 20 buildings, Kosuke proudly showed the results while the others inspected the expanding settlement around them. Inside the new structures, Kosuke explained that each building could comfortably house many people, with enough space for daily living. While checking the area, Kosuke suddenly remembered the settlement still needed proper toilets and other necessary facilities for everyone. The group watched him continue working without rest, as the village slowly transformed into a much larger and organized community. Kosuke explained the importance of proper hygiene while building simple toilets to prevent sickness and disease inside the growing settlement. Soon after, several wooden toilets were completed beside the new buildings. Although basic, the structures were enough to improve daily life for everyone. While discussing where to place more facilities, Kosuke suddenly began digging deep underground near the settlement with his crafting ability. The others watched in surprise as spirit magic protected the tunnel around him, while he calmly continued working below the surface. He kept digging deeper through the stone layers beneath the settlement, until something unexpected finally caught his attention underground. Kosuke and the others finally discovered underground water beneath the settlement. After continuing their digging work around the area, several wells were completed soon after, giving the growing community a stable water supply for drinking and daily life. Sylphie planned to check the water's safety with spirit magic later. While discussing the land, Sylphie explained that excessive spirit stone usage had destroyed the natural balance, turning the region into a barren wasteland. Kosuke learned that the village elders were responsible for the overuse of spirit stones, leaving the land unable to support healthy vegetation anymore. After hearing the explanation, Kosuke immediately began preparing farmland to restore food production around the settlement. Using soil from the Black Forest, Kosuke created fertile farmland that could grow crops at an unbelievable speed compared to ordinary fields. With a large hoe in hand, he shaped long planting ridges across the empty ground, while the others quietly observed his strange methods. Carefully, wheat seeds were spread across the prepared farmland as Kosuke continued working with surprising enthusiasm throughout the afternoon. Only a short time later, tiny sprouts emerged from the soil, leaving the group shocked by the incredible growth rate of the crops. While examining the young plants, Kosuke realized the expanding farm would soon require a reliable source of water for future harvests. Kosuke explained a simple irrigation method by digging a stone-lined basin and pouring water into opposite corners to fill it evenly. Moments later, the structure suddenly filled with water far beyond what the small buckets should have provided, leaving everyone confused. Neither Sylphie nor the others could understand how the basin became completely full from such a tiny amount of water. While preparing to water the farmland, Kosuke continued testing the strange water source as the group carefully observed the unusual phenomenon. Shock spread across Sylphie's face after noticing the water level never decreased, no matter how much was taken from the basin. Sylphie questioned the strange well, while Kosuke insisted it was still only an ordinary water source, despite its unusual behavior. Nearby, the group continued working around the settlement while Sylphie slowly accepted the impossible situation after thinking about it carefully. Kosuke avoided explaining the truth about the endless water source as the others approached him with growing curiosity and confusion. Kosuke learned that the rifle survived 500 shots without losing accuracy during the long weapon durability test. Pleased with the results, the Beast Girl continued carrying the rifle while Kosuke prepared another weapon for future testing. Although satisfied, Kosuke still believed more experiments were necessary before trusting the rifles completely in real battles. Meanwhile, the Harpy suddenly discovered that crops had already begun growing rapidly across the farmland beside the settlement. Shock spread through the group as the field became covered with healthy plants, far sooner than anyone had expected possible. Kosuke gathered the group and asked the Harpy to decide how many explosive weapons she could realistically carry during long aerial missions. After several tests, the Harpy bundled multiple explosives together with rope and demonstrated the maximum load she could transport comfortably through the air. Despite the heavy weight, she confidently explained that carrying the explosives over several kilometers would not cause major problems during combat operations. Carefully studying the bundle, Kosuke realized the weapons had become closer to aerial bombs than ordinary hand grenades because of their size and power. Sylphie silently accepted the new strategy, while the group prepared to improve the dangerous aerial weapons even further. Following the long discussion, the group gathered for lunch while deciding how to continue expanding the settlement and preparing future defenses. During the meal, Sylphie organized scouting teams to investigate the land surrounding the fortress as Kosuke remained behind to continue crafting weapons. Soon afterward, the scouts prepared to leave camp, while Kosuke reminded Zamil to inform him about any materials needed for future production. Outside the tent, excitement filled the settlement as the scouting party finally departed to explore the dangerous surrounding region. Meanwhile, Kosuke returned to his workshop and concentrated on improving the Harpy bombs and other weapons for the fortress defenses. Inside the workshop, Kosuke designed a new Harpy air bomb by combining gunpowder, iron, and mechanical parts through his crafting ability. While calculating the materials needed, he decided to create several bombs first before continuing work on another planned weapon. Nearby, Sylphie quietly watched Kosuke with a troubled expression as his growing collection of dangerous weapons continued expanding. Later, she finally questioned whether Kosuke truly felt comfortable creating such destructive tools for future battles and warfare. Memories of Kosuke's peaceful homeland contrasted sharply with the powerful rifles and explosives now being produced inside the fortress settlement. Sylphie worried that asking Kosuke to create powerful weapons might place a heavy emotional burden on him during the coming battles. Calmly, Kosuke admitted he understood the consequences of his inventions and accepted that many enemy soldiers would die because of them. Thoughts of future hatred and blame weighed heavily on Kosuke as he reflected on the destruction his weapons could cause. Images of explosions and fallen soldiers filled his mind while he accepted responsibility for every life taken by the weapons he created. Standing beside Sylphie, Kosuke quietly accepted the dark path ahead, while continuing his work for the survival of the settlement. Sylphie listened quietly, as Kosuke explained the idea of hell from his world, where sinful people were punished after death for their actions. Although uncertain whether such a place truly existed, Kosuke admitted he still feared the consequences of creating deadly weapons. Looking at the night sky, he remembered the peaceful belief from his homeland that human souls became stars after death. Hearing his worries, Sylphie calmly told Kosuke that she would share the burden and consequences beside him, no matter what happened. A faint smile appeared on Sylphie's face as she accepted responsibility for asking Kosuke to create the powerful weapons. Then Kosuke tried to reassure Sylphie by insisting he would never allow her to carry the burden of their actions alone. Instead of accepting that idea, Sylphie gently held his hand and promised to share the responsibility and consequences beside him. A small smile appeared on Kosuke's face as he realized he needed to focus on protecting lives rather than fearing punishment alone. Calmly, Sylphie reminded him that their goal should not only involve defeating enemies, but also saving as many people as possible. With renewed determination, Kosuke agreed that reclaiming the kingdom mattered more than seeking destruction and revenge. Kosuke explained that defeating enemies was only a necessary step toward protecting the Melanard kingdom and reclaiming their homeland. Although eliminating the occupying forces seemed easier, both Kosuke and Sylphie understood the heavy cost that endless killing would bring. Instead of attacking directly, Kosuke planned to build defensive forts and weaken the enemy through repeated victories and strategic battles. Harpies would launch aerial strikes, while the fortress defenders used crossbows and grenades to destroy the remaining enemy soldiers from safety. To strengthen their defenses further, Kosuke also created deadly anti-personnel traps, capable of exploding when enemies triggered hidden wires nearby. Sylphie worried that the hidden explosive traps could harm their own allies because the devices would detonate no matter who triggered them. Instead of stopping there, Kosuke introduced another dangerous invention called TNT, capable of creating massive explosions during battle. While examining the explosives, Kosuke searched for a reliable way to ignite them safely from a long distance during combat situations. After imagining the destructive power of remote detonations, Kosuke realized entire enemy forts could be destroyed once the invaders occupied them. Hearing his frightening strategy, Sylphie could only stare at Kosuke in disbelief while reacting awkwardly to his dangerous ideas. Sylphie asked whether the bolt-action rifle could be improved further, while Kosuke carefully considered possible upgrades for the weapon. After thinking for a moment, Kosuke revealed that he had already designed an entirely different firearm beyond the original rifle. Kosuke revealed 4 new firearm designs, including revolvers, pistols, and shotguns, leaving Sylphie surprised by how many weapons he had created. Several guns were displayed on a table while Sylphie carefully examined them and tested how they felt in her hands. After lifting the revolver, she noticed its heavy weight as Kosuke explained that the weapon was designed for close-range combat. Sylphie then practiced aiming the revolver while learning about its firing capacity and destructive power at short distance. Attention later shifted to the semi-automatic pistol, which Kosuke introduced as another close-range firearm, capable of firing multiple rounds rapidly. Sylphie questioned whether revolvers were practical in close combat, so Kosuke explained how firearms had replaced swords in battles from his world. After hearing his explanation, she realized such dangerous close-range fights rarely happened in her homeland. Attention then shifted toward the larger weapons as Kosuke introduced both the pump, action, and double-barrel shotguns. While examining the shotgun shells, Sylphie learned that the weapon fired multiple projectiles at once, instead of single bullets. Kosuke later described the shotgun's purpose for close combat, hunting, and breaching structures, before inviting Sylphie to continue inspecting the fortress wall nearby. Then Kosuke placed a large weapon on the fortress wall, preparing to demonstrate another invention for Sylphie. After examining the machine closely, Sylphie compared the ballista to a giant crossbow, while Kosuke explained how its mechanism worked. He carefully loaded the massive bolt, adjusted the launcher, and showed her the firing process step by step. Once everything was ready, Kosuke activated the ballista and launched the spear-sized projectile across the field. The bolt struck a distant rock with tremendous force, shocking Sylphie as the impact proved the weapon was far stronger than ordinary crossbows. Standing beside the fortress wall, Kosuke revealed another large weapon, causing Sylphie to question whether it was a different kind of firearm. Curiosity grew as she inspected the cannon and discovered that it could launch massive projectiles over much greater distances than regular guns. While describing the weapon, Kosuke pointed out that its iron construction kept production costs low, despite the heavy use of gunpowder. Concerned about manufacturing difficulties, Sylphie wondered how practical large-scale production would truly be in their current situation. Rather than relying completely on cannons, Kosuke reminded her that magic still gave their world destructive power far beyond ordinary weapons. Kosuke prepared the cannon for testing, while wondering whether dangerous weapons like this should truly exist in their world. Moments later, the cannon fired with a deafening blast, forcing both Kosuke and Sylphie to cover their ears from the explosion. Smoke spread across the distant field as the destructive impact left Sylphie stunned by the cannon's overwhelming power. During their discussion, Kosuke explained that he created the weapon designs while helping construct the village defenses earlier. Rather than deploying cannons immediately, he decided the ballista would be safer and easier for their forces to operate first. Sylphie admitted that she had become interested in the strange firearms, leading Kosuke to offer crafting a personal weapon for her. Amused by the idea, Kosuke imagined Sylphie dressed like a cowgirl, while promising to create the gun she requested. Before their discussion could continue, a sudden explosion echoed across the fortress walls and caught both of them by surprise. Hearing the blast from afar, the others hurried back toward the fortress to investigate the source of the loud noise. Soon afterward, the group gathered near the wall while Kosuke and Sylphie watched their confused companions rush toward them. After explaining the loud explosion, Kosuke decided to reveal the newly created weapons to the rest of the group. Excitement spread among the others as they examined the firearms and siege weapons, though some still questioned their value compared to traditional combat skills. Confident in his abilities, the Lion Warrior challenged Kosuke to test the pistol directly against him, despite the danger involved. Gunfire erupted across the wall, yet the warrior easily sliced through every bullet before they could strike his body. Following the demonstration, the warrior calmly explained that his sharp senses and combat instincts allowed him to predict the bullets' paths. Sylphie and the others confidently claimed they could handle pistols and rifles, leaving Kosuke worried that his new weapons might not be as effective as expected. Doubt crossed his mind as he examined the handgun, questioning whether creating such weapons had been the right decision after all. Several companions gathered around and reassured him, explaining that the weapons still carried overwhelming power no matter who used them. Concern soon shifted toward the Holy Kingdom, since magic and alchemy could allow enemies to copy and improve the dangerous inventions themselves. While the group discussed the risks, Kosuke quietly fell into deep thought again, causing the others to leave him alone for the moment. Kosuke reflected on the danger of the new weapons, realizing they could easily be captured by enemies, and turned against his own allies. Despite those concerns, he reminded himself that the original goal was never pointless killing, but reclaiming the Melanard kingdom from its oppressors. While standing alone on the fortress wall, another idea finally came to him: recovering the kingdom without relying entirely on force. Before he could explain further, the others rushed over with news that the nearby field had suddenly produced a massive harvest. Surprise quickly replaced his worries after seeing the healthy crops, giving the group renewed hope for surviving in the wilderness. After seeing the successful harvest, Kosuke finally realized a new path that could support the kingdom without relying entirely on war. 5 days later, the group gathered inside the elf village to report their recent progress and discuss the growing settlement. Construction of the first outpost base had finished smoothly, providing shelter, clean water, and enough living space for hundreds of people. Sylphie proudly explained that Kosuke's inventions and abilities made it possible for their forces to survive independently against the Holy Kingdom. Even with those achievements, her focus remained fixed on reclaiming the Melanard kingdom as quickly as possible for their people's future. Kosuke realized the urgency behind Sylphie's determination, understanding that many captured families and friends were still suffering under the Holy Kingdom. During the meeting, the group admitted they were too weak to rely only on Kosuke's weapons and needed a safer long-term strategy instead. Sylphie proposed strengthening their forces inside the Omit wilderness, while secretly rescuing enslaved citizens from the Melanard kingdom to expand their numbers. Kosuke supported the plan by preparing farms, new settlements, and weapons, believing the growing community would eventually gain enough strength to reclaim their homeland. Sylphie discussed the plan to retake the kingdom, while the group considered how many bases were necessary for the campaign. A map was prepared showing a main operations base, a frontline stronghold, and several small outposts connecting the routes between territories. Inside the meeting tent, the leaders decided to build the next base deep within the harsh Omit wilderness. Several days from Melanard Kingdom, concerns rose about enemy surveillance and limited manpower, though confidence remained because of the powerful weapons Kosuke had created. Sylphie proposed liberating nearby towns, while using the wilderness itself as a natural fortress against the Holy Kingdom. A warrior questioned Sylphie's decision to move refugees through the dangerous Omit wilderness with almost no supplies. Sylphie revealed that Kosuke could create underground shelters, allowing travelers to rest safely while crossing the hostile land. The strategy aimed to rescue more people, while forcing the Holy Kingdom's army to march through monster-filled territory before reaching the frontline base. Attention shifted toward Kosuke's farming methods after the others became curious about how he could support such a large operation. Kosuke demonstrated the harvest by producing huge bundles of wheat from a relatively small piece of farmland. Melty quickly noticed something strange after hearing Kosuke harvested huge amounts of wheat in only 3 days, despite being away for most of the week. Under pressure from the others, Kosuke nervously explained that he had only planted and watered the crops before unexpectedly returning to find the fields fully grown. Sylphie's earlier request for further testing suddenly became understandable. Curiosity spread among the group as they inspected the harvest, and Melty admitted that the amount gathered from such a small farming area was beyond normal standards. Closer examination revealed the grains were unusually large, clean, and remarkably uniform in size and shape. Realization soon spread that Kosuke's farming ability could solve the kingdom's food shortages. The group became excited after realizing Kosuke's farming ability could create enough food to support entire settlements and future armies. A quiet girl explained that even advanced alchemy only slightly improved crop growth, making Kosuke's harvest seem completely unnatural by comparison. Kosuke awkwardly admitted his powers were unusual and tried to calm the others while the overwhelming results continued to shock everyone present. After the discussion settled, Sylphie checked whether anyone still had concerns regarding the farming project and upcoming plans. Attention soon returned to the war effort as the group questioned whether they would immediately launch an attack against the Holy Kingdom. Despite their growing strength, Sylphie explained that their fight against the Holy Kingdom would rely on infiltration, sabotage, and rescue missions, instead of direct warfare. The camp soon accepted the strategy and agreed to reclaim the dangerous Omit wilderness while liberating captured people along the way. With confidence growing among the group, Sylphie declared that they would gather strength before launching the campaign to reclaim their kingdom. Warriors, beastfolk, and refugees united, under the same cause, promising to endure the difficult road ahead together despite the dangers surrounding them. As the meeting finally ended, Kosuke realized the entire operation had already been decided, and their rebellion had officially begun. The group understood that reclaiming Melanard Kingdom had become a race against time before the Holy Kingdom strengthened its control over the wilderness. 3 days later, Sylphie led 50 people into the Omit wilderness and successfully reached the first fortified base prepared for their campaign. During the following days, Kosuke expanded the farmland, while the main scouting team traveled deeper into the dangerous wilderness to search for suitable territory. After half a day of travel, Kosuke finally stopped the group and announced that the next camp would be established on the rocky hill ahead. As sunset approached, Sylphie urged everyone to continue working before darkness completely covered the wilderness. Kosuke immediately began constructing the new settlement, raising massive walls and buildings across the empty wilderness at an unbelievable speed. Before night fully arrived, the once barren hill had transformed into a fortified base, filled with houses, storage areas, and defensive structures. The group watched in shock as Kosuke casually completed work that would normally require countless craftsmen and many months of labor. Curiosity spread again after the others discovered a strange tower, which Kosuke explained was designed to store and distribute water throughout the settlement. The surprise only grew stronger when Kosuke revealed that he had even constructed a proper bathhouse inside the new base. Warm water finally filled the bathhouse, giving the exhausted group a chance to relax after a long day of construction and travel. Kosuke proudly explained that installing the plumbing system had required extra effort, but the completed bathhouse was worth the trouble. While washing away the dirt and sweat, the others noticed how seriously Kosuke valued cleanliness even in the middle of the wilderness. Sylphie admitted that having unlimited water in such a remote place felt almost impossible compared to the harsh conditions they usually endured. As the group enjoyed the hot showers together, everyone realized the new settlement already offered comforts far beyond ordinary adventurer life. The group relaxed in the bathhouse while enjoying the rare comfort of warm water deep inside the wilderness settlement. Later, Kosuke helped the beastfolk clean up, though he carefully avoided causing trouble after learning about their sensitive tales. Under the quiet night sky, the peaceful moment strengthened the bond between everyone living at the new base. After several days of exploring the wasteland, Kosuke and his companions decided to establish their main base on a high hill with a wide view of the surrounding area. While observing the land, the elf suddenly sensed an unusual presence nearby. The cloaked mage then activated a special exploration device designed to react to magical disturbances hidden underground. As the orb floated in the air, strange waves spread from it, and detected faint traces of magic that ordinary humans could barely notice. Following the signal, the group discovered remnants of an ancient anti-demon ward buried beneath the ground beside the remains of an old campfire. Kosuke and the others finally realized the mysterious ward had once protected them during their escape through the Black Forest. Kosuke's companions slowly recalled the strange protection they received during their escape through the Black Forest, though the cloaked mage still remained uncertain about its origin. Ira explained that the mysterious barrier appeared after she released too much magic during the battle, causing the group to wonder why such power existed there. The mage revealed the ward was an ancient relic connected to a forgotten kingdom and powered by magic flowing through the earth for hundreds of years. Realizing dangerous creatures could gather around the magical waves, Kosuke and the others understood the threat could not be ignored. Sylphie immediately decided the group needed to secure the area before something worse appeared. The mage then sensed another magical reaction deeper underground and pointed the group toward its exact location. The magical orb reacted strongly and revealed that the source of the disturbance was directly beneath the hill, chosen by Kosuke's group. Following Sylphie's orders, Kosuke began digging into the ground while the others watched carefully from above. After descending deep underground with a ladder, Kosuke struck a solid stone wall hidden beneath the soil and called the others down to investigate further. The group entered the underground space and discovered a large artificial structure buried beneath the wasteland. While Era remained above ground, Sylphie ordered Kosuke to continue exploring the ruins, deeper inside the hidden structure. The group uncovered a silent chamber guarded by two ancient armored statues standing motionless beside a sealed doorway. Deep inside the underground ruins, Kosuke and his companions discovered a glowing object resting on a pedestal at the center of the chamber. After examining the structure, the cloaked mage recognized it as an ancient warding device once created by royal court mages to keep monsters away from important locations. Standing beside the device, two massive armored statues silently guarded the sealed chamber, while Sylphie identified them as defensive guardians. Although the statues appeared slow and heavy, the mage explained that the golems possessed enough strength to eliminate several enemies at the same time. According to the mage, magical stones hidden within the golems powered their bodies, and destroying those cores would immediately stop their movements. After learning that the golems relied on sight, Kosuke formed a plan to approach them directly while the others watched in confusion. Carefully climbing down into the chamber alone, Kosuke moved closer to the silent guardians without triggering an attack. Using his crafting ability, he quickly surrounded the golems' heads and limbs with heavy blocks to limit their movements, before digging through their armor. Moments later, Kosuke located the magical core hidden inside one of the golems, and prepared to destroy it before the guardian could react. Watching the battle unfold so easily, Sylphie, Era, and the others could only stare at Kosuke in disbelief after his unusual strategy succeeded. After defeating the golems, Kosuke's group secured the underground chamber and confirmed that the ancient warding device could still function properly. Rather than fighting like ordinary soldiers, Kosuke relied on careful planning and crafting techniques, which impressed the others despite his unusual methods. Sylphie decided the captured warding device could become useful for protecting their future settlement from monsters and other threats. Before exploring the sealed doors deeper within the ruins, the group carefully inspected the chamber to ensure no additional dangers remained nearby. Since the underground structure appeared larger than expected, Sylphie ordered everyone to return to the surface, first while Kosuke prepared a temporary place for the group to stay overnight. After returning to the surface, Kosuke's group gathered around the temporary camp, while new buildings quickly appeared across the empty land through his crafting abilities. Throughout the night, Kosuke continued producing tools, furnaces, and construction equipment to prepare for the settlement's future expansion. While reviewing building plans, he calculated enough materials to create a massive base capable of supporting thousands of people. Despite the group's progress, constant construction work and responsibility slowly exhausted Kosuke, both mentally and physically. Hidden beneath his frustration, Kosuke realized his growing stress no longer came only from fatigue, but also from desires he had continued suppressing during their long journey. While resting at the new settlement, Kosuke struggled with growing frustration after spending many days constantly working and fighting beside Sylphie, without any private time together. Later that night, Sylphie unexpectedly approached Kosuke, while he continued preparing construction plans for the expanding base. As they spoke alone, both admitted they had been feeling lonely and exhausted from carrying the burden of rebuilding their forces and reclaiming the kingdom. Moving closer to him, Sylphie quietly acknowledged the risks surrounding their situation, but no longer wanted to ignore her feelings any longer. Under the quiet night sky, Kosuke and Sylphie finally embraced each other beside the unfinished settlement, after days of suppressing their emotions. The next morning, Kosuke and Sylphie returned to the camp, while the others secretly noticed the closer relationship growing between them after the previous night. Far away in the royal capital of Mellenberg, tension spread through the kingdom, as the long war against the empire continued, draining both soldiers and mages. Inside the royal castle, a hidden figure negotiated with a corrupt noble who planned to capture beastfolk and other victims for illegal breeding operations near the Black Forest. During the discussion, the noble learned that villages near the Great Wilderness had recently suffered attacks from demons and monsters. After receiving new orders, the conspirators quietly continued their cruel activities while preparing another operation in the remote wilderness. Hidden inside the castle, a hooded figure discovered imprisoned beastfolk suffering, under the control of corrupt nobles and clergy. About a week after construction began, important figures and many citizens from the kingdom of Melanard arrived to join Kosuke's growing settlement. Overwhelmed by the sudden increase in work, Kosuke complained about exhaustion, while the beastmen reminded him that strong leaders carried heavy responsibilities. As the settlement expanded across the wasteland, Kosuke attempted to escape the endless planning meetings, but was immediately chased down by the others. Despite trying to flee, he was quickly caught by the beastmen, whose physical abilities easily overwhelmed him before he could get far. During the following discussion, Kosuke presented a new housing plan focused on building proper family homes, instead of crowded military-style barracks. Faced with plans to support nearly 3,000 people, Kosuke worried the settlement's rapid expansion would become difficult to manage alone. Instead of forcing endless labor, Melty introduced strict work schedules with limited hours and regular break days for every worker in the camp. Although surprised by the generous rules, the citizens quickly accepted Melty's leadership after realizing she always kept her promises. Sitting quietly afterward, Kosuke reflected on how trustworthy Melty had remained since joining the settlement, and began reconsidering his earlier doubts. Before he could relax completely, an old acquaintance unexpectedly appeared nearby, causing Kosuke to remain cautious despite the peaceful atmosphere. During a meeting inside the settlement, Kosuke hinted that his hard work deserved some form of reward from the others. Melty immediately denied treating Sylphie like a princess, forced to work without proper appreciation for her efforts. Standing confidently beside Kosuke, Sylphie admitted she depended on him heavily and promised to offer anything she could in return. Hearing those words, Kosuke quickly became interested and reminded Sylphie about the promise she had just made moments earlier. A smug grin spread across Kosuke's face, while Sylphie suddenly realized his thoughts were heading somewhere far more embarrassing than expected. While Kosuke jokingly considered possible rewards, Melty proudly explained that proper compensation was necessary to maintain the workers' loyalty and motivation. Nearby companions quickly realized Melty had cleverly guided the conversation in Sylphie's favor, while Kosuke's imagination began running wild. Noticing his thoughts, Sylphie warned Melty to stop interfering and firmly accepted responsibility for whatever promise she had already made. With complete confidence, Melty declared herself a loyal supporter prepared to assist Sylphie no matter what happened afterward. Watching the strange exchange unfold, Kosuke sat silently, while Sylphie and Melty quietly smiled at each other, with mutual understanding. After hearing about Melty's close relationship with the princess, Kosuke finally understood why Sylphie trusted her so deeply despite their constant arguments. Standing beside each other, Sylphie and Melty casually revealed their bond had existed since childhood, making them closer than ordinary friends. While discussing the past, the group reminded Kosuke that Sylphie carried many responsibilities and needed reliable support beside her. Without wasting time, Melty suddenly shifted the conversation toward farmland experiments and explained how Kosuke's abilities could greatly accelerate crop production. Grabbing Kosuke by the arm, Melty dragged him toward the fields, while confidently insisting the harvest depended entirely on his unusual powers. Sylphie organized the camp while assigning trusted companions to investigate the underground ruins, where ancient magical energy supposedly gathered beneath the kingdom. After gathering everyone together, the researchers explained their plans to harness the Earth Vein's power and strengthen the settlement's future defenses. As more citizens arrived at the growing base, Sylphie welcomed them warmly and declared the land would soon become essential territory. Standing before the workers, she encouraged everyone to endure the difficult labor required to transform the harsh region into a livable homeland. Motivated by Sylphie's speech, the gathered citizens raised their voices together, showing determination to support the kingdom's ambitious new foundation. 2 weeks later, the completed settlement amazed the group, proving their hard work successfully established a powerful operational base. Kosuke unlocked a blueprint function that allowed massive structures to appear instantly. A giant fort wall rose from the ground, shocking everyone nearby. After checking the terrain, he adjusted the construction with symmetry mode, while his companions carefully watched the process. Moments later, another enormous wall emerged with a violent rumble, covering the hilltop with dust and debris. Soon, rows of buildings formed inside the fortress. The group stared silently as the empty land transformed into a secure settlement. Finally, Kosuke completed the frontline base, creating an entire fortified town in only a short time. Kosuke prepared a large meal for the group. After the fortress construction ended, the unusual food impressed everyone around the table. Meanwhile, workers quickly organized the new settlement as the construction schedule advanced faster than expected. During the planning phase, Kosuke designed stronger defenses by placing many ballistas along the fortress walls. Outside the base, additional traps were added. Deep moats and wooden spikes surrounded the area to slow enemy attacks. After assigning more tasks, Kosuke continued improving the frontline defenses, while his companions handled the remaining preparations. The leaders organized 6 liberation units, each containing 12 members, while commanders adjusted formations for the dangerous operation ahead for the resistance army. Using outdated maps and geographical knowledge, the group planned invasion routes from 3 separate directions toward the Marinard Kingdom border. Meanwhile, Sylphie prepared intelligence teams and instructed every unit to gather information carefully before entering enemy territory during the campaign, without exposing identities. Inside the frontline base, assembled fighters listened quietly as detailed strategies and responsibilities were explained to everyone gathered before the liberation mission officially began. Finally, Sylphie announced the deployment schedule and ordered all soldiers to continue training and preparations during the remaining peaceful days before the assault against the kingdom started soon. Several days after the meeting, the frontline base became quiet at night, while guards continued watching the newly constructed streets and buildings. During the late hours, Sykes, a monkey race alchemist, was rescued after nearly being taken away through a dark alley by suspicious figures. Kosuke and his companions quickly realized the situation had been dangerous and brought the frightened alchemist back to safety before anything worse happened. Inside the dining area, the group discussed improving nighttime security and warned Sykes against walking outside alone after dark around the base. Meanwhile, Blue Oni Indy explained that occasional trouble was unavoidable because many different races and former adventurers now lived together inside the settlement. During a late-night discussion, the men complained about being pressured into relationships while tensions inside the settlement continued increasing recently. After hearing the complaints, Kosuke realized many women in the base had already approached nearly every available man for companionship and support. Although the others teased him about staying close to the princess, Kosuke slowly understood why nobody had directly approached him before that night. Meanwhile, several women from different races secretly showed strong interest in Kosuke, especially after witnessing his achievements and leadership inside the fortress. In the end, the group admitted everyone already knew about the women's feelings, leaving Kosuke embarrassed after learning the truth much later than expected. The group laughed after realizing Kosuke remained completely unaware of the feelings many women inside the settlement had toward him for a long time. While thinking carefully about recent events, Kosuke slowly remembered several unusual moments involving Era, Melty, Gelda, and the other girls around him. Soon, the men explained that relationships between slaves, nobles, and important figures were already accepted inside the frontline settlement, without causing major conflict. They also reminded Kosuke that his achievements had already earned respect from the Black Forest elders, making his status far higher than he believed before. In the end, the discussion returned to the settlement's shortage of men, forcing Kosuke to seriously consider accepting the women's feelings eventually. Kosuke insisted that he only wanted to stay loyal to Sylphie, even after the others encouraged him to reconsider the women interested in him. The men responded by sharing their own experiences, explaining that commitment and responsibility mattered more than following strict personal rules inside the settlement. To avoid further embarrassment, the discussion suddenly shifted toward the underground shelter construction and the remaining preparations before the operation began.
Later, Kosuke confirmed that the shelters, supplies, food storage, water reserves, and ammunition transport had already been completed successfully beneath the frontline base. As the meeting ended, the group realized the liberation campaign would begin within only a few days, bringing tension back across the settlement once again. After the serious discussion ended, Kosuke introduced a sweet snack from his world, surprising everyone gathered inside the settlement dining hall. The men quickly grabbed the treats and enjoyed the unusual flavor, while discussing the crunchy texture and dried fruits mixed inside them. As the group relaxed for the night, someone suddenly called Kosuke from outside the room, interrupting the peaceful atmosphere around the table. A shy girl arrived, carrying the completed design for a new magic stone engine, and nervously searched for Kosuke inside the building. Soon, she invited Kosuke to inspect the project personally, hoping the new engine could finally be registered into his powerful blueprint construction system. While walking outside at night, Era suddenly mentioned the rumors about several women showing interest in Kosuke, leaving him visibly embarrassed. Trying to hide his confusion, Kosuke denied everything before quickly leaving the others behind and following Era through the quiet settlement streets. As they walked together alone, Kosuke slowly accepted Era's close behavior and began enjoying the warm atmosphere between them during the peaceful night. Meanwhile, the frontline fortress remained fully prepared as the liberation operation moved closer to its official beginning across the desert region. The following day, Sylphie and the leaders gathered every soldier inside the base and wished luck to the liberation units before deployment officially started. The Liberation Army finally began moving out from the fortress, marking the first important step toward reclaiming their homeland from enemy control. Sylphie suggested joining the front line because Kosuke's unique powers could greatly influence the battle, especially during dangerous situations in the coming war. However, the commanders refused to rely too heavily on Kosuke, explaining that the operation could succeed without his direct involvement on the battlefield. Kosuke then firmly told Sylphie that her safety mattered more than his own, and insisted he would never allow her near the front lines. Although Sylphie smiled at his concern, the liberation forces continued preparing for battle, while everyone carried hopes for victory and survival ahead. Ira and the others reminded Kusuke that protecting their home was just as important as fighting on the battlefield. They believed his inventions could save many lives. Accepting their encouragement, Kusuke decided to focus on crafting better weapons and tools while the Liberation Army prepared for war outside the fortress. Inside the workshop, several companions eagerly waited for Kusuke's newest creation. Era quietly watched while everyone gathered around with excitement and curiosity. Soon, a warrior proudly revealed a prototype crossbow, inspired by Kusuke's modern ideas. The group was amazed by the strange but powerful design. He happily allowed them to test the weapon, feeling proud that his knowledge and creativity could strengthen the liberation unit for the battles ahead. Kusuke explained that the new crossbow design was simple to operate and could fire much faster than ordinary weapons used by the Liberation Army. While demonstrating the weapon, an unexpected moment embarrassed Kusuke, but everyone quickly returned their attention to improving the powerful invention. Ira suggested adding golem technology to automate the reloading process, though Kusuke believed such a mechanism would be difficult for smaller weapons. The group later tested a giant ballista version, discovering that combining magic spells and mechanical engineering could greatly strengthen their defenses during battle. Finally, Kusuke examined a magical golem core and promised to create a working prototype by combining his crafting skills with advanced magical technology. The workshop team continued improving the ballista by discussing ways to simplify its mechanisms. Inspired by Kusuke's practical ideas for crossbows and battlefield engineering, Ira quietly praised Kusuke, saying he viewed problems differently from everyone else, while another companion realized that simplifying golem technology might actually be possible. Won's suggestion was to let the weapon's user directly supply magical energy, reducing the complexity required inside the machine itself. After discussing the design, the group agreed on a direction for development, believing the magical energy consumption would remain low if the weapon only required pulling a string. Excited by the progress, the entire workshop celebrated together as Kusuke prepared to begin building the next prototype. 5 days later, the workshop unveiled a completed golem loading ballista. The system used magical power from the operator, while automated golem arms handled reloading and bolt placement. The massive weapon successfully fired during testing, and Kusuke proudly introduced it as the workshop's collaborative achievement. The group celebrated after receiving praise from the elf commander, who believed the new weapon could help narrow the military disadvantage they faced. A Harpy scout urgently returned with a battlefield report from the front lines. The report revealed that Jaheira's liberation unit had succeeded in rescuing 37 enslaved people and was returning safely to base with the survivors.
Kosuke wore a white coat before meeting the rescued villagers. Confused faces surrounded him, but he calmly prepared himself for the medical work ahead. Soon, a treatment camp opened inside the fortress. Injured people lined up while workers recorded names and handed out clean clothes. Several patients arrived with broken bones and wounds. Potions and careful treatment quickly became the camp's main priority. Fear suddenly spread among the beastfolk after noticing a human among them. Panic filled the area as everyone stepped back in shock. Despite the tension, Kosuke's companions explained that he came as an ally. Gradually, the frightened villagers began to settle down. The camp suddenly fell into chaos after the beastfolk noticed Kosuke. Fear spread quickly as angry voices demanded the human leave immediately. Meanwhile, another group reported their safe return to the office. News about the injured villagers and the disturbance in the plaza soon reached the leaders. Inside the meeting room, the scouting unit began explaining the difficult infiltration mission across the kingdom's territory. Everyone listened carefully to the detailed report. During the operation, the scouts discovered guarded forts and signs of attacks from dangerous creatures near the wilderness border. After traveling through forests under the cover of darkness, the group confirmed that the villages had suffered far worse conditions than expected. The scouts observed peaceful rural villages that still relied on farming and mining despite falling under the Holy Kingdom's control. Valuable salt and iron mines became the kingdom's main target. Deep inside the mines, beastfolk workers labored endlessly under strict supervision. The kingdom avoided starving them because their manpower remained necessary. Heavy taxes and armed patrols controlled every village. Harsh punishment awaited anyone who resisted, and innocent families often suffered together. Back at headquarters, the leaders silently listened as the grim report continued. Anger slowly grew throughout the room. The investigation also revealed forced religious teachings that promoted human supremacy among the oppressed beastfolk communities. The scouts explained how they secretly eliminated soldiers with crossbows during the night. Afterward, the villagers were freed while the attacks were disguised as bandit raids. Several units then advanced deeper into the kingdom from different directions. Their mission continued carefully through hidden forest routes. Once the report ended, the group admitted they still lacked information about the heavily restricted urban regions inside the kingdom. Attention soon shifted toward improving equipment for future operations. The scouts quietly discussed tools they desperately needed. Meanwhile, Sylphie noticed Kosuke wearing another strange white coat. Confusion appeared on her face as she watched his unusual behavior. After the meeting ended, the rescued beastfolk slowly gathered around Kosuke. The children climbed onto him while the villagers finally relaxed after the earlier panic. At first, the liberated people feared receiving treatment from a human. Trust only began forming after Kosuke successfully treated the first patient. Sylphie realized everyone had forgotten to warn the villagers that Kosuke was human. The misunderstanding explained the chaos inside the camp. Kosuke then asked about the scouting report, but Sylphie briefly avoided the topic while preparing to discuss something more important. Soon, Sylphie revealed that the frontline troops had two special requests. She believed Kosuke and his workshop would become essential for the next operation. Inside the workshop, the frontline troops requested two important tools. One involved portable warm meals, while the other focused on hidden long-distance communication. The group discussed how better food and communication could greatly improve cooperation and morale during dangerous missions. Kosuke decided to solve the problems one at a time. He suggested beginning with the issue of warm meals for the soldiers. Several ideas soon appeared, including a portable heater and multi-purpose cooking equipment that could also provide protection in battle. As the discussion continued, everyone turned toward Kosuke for a practical solution. The workshop members waited for his unusual knowledge to inspire a new invention. He remembered a rare cooking method from his original world that used quicklime and water to generate heat for portable meals. Although the method seemed useful, the group worried about producing large amounts of disposable heating packs for military use. After settling the food problem, attention shifted toward long-distance communication. Kosuke introduced the idea of Morse code to the workshop members. Using existing magical devices as inspiration, the group considered sending coded signals through controlled magic waves across long distances. The discussion quickly evolved into the possibility of transmitting voices through magic itself. Kosuke listened with surprise, as the workshop members expanded his original idea even further. Ira and the workshop members confidently explained that golem technology could support the new communication system. The group immediately began working through the night. Under the moonlight, preparations for the new devices continued without rest. By the next morning, the base had already become busy with activity. Everyone gathered outside to observe the progress of the operation. Kosuke and Sylphie watched the departing forces, while hoping the transport devices safely reached the main base. Guards were assigned to protect the valuable equipment during travel. While walking through the settlement, Sylphie discussed the condition of the rescued villagers. Although the children recovered quickly, many exhausted adults still needed proper food and rest. Kosuke mentioned that many men had already moved to the main base, leaving the frontline settlement short on manpower. Curious about his comment, Sylphie asked Kosuke to explain further. Her serious expression showed growing concern about the conditions at the base. Inside the office, Kosuke admitted that the lack of men could have caused major problems if reliable allies had not appeared during the operation. Although Sylphie understood the issue, she reminded him that the matter was not something to joke about. Kosuke quickly noticed her unusually personal reaction. After a brief silence, Sylphie shyly asked whether another woman had caught Kosuke's attention during his long absence from the frontline base. Kosuke honestly admitted that he did notice other attractive women, which immediately caused Sylphie to flare up in embarrassment and jealousy. Before she could get too upset, Kosuke reassured her sincerely that Sylphie was still the only woman he truly wanted to be with. Hearing that, Sylphie's confidence cracked a little, blushing heavily. She quietly worried that she was not feminine or refined enough for him. She continued doubting herself, even insisting that she was neither cute nor elegant. Kosuke looked genuinely surprised by how low her self-esteem suddenly became. Kosuke mischievously declared that Sylphie simply did not realize how adorable she already was, joking that he should dress her up in ultimate cute clothes. Kosuke tried proving Sylphie's beauty by forcing her into an elaborate maid outfit. Embarrassment overwhelmed her as he praised her appearance without hesitation. The outfit made Sylphie even more flustered, and she resisted while Kosuke attempted to show everyone how cute she looked. Melty suddenly appeared nearby, causing panic. Kosuke hurriedly tried hiding Sylphie before the others noticed the situation. Ira eventually found Sylphie in the maid dress and calmly admired how well it suited her. The praise only deepened Sylphie's embarrassment. Afterward, Sylphie locked herself inside a room. Regret finally caught up to Kosuke as he realized he had pushed her too far. Kosuke regretted pushing Sylphie too far with the maid outfit and realized she remained hidden because of embarrassment. Soon afterward, he created another plan while Sylphie stayed shut inside the room, refusing to face anyone. Kosuke explained that using costumes on the others might trigger Sylphie's jealousy and lure her outside again. Melty confidently rejected the idea, believing Sylphie would never react that way. Deep down, however, she appeared interested in trying the outfit herself.
Kosuke built a simple changing area inside the settlement, as the girls lined up to receive newly crafted clothing. After preparing materials with his crafting skill, he carefully handed each outfit to the waiting group and continued working without rest. Soon, a horned woman appeared in a refined business outfit, while a smaller girl remained dissatisfied with her childish appearance and size. More costumes were tested throughout the room as everyone examined the designs and searched for clothes that matched their personalities better. By the end of the fitting session, the girls proudly displayed their chosen outfits together, while Kosuke silently stared at the unexpected transformation surrounding him. Kosuke noticed strange movement outside the office window, while one of the women quietly pulled him closer to investigate. A girl carefully peeked through the shutters and continued watching the activity happening beyond the building. Meanwhile, the horned woman teased Kosuke by showing another outfit, though he immediately refused to let her wear clothes prepared for someone else. Soon several girls returned wearing matching costumes and proudly stood together after changing into their new outfits. Finally, the horned woman appeared in a softer dress that suited her well, while Kosuke realized everyone was enjoying the fitting session far more than expected. Inside the settlement, Kosuke convinced Sylphie to test clothing from his world, leading her to reluctantly wear a frilled black dress. Embarrassment quickly spread across Sylphie's face, as the others encouraged her to continue changing into more luxurious outfits. Outside the room, several girls noticed the loud commotion and slowly gathered near the temporary fitting area. Confusion followed when a large warrior arrived to inspect the situation, while another member cheerfully announced the fitting session had ended. Moments later, a tight white dress stunned everyone around Sylphie, leaving her flustered as the attention of the entire group shifted toward her. Several girls quietly watched through the window while Kosuke, Sylphie, and another woman sat in apology after the chaotic fitting session. Although the disturbance raised everyone's morale, the group accepted responsibility while the room finally became calm again. Suddenly, a young girl rushed through the door and announced that Pilna had returned with urgent news from the battlefield. Attention immediately shifted toward the exhausted scout as the surrounding members gathered around to hear her report in silence. Soon, Pilna revealed that the attack on the enemy salt mine had succeeded, bringing relief and excitement throughout the entire settlement. Pilna explained that nearly 800 slaves had been freed from the enemy salt mine, though the survivors lacked food and supplies during their journey. Concern spread across the group, as everyone realized the settlement would soon face a massive increase in population. According to the report, the Allied units planned to liberate nearby villages while escorting the rescued people back through the wilderness. Kosuke and the others quickly discussed the growing shortage of provisions as the arrival of the refugees drew closer each day. Without wasting time, the settlement leaders organized a new supply operation and prepared to transport resources from the main base. Immediately, Sylphie ordered everyone to prepare supplies at the nearest shelter, despite worrying about Kosuke entering dangerous enemy territory again. Soon afterward, tasks were assigned across the settlement, while messages were sent to the main base and liberation units without delay. Several harpies quickly volunteered for the operation, and preparations for the rescue mission continued throughout the night. Before sunrise, Kosuke departed alongside Sylphie and the flying scouts as the group rushed across the wilderness toward the refugees. During the journey, one of the harpies spotted two gizmo creatures ahead, forcing the advancing team to immediately focus on the threat before them. Kosuke immediately took out a heavy weapon after the flying scouts discovered hostile gizmo creatures blocking the route ahead. Explosions erupted across the battlefield as the monsters were destroyed before they could slow the rescue mission any further. With the threat eliminated, the group continued advancing toward the next shelter while the harpies monitored the surrounding skies. By nightfall, Kosuke opened the underground shelter entrance and allowed the exhausted team to finally enter the temporary base safely. Relief spread through the group after Kosuke announced that the night would end with food, warm baths, and proper rest before continuing the mission. After reaching the shelter safely, the exhausted rescue group finally enjoyed a proper meal and a relaxing hot bath under the night sky. While everyone soaked peacefully in the warm water, Kosuke accidentally picked up one of the harpy feathers floating nearby out of simple curiosity. Embarrassment immediately spread among the harpies when they realized he was casually touching something they considered extremely personal and intimate. Confused by their sudden reactions, Kosuke innocently explained that he only admired how beautiful and elegant the feather looked. Sylphie then teased him with a comparison, asking how he would feel if someone lovingly played with a strand of his hair while praising it with fascination. Realizing the feather, meant far more to the harpies than he expected. Kosuke immediately apologized for handling it so casually, instead of getting angry. The flustered harpy shyly told him that if he truly liked the feather, he could keep it and cherish it properly. Her heartfelt words unexpectedly encouraged the other harpies, who soon began offering their own feathers to Kosuke one after another. Watching the growing pile of gifted feathers in his hands, Kosuke fondly recalled how he used to collect rare bird feathers inside his childhood treasure box, back in his original world. Since ordinary birds were uncommon where he came from and harpies did not even exist there, receiving such beautiful feathers naturally sparked his excitement and fascination. Kosuke became worried after noticing the harpies trembling awkwardly from embarrassment while avoiding eye contact with him. Meanwhile, Sylphie reminded the group that they would arrive at the front-line shelter by noon tomorrow, so everyone needed proper rest. Soon afterward, the tense atmosphere faded as the group calmly agreed to prepare their beds and recover their energy for the next day's journey.
Kosuke floated through a dark, silent space while warm light wrapped around his body and slowly eased his exhaustion. Gentle feathers brushed against his skin as faint comfort spread across him. Half awake, he felt his heavy mind gradually returning to reality. Morning sunlight entered the small wooden room. Two winged girls remained near his bed while Kosuke forced himself to rise after a long rest. Still confused from sleep, he quietly greeted the new day and tried to understand his situation inside the unfamiliar village. Outside, villagers continued their daily work as energy slowly returned to his lower body. Despite lingering fatigue in his chest and arms, Kosuke stepped forward while the cheerful winged girl happily welcomed him back. Morning began peacefully as the harpies greeted Kosuke with bright smiles, while Sylphie quietly avoided looking directly at him. Kosuke noticed her unusual behavior and wondered why the proud dark elf suddenly seemed nervous around him. Meanwhile, the harpies cheerfully prepared everyone for breakfast. As they walked together, the young harpies stayed unusually close to him. Their excitement filled the room while Kosuke awkwardly followed behind. Both girls continued, clinging to his sides and happily offered help, making their growing affection impossible to ignore. Kosuke could only laugh at the sudden attention surrounding him. Although embarrassed by the situation, Sylphie crossed her arms and calmly accepted the closeness forming within the group. Kosuke and the group traveled across the empty land under the bright morning sun, hoping to reach the fifth shelter before noon. After hours of walking through the rocky plains, they finally arrived at a wide-open area near the distant forest border. Sylphie assigned the harpies to scout the surroundings while Kosuke studied the territory and confirmed the nearby kingdom's direction. Once the location was approved, Kosuke immediately began planning the construction of a strong defensive fort for everyone's safety. Using his special abilities, he quickly created barracks, food storage, escape tunnels, and even hidden explosives as emergency protection for the settlement. Within moments, massive walls and defensive ramparts rose from the empty land as Kosuke completed the fort's outer structure. The settlement quickly expanded with houses, storage areas, and farmland. Even the harpies stared in shock at how fast the fortress developed. Kosuke continued improving the base by preparing farmland and gathering enough supplies to support everyone living inside the new shelter. Sylphie watched his work with clear admiration. Although satisfied with the strong defenses, Sylphie reminded the group that many important preparations still remained unfinished. From above the fields, everyone divided their tasks and worked together to strengthen the growing settlement before future dangers could arrive. 5 days passed as the new fortress slowly transformed into a stable settlement surrounded by growing fields and sturdy buildings. Despite the peaceful progress, Kosuke began noticing something unusual about his condition and the heavy sleep he experienced every night. For several days, deep exhaustion forced him to sleep without interruption, unlike the restless nights he had endured since arriving in this world. While thinking carefully about the change, Kosuke realized this was the first time he had naturally slept until morning since entering the strange land. Memories of strange dreams filled his mind as he considered whether the refreshing sleep and unusual sensations were somehow connected to the harpies' feathers. Kosuke opened the window and greeted the harpies waiting below as the peaceful morning air filled the fortress courtyard. The 3 harpies happily prepared breakfast together, while Kosuke noticed how healthy and energetic they looked compared to before. As they invited him to eat with them, their affectionate behavior and warm expressions made Kosuke increasingly aware of their unusual attraction toward him. Nearby, Sylphie quietly joined the morning gathering while the others continued enjoying the calm atmosphere around the table. Although she answered his greeting, Sylphie still avoided meeting his eyes and hid her embarrassment behind a cold expression while eating breakfast alone. After breakfast, Kosuke continued thinking about Sylphie's strange behavior and suspected she was hiding something important from him. Before he could ask further questions, a harpy suddenly arrived with an urgent report from the surrounding shelters. The scout informed everyone that Captain Jagira and a group of liberated people were approaching the fortress while enemy forces continued chasing them. Hearing the news, Kosuke immediately focused on preparing the settlement to safely receive the arriving survivors, despite their limited manpower. As more reports arrived from the skies, the group learned the enemy cavalry was still pursuing the refugees and closing the distance behind them. A harpy scout hurried back with urgent news that Lord Lionel was requesting aerial support while the refugees continued fleeing enemy pursuit. After hearing the report, Sylphie immediately understood the situation and turned toward Kosuke with confidence in his abilities. Kosuke agreed without hesitation and prepared himself to take action against the approaching threat surrounding the escaping survivors. The group quickly organized their roles as Sylphie ordered the harpies to rest before departure, while Kosuke headed toward the plaza to prepare defenses. Far from the fortress, enemy cavalry continued advancing across the rough road, steadily closing in on the exhausted refugees ahead of them. Lord Lionel and his soldiers pushed through the enemy arrows while realizing their long formation left them vulnerable to attacks from multiple sides. As the pressure increased, the beastmen understood they lacked enough troops to properly defend the stretched convoy and protect the refugees. Suddenly, enemy cavalry appeared from the side road and charged toward the weakened formation, forcing the escorts into a dangerous situation. Seeing the approaching attack, Lord Lionel urgently requested the front units to leave the next assault to the incoming aerial support team. Moments later, the harpies arrived above the battlefield and immediately prepared coordinated bombing attacks against the advancing enemy cavalry. Explosions struck the enemy cavalry directly while the harpies successfully disrupted the advancing forces and protected the fleeing refugees. Kosuke carefully explained the bombing strategy and warned the harpies to avoid getting caught in their own explosions. The harpies listened seriously while Sylphie observed the briefing and trusted Kosuke to manage the dangerous operation safely. After receiving their orders, the harpy squad immediately prepared to depart, while the others remained behind to support the mission. Kosuke and Sylphie watched the aerial team fly into the distance, hoping their training would succeed during the real battle ahead. As silence returned to the fortress, Kosuke hurried away to continue preparations, while Sylphie quietly stayed behind with a worried expression. From the fortress wall, Kosuke observed the distant battlefield, and finally understood the scale of the approaching war. Watching the harpies fly across the sky, uneasiness slowly built inside him, despite the completed preparations around the fortress. During his conversation with Sylphie, Kosuke admitted this would become the first true war he had faced since arriving in another world. Calmly, Sylphie reminded him that every warrior carried the same value, regardless of race, kingdom, or appearance. Those words stayed in Kosuke's mind as he silently accepted the burden waiting beyond the fortress walls. Leaning against the fortress wall, Kosuke admitted that accepting war would be easier if he could stop thinking emotionally. Later, while eating with the others, he reflected on how different his new life had become compared to peaceful days on Earth. Sudden memories and confusing desires mixed inside his mind, making reality feel strangely distant and dreamlike during the tense situation. Even while standing guard beside Sylphie, distracting thoughts continued appearing and prevented him from focusing properly on the coming battle. Realizing his unstable state could become dangerous, Kosuke tried calming himself before another unexpected interruption reached him from behind. Sylphie quietly embraced Kosuke from behind and admitted concern over the burden she had placed upon him during the growing conflict. Rather than rejecting the responsibility, Kosuke reminded her that everyone inside the fortress depended on his strength and decisions. Closing her eyes, Sylphie promised she would never allow him to carry the pain and bloodshed alone on the battlefield. A sudden sound from outside interrupted the moment, causing both of them to immediately return their attention toward the fortress surroundings. Even while feeling her warmth beside him, Kosuke insisted that he still needed to fulfill his responsibility to protect everyone. Kosuke accepted that the weapons he created were now part of the war and resolved to help end the conflict quickly. Standing beside him, Sylphie quietly thanked him while supporting his decision to continue protecting everyone despite the heavy burden. Soon after, the harpies successfully halted the enemy pursuit, allowing the liberated people to safely reach the fortress by afternoon. Throughout the night, refugees received treatment, food, and rest, while the leaders discussed defensive plans against future attacks from the Holy Kingdom. Later, the liberated forces split into groups as Kosuke expanded the shelter, and Sylphie remained behind to maintain defense and surveillance. The liberated people safely settled inside the fortress, while the evacuation continued without major problems or confusion. 5 days later, Kosuke and the others finally reached the newly built frontline base after guiding the large group across dangerous territory. Inside the fortress, Workers and soldiers welcomed the arriving refugees, while preparations for defense and accommodation quickly continued. Soon afterward, the survivors registered at the central plaza and received shelter, treatment, and supplies, as the leaders organized the growing settlement. Meanwhile, the Harpies proudly celebrated their successful bombing mission and excitedly discussed their new style of aerial combat together. Kosuke confirmed that the expanded underground shelter could safely hold hundreds of refugees during future emergencies and attacks. Impressed by the massive construction, the horned leader praised Kosuke's efforts and encouraged him to finally take proper rest afterward. Although exhausted, Kosuke planned to return to the frontier fortress the next day, because several important tasks still remained unfinished. Before leaving, the Allied leaders personally thanked him again for protecting the liberated people and helping stabilize the dangerous situation. Just as the conversation ended, someone quietly reached toward Kosuke from behind, unexpectedly drawing his attention away from the gathering. Era, the one-eyed woman, confidently approached Kosuke and insisted on showing him something important before his departure from the fortress. Soon afterward, the group gathered outside the workshop while Era proudly hinted that her new creation would surprise everyone. Walking through the quiet streets at night, the workers thanked Kosuke for supporting the settlement and keeping the fortress stable. After arriving at the workshop, Era entered ahead of the others and began preparing the secret project for presentation. Curiosity slowly replaced Kosuke's exhaustion as he followed Era inside, wondering what kind of invention awaited him within the workshop. Inside the workshop, Era confidently announced that the preparations were complete and invited Kosuke to inspect her newest invention. Smiling proudly, the one-eyed inventor told him to pay close attention before revealing the finished project to the gathered group. Kosuke stared in confusion after seeing Era and the Beast Girl wearing strange mechanical backpacks unlike anything from this world. With clear excitement, Era explained that the devices were prototype golem communication tools created to improve coordination across the battlefield. Hearing the explanation, Kosuke immediately realized the invention could become extremely valuable for future battles and fortress operations. Morning light spread across the strange land while workers prepared food and supplies inside the busy camp. Kosuke slowly woke inside a small room and noticed someone sleeping beside him. Confusion filled his mind as he looked around the unfamiliar place. Pulling back the blanket, he discovered Ara resting against his chest. Shock immediately crossed his face. Her loose clothing made the situation even more awkward, causing Kosuke to panic while checking what had happened overnight. After calming himself, he tried to recall the previous night and hoped nothing serious had occurred between them. During the quiet night, several workers gathered outside the workshop to test a newly developed communication device. The invention allowed contact with the home base, even from distant areas. Kosuke reacted with amazement after learning how much effort the team spent creating the tool. Era's idea had played an important role in completing the project successfully. Proud of the achievement, Era stood confidently, while Kosuke praised her work with a gentle pat on the head. Satisfaction spread across the small group after their hard work finally paid off. Soon afterward, everyone prepared for a field test to measure the device's actual range. Additional members arrived carrying fresh prototypes and extra food supplies. Several portable survival tools were then presented, giving the camp better equipment for future journeys and dangerous missions. The group continued discussing new inventions late into the night, while testing the latest tools inside the workshop. Everyone remained excited about the improvements made for the camp. After the meeting ended, Kosuke rested in a nearby room. While trying to remember the previous night, he suddenly noticed Era sleeping closely against him. Morning arrived as another woman happily entered the room, ready to continue reviewing the ideas discussed during the workshop session. The cheerful atmosphere disappeared when she discovered Era lying on top of Kosuke in an embarrassing position. Several people outside immediately noticed the strange scene through the open window. Panicking from the misunderstanding, Kosuke desperately tried to explain himself before the situation spread across the camp. Kosuke calmly asked Era why she had slept beside him, wearing almost nothing. Era quietly explained that she had planned to sleep in another bed first. She then revealed that the blanket felt too thin during the cold night, so sleeping beside Kosuke seemed warmer and more comfortable for her. Although he finally understood her reason, Kosuke still warned Era that entering a man's bed so casually could create dangerous misunderstandings. Era listened carefully before admitting that she trusted Kosuke completely, because his ideas and knowledge always supported everyone around him. Her honest feelings caught Kosuke off guard, leaving him speechless as the quiet morning continued. A blonde elf quietly told Kosuke that Era's feelings for him were already obvious to everyone around them. Even so, she had no intention of interfering with their growing relationship. Later, Era honestly admitted that she simply wanted to remain close to Kosuke because she felt safe and comfortable beside him. Although surprised by her confession, Kosuke carefully explained that he still did not fully understand relationships in this unfamiliar world. Uncertainty filled his thoughts as he tried to answer properly. Wanting to ease the awkward mood, Era suggested that they continue as close friends for now. Her calm response immediately relieved Kosuke. Kosuke then awkwardly clarified that their bond already felt deeper than ordinary friendship. Ira innocently asked whether Kosuke truly accepted her feelings, even though she still did not fully understand the meaning of being his girlfriend. Caught off guard by the question, Kosuke suggested taking things slowly while discussing the situation carefully together with Sylphie later. Era quietly accepted his answer without complaint. The conversation eventually reached a temporary understanding. Although Kosuke felt relieved, he still worried about becoming involved in relationships more complicated than he could handle. As Era happily prepared for breakfast with a warm smile, Kosuke struggled to imagine how he would explain the awkward situation to Sylphie. Meanwhile, Sylphie reacted with complete shock after finally hearing what had happened that morning. During breakfast at the crowded plaza, Era openly declared that Kosuke had accepted her feelings. The sudden announcement immediately shocked everyone sitting around the table. Pilna stared at the scene in disbelief while the others casually gathered around Kosuke. Attention quickly shifted toward him as the awkward atmosphere continued growing. Before Kosuke could properly react, several girls moved closer and began fussing over him together. Pilna's frustration exploded after seeing how naturally everyone acted around him. Although upset, Pilna admitted that Kosuke's kindness made it easy for people to trust and become attached to him. After spending time together, unable to handle the situation anymore, Pilna quietly collapsed in defeat while the others watched in confusion. While preparing for another trip outside the shelter, Kosuke explained his plan to return safely before anything dangerous could happen along the way. Although he wanted to travel alone, the others immediately argued that sending him without protection would be far too risky. Pilna suddenly jumped forward and loudly volunteered to join the expedition herself. Her excitement quickly surprised everyone nearby. Determined to prove her usefulness, Pilna explained that the Harpies could provide aerial support and help defend the group during emergencies. After hearing her reasoning, the others finally approved the idea and placed Pilna in charge of selecting several Harpies to accompany Kosuke on the journey. As preparations for the journey continued, Era silently watched Pilna staying close to Kosuke while the others discussed the travel plans together. Without changing her calm expression, Era warned Pilna not to cause trouble during the expedition. Pilna confidently replied that she already had permission from Sylphie herself. Although Pilna promised to behave properly, Kosuke could not stop feeling uneasy about the strange conversation happening around him. The atmosphere quickly became more awkward than expected. Meanwhile, the group leader calmly reminded everyone that travelers should always prepare themselves for unexpected situations before leaving the shelter. Kosuke finally joked about hearing rumors that a lonely widow had recently started showing interest in him, making the others stare at him in disbelief. After finishing their discussion, Kosuke gathered his companions and finally prepared to begin the journey outside the shelter. Sylphie happily welcomed Kosuke back after his group safely returned from the dangerous expedition outside the shelter walls. Moments later, she rushed forward and tightly embraced Kosuke, while expressing relief that he returned unharmed with the others. Her excitement became too strong, causing Kosuke to panic as the sudden impact nearly crushed him in front of everyone nearby. After calming down, the group checked whether the rescued people had safely reached the frontline base during the operation. Kosuke confirmed the mission succeeded, despite the rough return. Before resting, Kosuke prepared to contact Era again and report the expedition's successful outcome to the shelter. Kosuke showed the strange communication backpack to the group, immediately drawing surprised reactions from everyone gathered around him. After activating the device, the group noticed complete silence coming from the communicator and began wondering whether something had malfunctioned. Soon afterward, they realized the magical signal could only reach nearby shelters and failed to connect across longer distances. Kosuke then explained that Era and the others were already developing a relay station to increase the communication range between separated units. The group reacted with disbelief after hearing how quickly the shelter had improved such advanced communication technology. Kosuke explained how flying scouts using the communication device could quickly warn defenders about enemy movements and surprise attacks. After hearing the strategy, Sylphie realized the new invention could completely change the way future battles were fought. While the group continued discussing military tactics, a sudden report interrupted the meeting and drew everyone's attention. A Harpy scout quickly arrived with urgent news that enemy forces had already begun advancing toward the nearby fort before sunset. Hearing the report, Kosuke immediately reacted with alarm as the group prepared themselves for the approaching battle. Scouts reported that a massive enemy force containing infantry, cavalry, and supply units was already marching toward the frontline base. After hearing the numbers, Kosuke realized the defenders were badly outnumbered compared to the civilians rescued at the shelter. The situation quickly became more dangerous. While discussing possible defenses, Kosuke worried the enemy would begin attacking immediately if they reached the fort before sunset. Escape routes were also considered. Instead of retreating, Sylphie calmly proposed using the special device previously prepared around the shelter for emergencies. Confidence returned to the group afterward. Kosuke finally understood her risky strategy and realized they planned to destroy the shelter itself before allowing the enemy to capture it. Sylphie revealed that explosives had been hidden beneath the shelter walls and pavement to destroy the entire fort if necessary. After discussing the danger, the group decided to leave supplies behind and lure the enemy into believing the shelter had been abandoned. A watchtower would later trigger the explosion. While the evacuation continued, Sylphie ordered Kosuke to dig a hidden tunnel before the enemy army reached the area. Soon afterward, the group inspected the underground passage carefully to ensure the escape route remained safe and usable during the attack. Once the camouflage was finished, Kosuke prepared emergency food and water supplies inside the hidden shelter for everyone waiting underground. Hidden inside the mountain, the group carefully observed the fort from a concealed watchtower without revealing their position to the enemy forces. Meanwhile, Kosuke checked the underground shelter and noticed the living space had become far more comfortable than originally planned. Supplies and beds filled the room. Afterward, the group gathered around the detonator while Kosuke explained the exact steps required to trigger the explosive safely during the attack. Once every preparation was completed, the group quietly watched the distant fort while waiting for the enemy army to arrive. Tension spread across the area. Nearby, several Harpy scouts prepared themselves seriously as the dangerous operation was about to begin. Before leaving, Sylphie assigned several Harpy scouts to remain behind and handle the monitoring and detonation duties during the operation. The Harpies gathered around Kosuke excitedly, while promising they would reunite after confirming the enemy's movements and the mission results. As the sun began setting, Kosuke and the others prepared to move toward the fourth shelter while exchanging final safety reminders. Meanwhile, the communication device successfully transmitted reports that the enemy army had reached the shelter and preparations for the explosion were complete. Hearing the device function perfectly, the entire group reacted with amazement, while Kosuke calmly left the operation in their hands. Ira apologized after realizing the communication signal could not properly reach the distant shelter during the operation. Despite the problem, Kosuke calmly instructed everyone to report immediately if they noticed any enemy movement nearby. Soon afterward, the group surrounded Kosuke with endless questions about the communication devices and demanded more explanations about their future use. The chaotic discussion eventually shifted toward food as several exhausted members began thinking more about dinner than the battle itself. Later that night, the group finally relaxed around the camp while quietly reflecting on how long it had been since they last gathered together peacefully. Inside the underground shelter, Kosuke quietly explained how Era had introduced the communication device after returning from the fort earlier that day. While relaxing together, Sylphie listened carefully as Kosuke praised the communication system and admitted several unexpected events had also happened afterward. Eventually, Kosuke confessed that Era had openly admitted her feelings and expressed her wish to remain by his side. Sylphie calmly understood the situation immediately. Although embarrassed, Kosuke explained that he accepted Era as someone more important than an ordinary friend, though not completely as a lover yet. Even after admitting that, Kosuke honestly confirmed that Sylphie remained the person he truly loved the most. Sylphie admitted she would become deeply jealous if another man confessed successfully, revealing how strongly she valued her relationship with Kosuke. Later that evening, she explained that marriage carried heavy responsibilities, especially for men expected to care for multiple wives properly. Hearing Sylphie's serious thoughts about marriage and abandonment, Kosuke became nervous and worried about disappointing everyone around him someday. Rather than mocking his fear, Sylphie reminded him that loyal partners should avoid actions causing unnecessary pain or betrayal within relationships. Finally, Sylphie calmly accepted Era's presence beside Kosuke, believing the three of them could eventually live together peacefully and happily. Sylphie teased Kosuke about starting a family with Era while the group relaxed together, after completing their dangerous military preparations. Soon afterward, everyone witnessed a massive explosion destroying the enemy fort exactly as Kosuke and Sylphie had carefully planned earlier. Bright flames covered the distant battlefield, while Kosuke quickly explained that the shaking came from the fort's successful destruction operation. Standing beside him afterward, Sylphie calmly watched the burning horizon, while the others realized their risky strategy had finally succeeded completely. Holy Kingdom soldiers gathered around the empty fort while their commanders prepared the invasion during the night. Far away, strange lights covered the sky as scouts watched the enemy troops move through the abandoned area. Soon afterward, the soldiers crossed the gate and marched deeper into the fort without noticing the hidden danger around them. Inside a secret shelter, the defending group carefully observed the invasion and waited for the enemy army to fill the fortress. At the same time, the captain prepared explosives beneath the fort, because the enemy planned to use the place as a bridgehead for future attacks. Inside the shelter, the women waited nervously while wondering whether the explosives hidden beneath the fort would truly work. Soon after, a scout reported that the enemy soldiers had completely filled the fortress and Roger prepared the detonator immediately. Without hesitation, the trigger was pressed and a massive explosion burst across the battlefield during the middle of the night, far away. Kosuke and Sylphie watched the distant flash spread through the darkness as the ground shook beneath their feet. Meanwhile, surviving soldiers near the fort stared at the enormous crater in shock, after realizing the entire fortress had been destroyed instantly. Following the massive explosion, Sylphie climbed down the tower and informed the group that the nearby fort had been completely destroyed. While the army reorganized, Kosuke ordered everyone to retreat before sunrise and requested additional scouts around the area. Nearby survivors discussed the enormous blast and questioned whether any enemy soldiers could have survived the destruction. During the preparations for departure, Kosuke examined his achievement board while the group continued moving through the wilderness. Suddenly, a hidden achievement appeared on the screen, causing confusion as the others quietly watched Kosuke react to the unexpected message. Kosuke checked the achievement board and discovered several titles connected to the massive explosion that destroyed the enemy fort. After noticing his strange reactions, Sylphie observed Kosuke carefully while he tried to hide his growing discomfort from the group. Soon afterward, Kosuke revealed that more than 3,000 enemy soldiers had died during the single attack on the fortress. While the others listened in confusion, he explained how achievements worked and described them as rewards similar to systems from games. Exhaustion eventually caught up with Kosuke, causing him to sigh heavily as the surrounding group stared at him without fully understanding the situation. Kosuke explained that every completed condition granted him titles and special skills that affected his abilities in battle. Although the explanation sounded strange, Sylphie and the others slowly accepted that his powers came from an unknown divine source. Meanwhile, Kosuke showed his status screen and revealed that defeating enemies increased his experience and strengthened his growing collection of skills. As the discussion continued, several members compared him to an apostle connected to war, chaos, or another mysterious god. Before the conversation became more confusing, Kosuke ended the meeting and ordered everyone to rest before continuing their journey at daybreak. By the next evening, Pilna's team arrived at the third shelter and reported that the nearby fort had been completely destroyed by the explosion. Suddenly, another chain of explosions erupted across the battlefield, shocking the surrounding soldiers as flames consumed the remaining structures. Under the cover of darkness, scouts moved carefully through the ruined area while enemy troops struggled to survive the continuing attacks. From above, Pilna observed the battlefield and realized almost nothing remained of the fortress after the repeated detonations. After reviewing the situation, Kosuke and the others confirmed that fewer than 20% of the enemy foot soldiers were still capable of fighting. After hearing Pilna's report, the group learned that strange creatures called Gizma had appeared from the destroyed battlefield shortly after the explosion. Meanwhile, terrified soldiers faced the giant monsters as the creatures emerged from the smoke and attacked the remaining survivors. Within moments, the battlefield turned into chaos when the Gizma slaughtered wounded troops and overwhelmed the enemy forces completely. Later, scouts confirmed that fewer than 100 soldiers survived the disaster, forcing the remaining enemy troops to retreat from the area. Under the quiet night sky, Kosuke concluded that the Holy Kingdom army would need time to recover before planning another large-scale attack. Kosuke confirmed that the destruction of the nearby fort had severely weakened the Holy Kingdom's remaining military forces. Inside the shelter, Pilna's team shared their investigation results, while the group quietly discussed the aftermath of the battle. During the conversation, one member questioned whether Kosuke felt guilty after causing the deaths of thousands of enemy soldiers. Although he remained calm on the surface, Kosuke admitted that the reality of the massacre still had not fully reached him. Before leaving, the girl on the communication device warned Kosuke to stay safe, while Sylphie silently watched the exchange with suspicion. After hearing Era's promise, Sylphie kept staring at Kosuke with clear suspicion, while the atmosphere inside the shelter became awkward. At the same time, Kosuke imagined himself peacefully resting beside Era and enjoying the comfort she planned to give him later. Trying to stay calm, Sylphie listened to his joking response, but slowly became embarrassed by the strange conversation. With visible hesitation, she eventually offered to pamper Kosuke as well, leaving the others completely surprised by her reaction. Overcome by exhaustion from the recent battles, Kosuke suddenly collapsed onto Sylphie's lap and fell asleep almost instantly. Exhausted from the previous battles, Kosuke rested on Sylphie's lap while she quietly watched over him through the night. Although she tried to act calm, Sylphie secretly enjoyed the peaceful moment and smiled gently as the shelter remained silent. By the following morning, the group prepared to continue their journey across the wilderness after spending the night at the shelter. During the march, one of the beastmen warned Kosuke not to place too much burden on their princess, despite the unusual situation. Embarrassed by the accusation, Kosuke awkwardly defended himself while the others questioned what had truly happened between him and Sylphie. As the sun rose higher above the shelter, the group noticed that Sylphie still refused to come out of her room after the previous night. Hidden beneath her blanket, Sylphie blamed herself in embarrassment, while the others quietly wondered what had happened between her and Kosuke. When questioned by the beastman, Kosuke avoided giving details and claimed he wanted to protect Sylphie's dignity from further humiliation. Soon afterward, the girls began staring suspiciously at Kosuke while he desperately tried to explain that he had done nothing improper. Unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer, Sylphie buried her face against Kosuke while he gently comforted and praised her until she finally calmed down. Inside the shelter, Sylphie happily demanded more attention from Kosuke while enjoying the rare peaceful moment after the recent battles. Rather than refusing, Kosuke continued patting her head, causing Sylphie to relax completely and ask for even more affection. Once the others approached the room, Kosuke immediately realized he could never explain the embarrassing situation without creating misunderstandings. Meanwhile, worried members of the group gathered around Sylphie and questioned her about what had happened during the night. As the conversation continued, the beastmen quietly dismantled the temporary shelter while the others pressured Sylphie to reveal the entire story. After finishing their private discussion, Sylphie and the others finally returned to the group while everyone waited curiously for an explanation. Although heavily embarrassed, Sylphie publicly declared that Kosuke had done nothing improper during the previous night inside the shelter. Hearing her awkward defense only made the atmosphere stranger, causing the surrounding group to stare at both of them suspiciously. Unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, Sylphie suddenly lost control and began shouting wildly while Kosuke desperately tried calming her down. Moments later, the entire camp panicked and scattered in every direction after Sylphie entered a furious berserk state from overwhelming humiliation. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Sylphie chased the entire group across the wilderness, while everyone desperately fled toward the next shelter. By sunset, the exhausted group finally regained the lost travel time after escaping Sylphie's berserk rampage for the entire day. Kosuke finally returned to the settlement after traveling for many days. Several companions welcomed him warmly while continuing their work inside the large workshop. During the meeting, Kosuke learned that Sylphie and the Liberation Team were still outside, exchanging important information. Tea was prepared while the group quietly discussed the latest situation together. After looking around the room, Kosuke suddenly realized Sykes was nowhere nearby. Nervous reactions immediately appeared on the faces of the others. The group then guided Kosuke upstairs into a quiet bedroom. Sykes was lying alone across the bed under dim light. Although medicine had already been given, Sykes still looked completely exhausted while his weak body moved slightly during sleep. Kosuke and the others quietly joked about Sykes while preparing hot drinks inside the workshop. The atmosphere slowly became calmer after the earlier tension. Around the table, the group discussed magic tools and communication devices. Kosuke explained his ideas while everyone listened carefully to his unusual methods. Several girls then shared thoughts about storage magic and preserving important resources for future use. Tea and snacks helped the long discussion continue peacefully. Kosuke later revealed that most items could simply be recreated through his crafting ability. Because of that, the group decided to keep many production methods hidden from outsiders. As the meeting ended, Kosuke asked what everyone planned to work on next while the others gathered around him with renewed energy. The group first demonstrated a magic wave relay device connected across a distant area. Kosuke carefully observed how the system transmitted magical energy between locations. Inside the workshop, several new inventions were revealed, including magic swords, experimental guns, and multiple golem-powered machines. The research team continued improving each design for future battles. One of the girls then presented a prototype magic gun inspired by a rifle Kosuke had shown before. The weapon immediately caught everyone's attention. Further explanations revealed that the gun now used muzzle loading because controlling magical power remained difficult. Fire and wind magic were combined to improve its performance. Kosuke finally tested the weapon himself, while praising the girls for successfully developing such advanced magic technology together. The group continued explaining their research on magic weapons and the underground magic vein. They hoped to extract the endless energy source and turn it into crystallized power for future use. Kosuke listened carefully while learning that both projects were still being developed at the frontier base. The experiments required more testing before wider use became possible. After discussing military progress, Kosuke suddenly revealed plans to create miso and soy sauce as new food products for the settlement. Confused reactions immediately spread across the room because nobody understood the strange names or how those ingredients could even exist. Kosuke then checked his crafting menu and discovered that nearly every ingredient appeared there, except miso and soy sauce themselves. Large cooking tools were prepared inside the workshop as Kosuke attempted to recreate miso and soy sauce. Everyone gathered around the strange equipment with curiosity. Despite his efforts, Kosuke admitted that he still could not successfully produce either ingredient. The failed attempts only made the group more interested in the process. Instead, he introduced kinako and soy milk made from beans. The girls carefully tasted the unfamiliar food while discussing its smell, nutrition, and possible uses. Kosuke then tried remembering the proper fermentation method needed for miso and soy sauce production. Questions about ingredients and cooking conditions filled his mind. After searching through the crafting menu, Kosuke finally discovered a brewing barrel recipe that could help continue the experiment. Kosuke successfully created large brewing barrels and realized that miso and soy sauce production might finally work inside the settlement. The others watched the new equipment with surprise. Soon Kosuke proudly explained that the seasonings could allow him to recreate Japanese food in another world. The massive amount produced by the barrels shocked everyone nearby. While discussing the process, Kosuke explained that fermented beans, salt, and malt were necessary to create the final products. The group carefully listened to the unfamiliar method. Further searching through the crafting system revealed several kinds of alcohol recipes connected to brewing techniques. The discovery immediately caught everyone's attention. Excitement quickly spread through the workshop as the group discussed expanding production and using more space for future brewing experiments. As evening arrived, the group gathered ingredients like grapes and barley while Kosuke prepared the brewing barrels for alcohol production inside the settlement. Everyone stood around the large containers while discussing how long the brewing process would take. The unusually short waiting time surprised several members of the group. Moments later, Kosuke successfully completed a barrel of ale. Curious reactions immediately spread as the freshly made drink was poured into cups. News about the ale quickly attracted more people from across the settlement. Excited crowds gathered around the workshop to taste the unfamiliar alcohol together. Loud cheers filled the area as everyone celebrated the successful brewing experiment. While Kosuke prepared enough ale for the entire settlement, large mugs of ale were distributed across the settlement as everyone gathered around the brewing barrels. After the first drink, Kosuke and the others immediately realized the ale had turned out successfully. Smiles quickly spread as the group enjoyed the unfamiliar flavor together. The loud celebration eventually attracted Sylphie and another visitor, who arrived in confusion after hearing that ale was being handed out freely. Both newcomers accepted wooden mugs and carefully tasted the drink for the first time. Their surprised reactions showed that the brewing experiment had exceeded expectations. Soon afterward, the visitors praised Kosuke's ale and admitted it tasted far better than the cheap alcohol normally served in distant taverns. Several companions excitedly invited the princess and the others to join the celebration after learning that Kosuke had created high-quality ale for the settlement. With permission finally granted, food and drinks were distributed across the courtyard as loud cheers echoed through the night. Soon, large crowds filled the open area while many people drank directly from wooden barrels. The long-awaited celebration quickly turned into a lively festival. Laughter spread everywhere as friends raised their mugs together and enjoyed the rare chance to drink ale once again after such a long time. Later that night, the drunken princess approached Kosuke while demanding more drinks, forcing him to continue brewing ale for the entire celebration. While the celebration continued, one girl carefully inspected the brewing barrels and confirmed that the fermentation process remained perfectly uniform in every container. The others were amazed by her accuracy. Outside the workshop, the party became louder as more people continued drinking and laughing together. Kosuke slowly realized the celebration was becoming difficult to control. Soon, Danon arrived and discovered the drunken princess happily drinking beside the brewing equipment. Confusion immediately spread across his face after seeing the chaotic scene. Kosuke calmly handed Danon a mug of ale, while explaining that Sylphie was already too drunk for anyone to stop her anymore. After tasting the ale himself, Danon quietly demanded another drink while Kosuke continued serving barrels to the growing crowd. After the long celebration ended, Kosuke and Danon promised to continue working hard, starting the next day while the settlement slowly became quiet again. Morning arrived with exhausted people scattered across the courtyard after drinking throughout the night. Empty mugs and barrels covered the entire area. Inside a private room, Kosuke finished preparing a resting space, while the drunken princess continued sleeping peacefully on the bed nearby. Later, Kosuke spent time examining a beautifully forged dagger and admired the quality of the weapon crafted with mithril. The quiet moment suddenly ended when a hooded girl unexpectedly entered the workshop to inform Kosuke that she wished to speak with the princess. Ara suddenly pulled Kosuke closer and guided him onto her lap while explaining that she wanted to pamper him after his long journey back to the settlement. Although embarrassed, Kosuke slowly relaxed while resting against Ara's thighs. The quiet moment made her unexpectedly happy, despite her shy expression. Their peaceful atmosphere suddenly broke when Sylphie entered the room and immediately noticed the intimate situation between the two. Kosuke reacted in complete panic. Sylphie calmly questioned the tense atmosphere while Ara remained seated beside Kosuke without showing any concern. The awkward silence quickly filled the room. Soon afterward, all three sat together in heavy silence as Kosuke nervously waited for the uncomfortable situation to explode into another argument. Kosuke nervously tried calming the tense atmosphere after realizing both Ara and Sylphie wanted to discuss how they would share time with him from now on. The conversation quickly became more dangerous as the two girls argued about dividing Kosuke equally between them. His growing panic only made the situation worse. Ira insisted that she also wanted to sleep beside Kosuke, while Sylphie argued that nighttime should belong to her instead. Neither side wanted to give up. After several heated exchanges, the girls finally agreed to alternate turns each day so both of them could spend time with Kosuke fairly. Even after the compromise ended the argument, both girls still demanded Kosuke's opinion, while he struggled to answer without causing another fight. After finally reaching an agreement, Sylphie and Ara decided to treat each other like sisters, so they could avoid fighting over Kosuke any longer. The peaceful mood quickly became chaotic again, when Sylphie enthusiastically embraced Kosuke while happily calling Ara her new younger sister. Kosuke struggled to keep up with the sudden change. Both girls openly admitted their feelings toward Kosuke, while preparing themselves for a closer relationship with him in the future. The situation became even more overwhelming for him. Ara and Sylphie then surrounded Kosuke together while teasing him and competing for his attention. His nervous reactions only encouraged them further. The quiet room soon filled with confusion and embarrassment as Kosuke desperately tried to calm the increasingly intense situation around him. The next morning, everyone gathered inside the command center of the frontier, keep for an important meeting regarding the future of their territory. Kosuke arrived while carrying Ara because she claimed she could barely move after the previous night. Embarrassed reactions quickly spread across the room. Once the meeting began, Dan announced that he wanted to suddenly change their current plans. The room immediately became silent as everyone listened carefully. Danon then proposed launching a proactive campaign to reclaim every fort located within their territory before enemy forces could react first. Kosuke's earlier operation heavily damaged the Holy Kingdom army stationed near the Omet wilderness, leaving several forts isolated and unstable. Inside the strategy room, Allied leaders gathered around a map and discussed the best route to reclaim the weakened border forts before reinforcements arrived. While studying the situation, Kosuke realized the nearby frontier villages could provide food, labor, and additional fighters for a longer campaign. Experienced commanders reminded everyone that occupying enemy territory required enough troops to defend each captured base continuously. At the same time, the settlement's population kept increasing as more refugees were rescued, allowing their faction to prepare soldiers and strengthen future military operations. Sylphie listened carefully as the commanders estimated they could mobilize 200 trained fighters immediately and prepare more soldiers within a week. Reports showed the three enemy forts once held thousands of troops, but recent battles had reduced their combined forces to nearly 1,000 men. Despite the optimistic calculations, Sylphie remained cautious and questioned whether the situation could truly be solved so easily. The group later observed the forts from a distance and considered the difficulties of attacking enemies protected behind thick defensive walls. Confidence returned after Kosuke's modern weapons and harpy bombing tactics were discussed, since those methods could quickly destroy the fort's defenses and weaken resistance. Sylphie quickly realized the entire battle plan depended on Kosuke personally joining the dangerous front lines during the assault. The meeting room grew tense when Sylphie strongly opposed, sending him into direct combat, showing clear concern for his safety despite her harsh expression. Even so, the commanders insisted the operation remained necessary if they wanted to secure victory before the enemy recovered. Kosuke watched the argument continue, while several allies calmly accepted Sylphie's intense pressure and murderous glare without retreating from their opinions. In the end, the Beastmen leader concluded that delaying the attack would only give the Holy Kingdom enough time to prepare defenses against their bombing tactics and weapons. After the argument settled slightly, the meeting continued, as Ara carefully considered possible enemy countermeasures against Kosuke's bombing tactics. Ira explained that the Holy Kingdom lacked enough powerful mages to defend thousands of soldiers from repeated aerial attacks and advanced explosives. She added that creating new defensive magic capable of stopping harpies or bombs would require years of research and preparation. Attention then shifted toward Kosuke's weapons, where the group discussed how magical barriers might stop crossbows, but would struggle against the penetrating power of bolt-action rifles. Although still worried, Sylphie finally accepted that the enemy had little chance of preparing effective countermeasures before the coming battle began. Sylphie firmly declared that if Kosuke joined the frontline assault, she would personally accompany him into battle without accepting any objections. She explained that both of them held equally important positions within the Liberation Army, making their survival essential for the campaign's future. Sylphie further argued that fighting together would greatly increase their chances of protecting each other during dangerous combat operations. Confidence filled the room as she proudly reminded the commanders that she was far from a fragile princess and fully capable of surviving the battlefield herself. After hearing her reasoning, the leaders accepted the decision, finalized their offensive plans, and immediately began preparing the army for the coming attack, while Kosuke spent the next 4 days increasing food, equipment, and resource production. After another exhausting day of mining and crafting, Kosuke finally returned to the settlement late at night to rest. Several girls warmly welcomed him home and prepared dinner, while Era quietly observed the scene from nearby. Kosuke soon noticed an unusual atmosphere inside the building, as Sylphie waited silently at the long table with a serious expression. Although confused by the situation, Kosuke greeted everyone normally before the group prepared to discuss whatever problem had gathered them together that evening. Before the offensive began, Sylphie revealed that several girls at the base already shared a special relationship with Kosuke, leaving him completely confused. The Harpies then explained that battlefields were cruel places where death could come suddenly, especially for those hated by the Holy Kingdom. Kosuke struggled to understand the conversation while Sylphie calmly argued that the number of partners made little difference during war. After being questioned further, Sylphie admitted she had secretly done something while Kosuke slept after rescuing refugees from the mine. The truth shocked Kosuke as the girls proudly surrounded him, revealing that spirit magic had been used to deepen their intimate bond before the coming battle. Kosuke reacted in shock after Sylphie casually claimed that he had only been used as learning material for the girls before the battle. The awkward conversation finally ended when Era announced that dinner preparations were complete and invited everyone to sit together. A large bowl of traditional Harpy cuisine was served, and Kosuke carefully examined the unfamiliar porridge-like meal placed before him. After tasting the dish, Kosuke noticed its mild sweetness and unique flavor, while the girls nervously waited for his reaction around the table. Relief quickly spread among the Harpies once Kosuke praised the meal, especially after they explained how much effort went into preparing the traditional food themselves. Kosuke was shocked after learning the meal had been made from unfertilized Harpy eggs collected by Pilna and the others. Although embarrassed by the explanation, he eventually accepted the tradition while spending more time together with the Harpies over the following days. Not long afterward, reinforcements from the main base finally arrived, gathering at the settlement before the planned offensive began. Among the newcomers was Melty, a government official whose unexpected appearance immediately surprised Sylphie and raised questions about her purpose there. Melty calmly suggested joining the operation herself, while the others noticed how unusually close and friendly everyone around Kosuke had become recently. Then Melty tried joining the frontline operation, but Sylphie immediately rejected the idea while Kosuke and Ara watched the strange exchange carefully. The tense atmosphere suddenly turned comedic after Kosuke jokingly called Melty "Mommy," causing Sylphie to violently strike him in frustration. Early the next morning, the army departed the fort with the reinforcements, while non-combatants remained behind to protect the settlement. Before advancing further, Kosuke constructed a new temporary fortress closer to enemy territory to support the coming siege operation. The commanders then finalized their strategy to attack the easternmost fort first, hoping to isolate enemy communications with the Holy Kingdom capital before reinforcements could respond. Under the moonlit sky, the northern formation quietly reached its assigned position around the enemy fort before the attack began. Danon confirmed that the main highway had already been blocked by Allied soldiers, preventing enemy reinforcements from escaping or entering the area. Meanwhile, Sylphie received reports showing every squad had successfully moved into position according to the planned assault strategy. After confirming the final preparations, Kosuke ordered communications closed while the commanders prepared to launch the siege at sunrise. The army's morale remained high as each unit reviewed its assigned role, including crossbowmen, riflemen, Harpy air forces, mages, and former adventurers surrounding the fort. Before the assault began, Sylphie reassured Kosuke that their forces would successfully capture the enemy fort together. Although nervous about facing real combat, Kosuke gradually calmed himself while the others prepared for the coming battle. As sunrise appeared over the forest, the army gathered silently and moved toward the enemy position under Sylphie's leadership. Once the troops entered crossbow range, Sylphie raised her weapon and ordered the entire formation to advance toward the fort. The Liberation Army surrounded the enemy fort while archers on the walls prepared to repel the approaching attackers from behind heavy defenses. Sylphie ordered the crossbow units forward carefully after their forces entered the enemy's attack range near the outer walls. Inside the fort, confused Holy Kingdom officers received reports that beastfolk troops had suddenly launched a coordinated assault from the southern gate. Meanwhile, Kosuke's soldiers used long-range weapons and shields to pressure the defenders from distances. The enemy archers could not effectively answer. As the commanders discussed the unexpected attack, several officers realized the enemy force resembled the same dangerous group that had nearly destroyed their pursued army days earlier. Massive explosions suddenly struck the fort, convincing the Holy Kingdom officers that the same enemy force from the earlier pursuit battle had returned. The defenders quickly suspected beastfolk and elven mages were responsible, while commanders ordered every soldier to remain alert for further attacks. At the same time, Allied crossbow units launched coordinated assaults from the northern side of the fort, forcing the defenders into confusion. Realizing the danger, the officers urgently sent messengers toward nearby forts to request reinforcements before communication routes were completely cut off. Outside the battlefield, Kosuke's allies confirmed the operation was proceeding according to plan as gunshots and signal bells echoed through the forest. Gerda confirmed that no enemy movements could be detected nearby, allowing Kosuke's forces to continue the operation safely. After receiving the signal, Kosuke ordered the Harpy squad to begin their assault while the ground troops prepared to advance immediately afterward. Moments later, the Harpies launched into the sky and rapidly approached the enemy fort from above in tight formation. During the flight, Captain Pilna identified the enemy commander standing inside the central courtyard surrounded by soldiers. Once the target was confirmed, the Harpies redirected their bombing run toward the fort center and nearby barracks before beginning the aerial attack. Explosions erupted across the fort as the Harpies dropped bombs onto the walls and defensive positions, throwing the enemy soldiers into panic. Several Holy Kingdom riders quickly realized the attack resembled the same devastating assault that had destroyed their earlier pursuit force. While confusion spread through the forest roads, enemy cavalry attempting to respond were suddenly struck down before organizing a counterattack. At the same time, beastfolk fighters ambushed isolated soldiers near the battlefield and eliminated them before they could escape or report back. After completing the bombing run, the Harpy squad immediately redirected toward the southern gate to continue the next phase of the assault plan. Kosuke received reports that the second bombing run had begun successfully, while the enemy defenses continued weakening under repeated aerial attacks. After the southern gate was heavily damaged, Danon confirmed that enemy resistance was collapsing and the assault force could soon enter the fort. The Harpy squad returned from the battlefield and proudly announced the operation had gone according to plan. The exhausted but excited Harpies gathered around Kosuke, celebrating their successful bombing mission and demanding recognition for their efforts. Not long later, Era contacted Kosuke through the communication device and reported that Allied forces had fully captured the fort before regrouping with Sylphie. The battle ended before noon, leaving the captured fort heavily damaged by explosions, fire, and collapsed defensive structures. After entering the fort, Kosuke struggled to stay calm, while injured soldiers and the smell of destruction filled the battlefield around him. Nearby commanders explained that the massive casualties were mainly caused by the Harpies' bombs rather than ordinary weapons used during the assault. As Kosuke walked through the ruined streets, piles of bodies and wounded soldiers made the reality of war far harsher than he expected. Although the operation succeeded, Kosuke admitted that the horrifying sights and overwhelming stench of death left a deep impact on him afterward. After the battle, the commanders completed their search of the ruined fort, while Kosuke struggled with the terrible smell and destruction around him. Only around 20 survivors remained inside the fortress, but most food, weapons, and supplies were recovered safely from the warehouse. Reports confirmed that 4 enemy soldiers escaped during the attack, likely attempting to deliver messages to nearby forts before being intercepted. Despite the successful siege, Sylphie ordered another careful inspection because she believed hidden enemies could still remain inside the area. The soldiers moved through the fort again while several harpies climbed higher points to continue scouting and securing the battlefield. Sylphie watched quietly as the soldiers raised their flag above the captured fort, marking the victory for their alliance. Cheers spread across the battlefield, while the surviving troops celebrated outside the damaged fortress walls and towers. Later, Sylphie checked on Kosuke after noticing his poor condition, and he slowly recovered from the harsh battle. Standing before the ruined fort, the commanders observed the destruction while their soldiers continued celebrating the successful siege. Once the excitement settled, Sylphie gathered everyone together among the ruins to discuss their next actions and secure the area completely. Sylphie praised the army after the fortress was retaken successfully, without losing any soldiers during the battle. Soon after, the commanders reminded everyone that the war was not over because 2 enemy forts still remained. Later, Sylphie ordered guards to stay behind while the main force prepared to march toward the western fortress for the next attack. Kosuke repaired the damaged buildings and strengthened the settlement by placing defensive structures around the area. For additional security, Werg stayed behind with crossbowmen and mages while Kosuke led the main group toward the western fortress the next morning. Their journey soon reached a wide prairie filled with endless grasslands stretching far beyond the horizon. The unfamiliar landscape amazed Kosuke because he had never seen such a massive open field in either his old world or the current one. As the travelers continued across the plains, flying scouts quickly returned with news about a convoy of horse-drawn wagons guarded by armed soldiers approaching their route. After spotting the wagon convoy, the group secretly observed the travelers while discussing whether they belonged to the Holy Kingdom or were only merchants. Although the route supplied enemy fortresses, Kosuke's companions hesitated to attack because the convoy showed no signs of being bandits. Zone of the women believed the merchants were likely connected to the temporary fortress built by Kosuke near the area. She advised making contact peacefully first. Some warriors worried that allowing the convoy to continue could reveal their movements to the Holy Kingdom. Kosuke's group finally considered the risks carefully, realizing that harming innocent merchants might create serious political trouble for them later. After listening to Melty's advice, the group agreed that avoiding unnecessary hostility toward merchants would benefit their reputation in the future. Melty explained that merchants often followed profit and mutual interests, making peaceful negotiations more useful than immediate violence. The group decided to stop the convoy carefully and ordered their forces to secure the merchants without causing injuries or panic. Inside the wagons, the merchants became confused after the convoy suddenly halted along the prairie road. Soon afterward, the merchant captain stepped forward and approached Kosuke's party to discuss the situation directly with them. A trading group from Mylene City traveled across the hills, before armed guards suddenly blocked the road ahead. Concern appeared among the merchants after they noticed a dark elf and several beast folk standing near the barricade. Soon, the blonde-haired elf introduced herself as Sylphie, the feared witch of the Black Forest, while calmly observing the frightened travelers. Panic spread across the road as soldiers surrounded the wagons from every direction, forcing the merchants into a dangerous situation. Despite the tense atmosphere, Sylphie warned the group not to resist, because her people had no intention of causing unnecessary bloodshed or harm. Inside the camp, the Liberation Army explained that they were fighting to free people from the Holy Kingdom's oppressive rule. Although the merchants remained nervous while surrounded by soldiers, the army assured them that no harm or theft would happen. Soon, the travelers learned that the nearby fortress they planned to supply had already fallen under the army's control. A beast folk woman calmly explained the situation further, and promised the merchants would understand everything after seeing the truth themselves. Since the army lacked the kingdom's currency, they instead offered valuable gems crafted by skilled elven jewelers from the Black Forest. The merchants carefully examined the gems offered by the Liberation Army and realized the jewels were far more valuable than expected. Even so, the beast folk woman admitted that the payment only included a small number of gems, leaving the traders uncertain. Pressure filled the camp as armed soldiers, beastfolk, and Sylphie silently watched the exhausted merchants during the tense negotiation. Meanwhile, Kosuke observed the situation from nearby. Unable to refuse under such conditions, the merchant reluctantly agreed to transport the supplies wherever the army requested. After receiving additional payment, the merchants learned they would accompany the Liberation Army toward the western border fortress for the next delivery mission. The merchant realized the Liberation Army had already seized several western fortresses and quietly accepted the dangerous situation. While displaying more valuable gems, the army explained they were still advancing toward another fortress and expected the merchants to travel with them. The beastfolk woman politely promised to protect the traders from harm, though her confident smile only increased their uneasiness. Soon, she reminded the merchants that the Pence Trading Company would continue working together with the Liberation Army for future prosperity. Fear spread across the merchant's face as Kosuke silently understood that the group no longer had any real chance to refuse the army's demands. After the tense negotiation ended, the exhausted merchant finally left the camp while the Liberation Army prepared for its next battle. 2 days later, soldiers gathered before a massive western fortress as archers prepared to launch a large-scale daytime assault. Enemy arrows rained toward the attackers, but powerful magic shields protected the Liberation Army from serious damage during the attack. From a nearby hill, Kosuke and several companions observed the battlefield while discussing the fortress's difficult terrain and defensive position. Meanwhile, the beastfolk strategist calmly explained that the army intentionally attacked in daylight to demonstrate their growing strength and power. After the successful assault began, the Harpy squad quickly moved toward the burning fortress, while soldiers advanced from below. Inside the captured fortress, Kosuke and the terrified merchant witnessed the destruction left behind after the fierce battle finally ended. The beastfolk woman calmly reminded the merchant that resisting the Liberation Army would only lead to unnecessary suffering and death. Meanwhile, beastfolk soldiers reassured the civilians that their true objective was defeating the Holy Kingdom, rather than harming innocent people. Even so, the merchant became frightened after receiving a warning that anyone continuing to support the Holy Kingdom could eventually face serious danger. During the battle's aftermath, a beastfolk soldier rushed toward Sylphie's group with urgent news about a dangerous enemy knight. The warriors soon learned that the skilled knight had already defeated several Liberation Army soldiers inside the fortress ruins. Standing among fallen bodies, the armored knight fearlessly challenged the surrounding beastfolk troops, despite being heavily outnumbered. As the knight continued fighting, a reptilian warrior suddenly stepped forward and ordered everyone else to stay back from the battle. The reptilian fighter then launched a swift counterattack, clashing directly against the knight in a fierce duel inside the burning fortress. After the fierce duel ended, Sylphie ordered the remaining soldiers to search the ruined fortress carefully for surviving enemies. Night soon covered the battlefield, while Kosuke and Sylphie silently observed the burning fortress from within the shattered walls. Meanwhile, fallen soldiers from the Liberation Army were gathered together as preparations for a funeral. Pyre quietly began. Kosuke learned that 3 warriors had died during the assault, causing a heavy atmosphere to spread across the exhausted camp. Later that night, drums echoed through the fortress as Sylphie and the other leaders gathered to honor the dead soldiers properly. Large flames rose into the night sky as the Liberation Army gathered quietly around the funeral. Pyres of their fallen comrades, harpies, beastfolk, and elves, joined the solemn ceremony while Kosuke observed the unfamiliar ritual beside Sylphie. Sylphie explained that the ceremony honored brave soldiers who had lost their lives during the fierce battle for the fortress. As the fire continued burning, the warriors believed the departed souls would ascend peacefully into the heavenly realm after death. Once the ceremony neared its end, Sylphie ordered her followers to prepare food for everyone remaining inside the captured fortress. That night, Sylphie explained that the Liberation Army honored fallen soldiers by holding a feast filled with food, drinks, and shared remembrance. As the gathering continued, Kosuke noticed that many customs in this world resembled the traditions from his original home. Soon, barrels of alcohol and food were distributed across the fortress, while soldiers, beastfolk, elves, and harpies gathered together peacefully. Sylphie then raised a toast to celebrate the fallen warriors and wished for a hopeful beginning for those still alive after the battle. Throughout the long night beneath the moonlit sky, the survivors continued feasting and drinking while paying tribute to their departed comrades. After capturing the western fortress, the Liberation Army left behind soldiers and harpy bombers to defend the newly secured territory. Following a short period of rest, Sylphie's forces resumed their advance toward the eastern fortress by passing through the central fort. Soon, the invasion began as explosions erupted across the eastern fortress, while defenders struggled against the sudden assault from above. Meanwhile, the Harpy bombing squad flew across the battlefield and repeatedly attacked enemy positions from the sky without slowing down. Once the operation ended successfully, the Harpies returned to report their victory while Kosuke and the others prepared for the next assault against the Holy Kingdom. As the bombing squad prepared for another attack, Kosuke suddenly received an urgent message ordering all follow-up bombing runs to stop immediately. Confusion quickly spread among the group, while Kosuke worried that one of their allies might have been caught in the explosions. Soon, the battlefield grew quiet after the enemy raised white flags and announced their surrender to the Liberation Army. After receiving new instructions, Kosuke learned that Sylphie and the other leaders had already entered the fortress to investigate the situation directly. Although the enemy surrendered sooner than expected, the group suspected the fortress commander had somehow survived the devastating aerial bombardment. Kosuke realized the eastern fortress surrendered because their commander likely survived the bombing and still held authority over the remaining soldiers. Even so, the Liberation Army agreed that capturing the fortress with fewer bombing attacks was the better outcome for everyone involved. After regrouping their forces, the army confirmed that the operation had successfully secured another major fortress under their growing control. Meanwhile, hundreds of surrendered Holy Kingdom soldiers were disarmed and locked inside underground prison cells, while the fortress remained under heavy guard. Later that night, the exhausted survivors finally rested inside the captured city, while food and medical care were quietly distributed throughout the fortress. After the battle ended, several harpies stayed beside Kosuke and tried to comfort him while thanking him for supporting the army's victories. Meanwhile, another group quietly watched the unusual scene from outside the room inside the captured fortress headquarters. Soon Era arrived with completed research documents while her companion brought bottles of alcohol for the exhausted soldiers to enjoy. Although Sylphie remained busy discussing future operations with the other leaders, an urgent report from the Western Fortress suddenly interrupted the meeting. Before long, news spread that refugees and volunteer soldiers from many races had begun gathering to support the Liberation Army against the Holy Kingdom. Kosuke learned that more than 1,000 refugees and volunteers had gathered around the fortress, though only a small number were trained soldiers. The sudden increase in rescued miners and civilians worried the group because feeding everyone would soon become a serious problem. Meanwhile, Era explained that the army urgently needed to establish a new food production base near the captured fortresses to support the growing population. Although the leaders continued discussing future plans and supply issues, Era decided to avoid attending another stressful meeting with Melty. Later that night, Kosuke quietly rested beside Era, while the other commanders continued arguing over the army's next actions and preparations. Inside the fortress headquarters, the Liberation Army leaders argued over whether they should strengthen their defenses or continue advancing deeper into enemy territory. Meanwhile, Kosuke and the others relaxed nearby, while Era quietly searched through documents taken from the captured western fortress. Soon, Era revealed an important map that caught everyone's attention and immediately changed the direction of the discussion. The group carefully examined the map of the Kingdom of Melanard and identified the Holy Kingdom located beyond the eastern region. After studying the routes closely, they realized that Erichburg served as a major transportation hub connecting nearby towns, villages, and military supply lines. The group concluded that capturing Erichburg would isolate the Holy Kingdom's southern troops and weaken their numerical advantage. Although some members worried about food shortages and the risks of advancing farther, the leaders believed their current military strength was enough to continue the campaign. While the strategy meeting continued, Sylphie quietly peeked through the door and searched for Kosuke among the others inside the room. Moments later, she entered and nervously asked whether the meeting had already ended, drawing everyone's attention toward her sudden appearance. During the short break, the others teased Sylphie after noticing how concerned she seemed about Kosuke, leaving her embarrassed while the group laughed together. While the group rested after the strategy meeting, Sylphie suddenly became embarrassed when the others crowded around Kosuke and teased her feelings toward him. 7 days later, rumors spread across Erichburg about a mysterious disaster that destroyed an entire fortress and wiped out many soldiers. Survivors claimed that divine punishment or a flying demon from hell had descended upon the battlefield and annihilated the army without mercy. Inside the Holy Kingdom, officials argued during an emergency meeting, struggling to explain the unbelievable reports reaching the capital. The furious bishop rejected every explanation and blamed the commanders for the catastrophic defeat, accusing them of incompetence and failure in protecting the kingdom. The archbishop refused to accept the defeat and insisted that the disaster in the remote region could not be ignored any longer. Believing the war was not over, he declared that the Holy Kingdom still had a chance to defeat the enemy, even if they were facing a force described as devils from hell. After ending the tense meeting temporarily, the archbishop left the room while the exhausted officials remained behind in silence. Elsewhere in the building, a servant politely offered drinks to Sir Measle as the nobles attempted to calm themselves after the heated discussion. While drinking quietly, Sir Measle admitted that he had underestimated the rebellion and expressed disbelief at the destruction suffered by the army under the archbishop's command. Rumors spread through the region about the Black Forest Witch, who had allegedly captured 3 frontier forts within a short time. Soon afterward, merchants from the Pence Company delivered urgent information about another sudden attack near the border settlements. Before long, reports confirmed that Mitterstown had fallen after enemy forces launched an assault against the town. Following the invasion, the attacking army secured control of the streets, while their banners were raised throughout the occupied town. Sylphie and her liberation army arrived before the fortress of Mazewood, while soldiers guarded the walls. Citizens watched the approaching force with growing tension. Standing before the city, the blonde elf leader declared her mission to free Marinard and rescue oppressed humans from the Holy Kingdom's control. Fear spread among the residents as Sylphie promised safety to civilians and forced soldiers who surrendered peacefully. Her army only sought the kingdom's corrupt troops. Another warning followed as Sylphie offered redemption and fair treatment to enemy officers willing to lay down their weapons. Despite the declaration, the fortress commander rejected her words and ordered the archers to prepare for battle. Sylphie's commanders studied the fortress while reports revealed that 2,000 enemy soldiers had forced civilians into the siege. Jagira prepared to eliminate the commander from afar. Several beast-folk musketeers took position on the hillside and aimed their rifles toward the fortress walls, despite the extreme distance. Zone sharpshooter calmly focused on the target while the musketeers relied on their unusual weapons to strike the enemy leadership. A sudden gunshot echoed across the battlefield and pierced the commander's head before the surrounding soldiers understood what happened. Panic spread through the fortress as the dead commander collapsed onto the wooden platform, leaving the defending soldiers terrified and leaderless. Sylphie ordered the Harpy squad to destroy the fortress gate with a single bomb and remove the target quickly before the defenders reacted. The Harpies flew across the battlefield at high speed, while carrying explosives toward the heavily barricaded entrance of the fortress. Pilot confirmed the mission and guided the squad carefully to ensure only one bomb would be used to break open the front gate. A massive explosion erupted at the entrance and shattered the defensive barricades protecting the fortress walls. Smoke and debris spread through the streets as frightened soldiers stumbled back in confusion, while the destroyed gate left the fortress exposed to attack. Sylphie warned the defenders that they had 30 seconds to surrender and raise a white flag to avoid further bloodshed. The elf leader delivered a final threat and declared that failure to comply would bring immediate retaliation from the Liberation Army. Despite the tense battlefield, Sylphie ordered every unit to hold position and recalled the Harpies to prevent unnecessary panic among the civilians. Her commanders questioned the decision, but Sylphie insisted that the enemy deserved one final opportunity to choose peace before more fighting began. While the army waited outside the damaged fortress, the commanders quietly discussed protecting Kosuke from the coming battle. Sylphie and her commanders advanced toward the damaged fortress while the Liberation Army maintained control over the battlefield outside the walls. Leonard warned that keeping Kosuke in the rear would not completely guarantee his safety, despite his valuable abilities supporting the army from behind. The Beastman leader advised Sylphie to keep Kosuke close at all times, believing it would protect both of them from future regret and danger. Although uncertain at first, Sylphie accepted the suggestion while the commanders continued watching the burning fortress in the distance. As the battle preparations continued, Sylphie quietly thought about meeting Kosuke again after the conflict ended. While marching toward Erichburg, Sylphie reminded herself that capturing the city was necessary for the Liberation Army to finally rest after the long campaign. At the central fortress, Kosuke and his companions suddenly reacted to a distant scream echoing across the empty road nearby. Moments later, several goblins rushed out from the forest carrying crude weapons and surrounding the area with hostile intent. The guards quickly moved to protect Kosuke, as more goblins appeared between the trees and closed in from every direction. After seeing the creatures clearly, the young mage identified them as violent goblins, while Kosuke recognized them from stories and games from his former world. As the goblins charged forward with crude weapons, the young mage calmly gathered magical energy while Kosuke watched the sudden attack in surprise. A powerful lightning spell burst across the battlefield and struck the airborne goblins before they could reach the group. Several monsters crashed onto the ground after the attack, leaving Kosuke amazed by the overwhelming strength of the mage's magic. More goblins attempted to escape through the forest, but the mage blocked their retreat and continued casting destructive spells without hesitation. The remaining goblins were wiped out in moments as the forest fell silent again, proving the mage could eliminate the entire group alone. Imperial Court Mage and possessed overwhelming magical power despite her calm appearance. Although she admitted weakness in close combat, Era explained that she could still defeat dozens of Holy Kingdom soldiers by herself if necessary. Soon after, several Harpies arrived and reported traces of magic and goblin activity discovered while patrolling the forest nearby. The Harpies apologized for failing their patrol duties, but Kosuke reassured them and calmly asked for further updates about the surrounding area. Once the tension faded, the group returned to their normal work as the village harvest continued peacefully under the afternoon sky. After the goblin raid, Kusuke and the others discussed expanding the farmland while preparing stronger defenses to prevent future attacks from the surrounding forest. The growing settlement already contained temporary forts, storage buildings, and wide fields that had been completed within only a single week. Kusuke proudly demonstrated his newly crafted mithril farming tools, which could instantly clear and reshape large sections of land with little effort. Era and the others found the idea ridiculous, since mithril was normally treated as a precious material rather than equipment for farming work. To secure the settlement further, protective walls and emergency warehouses were constructed around the farmers' living quarters and harvested supplies. Kusuke reviewed the growing settlement and confirmed that food supplies and work for the liberated people were finally becoming stable. As the group prepared to plant more seeds, Kusuke offered to carry Era so they could travel across the fields more quickly. Era accepted, because the rough carriage ride still made her uncomfortable, despite recent improvements added to the transport wagon. While examining the carriage, Kusuke realized the vehicle lacked proper suspension, and began thinking about ways to improve the design. Using his crafting ability, Kusuke started planning an enhanced carriage with springs and upgraded parts to create smoother transportation for everyone. Kusuke activated the upgraded carriage system, while warning the others that the sudden light and sound might frighten the horses nearby. Once the carriage started moving, the improved suspension greatly reduced the shaking and made travel across the rough road far more comfortable. Impressed by the results, Kusuke suggested applying the same modifications to every carriage used throughout the settlement and military base. During the journey, Era delivered urgent news that the defenders of Mazewood had officially rejected Sylphie's surrender offer. After receiving the report, Sylphie gathered the Liberation Army and ordered the full assault against the Holy Kingdom's fortress to begin. During the carriage ride, Era noticed Kusuke's troubled expression and realized he had been quietly thinking about the ongoing war. Kusuke admitted that although his crafting abilities helped solve the food shortage, another concern continued weighing heavily on his mind. Looking across the fields, he reflected on how deeply uncomfortable he felt about battles, bloodshed, and direct confrontation with others. The thought of remaining safely behind the lines while creating weapons for others to use in violence slowly began troubling him more each day. As the carriage moved through the quiet farmland, Kusuke continued struggling with the burden of his role in the conflict. As evening fell, Sylphie's Liberation Army successfully captured Mazewood and prepared to continue their campaign toward Erichburg, despite minor casualties during the assault. Soon afterward, Sylphie observed the fortified city ahead, while the Liberation Army launched its first large-scale war against the Holy Kingdom. During the night journey, Kusuke and his companions waited inside the carriage while watching signals from the distant battlefield near Erichburg. Soon afterward, a radio report confirmed that Sylphie's Liberation Army had launched the planned assault against the fortified city. Kusuke believed the Liberation Army held the advantage because the harpies and crossbows could overwhelm the Holy Kingdom's forces without heavy casualties. As the discussion continued, Kusuke noticed several companions secretly traveling inside the carriage, despite the dangerous military operation ahead. Meanwhile, the group transported potions and supplies toward the front lines, while Kusuke monitored food production and prepared the settlement for the coming weeks. During the carriage ride, Era teased Kusuke, after noticing that he seemed eager to reunite with Sylphie as soon as possible. Embarrassed by the comment, Kusuke struggled to respond while trying to hide his concern for the princess and the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, QB explained that he had secretly gathered information from nearby villages and searched for people willing to support the Liberation Army. Kusuke learned that QB already possessed connections with humans from his earlier time in the royal capital of Marinard. Although the group continued toward Erichburg, Kusuke remained cautious because Holy Kingdom soldiers were still active throughout the surrounding region. While advancing toward Erichburg, the Liberation Army prepared for possible resistance and relied on allied mages to respond if unexpected threats appeared. Soon after, the Holy Kingdom's defenders launched a massive volley of arrows from the fortress walls toward the attacking forces below. Magical barriers spread across the battlefield as the Liberation Army blocked the incoming arrows before they could strike the soldiers. Additional defensive magic redirected the enemy assault and sent explosive attacks crashing against the fortress defenses. As explosions erupted across the battlefield, Sylphie led the Liberation Army forward, while anti-magic support protected the advancing troops from further attacks. Sylphie deployed the Tiger Mages to neutralize the enemy arrow fire, while both armies continued exchanging attacks outside the fortress walls, Heavy arrows and magic collided across the battlefield as the Liberation Army attempted to break through the Holy Kingdom's defensive positions. Despite the pressure from enemy attacks, Sylphie rejected the suggestion to retreat and instead ordered her forces to continue advancing forward. The Liberation Army quickly reorganized as Sylphie commanded Leonard and the Harpy squads to strike the city gates from multiple directions. Inside Erichburg, the Holy Kingdom's commanders received reports that the battle had reached a dangerous stalemate near the fortress defenses. Reports from the battlefield revealed that the enemy mages focused entirely on defense, while both sides exchanged heavy arrow fire near the city walls. Inside the fortress, Mazel suspected the Liberation Army was hiding another strategy, because their small forces still refused to retreat. The commanders considered launching cavalry attacks, but uncertainty spread after harpies suddenly appeared above both the northern and southern gates. A harpy carrying explosives dived toward the fortress defenses, forcing the soldiers to react quickly as the attack reached the walls. Although the explosion struck the fortress, Sylphie observed that the first assault failed to break through the Holy Kingdom's magical defenses. Additional harpies rushed toward the fortress while the defenders struggled to understand the strange explosive attacks destroying their defenses. Massive explosions shattered the city gates and nearby structures, throwing soldiers into chaos as the assault spread through the fortress. Mazel realized the reports about the gates of hell referred to the enemy's explosive strategy that bypassed normal magical defenses. Sylphie calmly observed the burning city. After both northern and southern gates were successfully destroyed by the coordinated harpy attack, as enemy troops entered through the ruined gates, the fortress commanders hurriedly organized squads and prepared desperate resistance inside the city. After the fortress gates collapsed, Mazel urgently warned the archbishop to prepare for evacuation before the enemy forces fully entered the city. Meanwhile, soldiers formed defensive lines inside the streets, as enemy mages and harpies advanced deeper into the fortress. Fear spread through the city when the archbishop blamed Mazel for the failed defense, while preparations for escape quickly began. Mazel appointed a trusted subordinate to command Erichburg during the growing chaos inside the fortress. Soon after, Sylphie personally entered the city, and the defenders recognized the feared witch of the Black Forest leading the invasion. Sylphie suddenly attacked Mazel's guards, severely injuring one soldier before the others rushed forward to protect their commander. A surviving guard attempted to strike Sylphie from behind, believing he had found an opening during the chaotic battle. Before the attack could land, Sylphie reacted instantly and blocked the strike with calm precision, surprising the desperate soldiers. Using a hidden firearm, Sylphie shot the attacker at close range and defeated him, while the remaining guards lost their courage. After crushing the resistance, Sylphie ordered the surviving soldiers to surrender before walking deeper into the conquered fortress. Sylphie and her soldiers defeated the remaining defenders inside the fortress, while the wounded guards struggled to continue resisting. After witnessing the overwhelming defeat, the acting commander surrendered Erichburg to avoid further casualties among the surviving soldiers. Soon afterward, the battle officially ended, and the Marinard Kingdom raised its flag above the ruined city as the Liberation Army celebrated victory. Aya returned from scouting ahead and informed Kosuke's group that the road to Archburg was safe. Soon, the travelers climbed a long hill while the horses carried them steadily toward their destination. Everyone waited quietly as the city slowly came into view. Surprise spread across the group after they finally witnessed the massive size of Archburg from afar. The crowded town looked far larger than they had expected. After passing through the entrance, Kosuke's group traveled along damaged streets lined with broken buildings and signs of past destruction. The silent atmosphere made the city feel uneasy. At the end of the journey, Sylphie rushed forward and happily welcomed Kosuke back to Archburg. Sylphie quickly hugged Kosuke after confirming that he returned safely from the dangerous trip. Kosuke stepped back in surprise when Sylphie suddenly moved closer with serious concern on her face. Soon, the group explained that Kosuke remained unharmed because they carefully protected him during the journey. Sylphie still looked doubtful after hearing the explanation. Era then proudly declared herself as Kosuke's older sister figure, causing confusion among the others nearby. Later that night, the group rested inside an inn while Era insisted that Kosuke should call her Wani-chan, leaving him completely speechless. Kosuke struggled to refuse Era after she began acting upset and tearful inside the inn room. Soon, Era happily moved closer and treated Kosuke gently while continuing her older sister act. Kosuke became increasingly embarrassed as Era kept demanding attention and care from him. The teasing quickly escalated when Era pulled Kosuke onto the bed and continued pampering him while the others secretly watched nearby. By the end of the night, the entire group learned about the strange situation, leaving Kosuke completely overwhelmed and unable to hide his embarrassment. The following morning, Kosuke walked through Archberg with tired eyes and an exhausted expression after barely resting at the inn. His companions quickly noticed how miserable he looked during the trip through the crowded streets. Soon, Kosuke complained that Melty had forced him to keep working throughout the entire night without giving him proper time to rest. Despite his frustration, the group continued traveling around the city while joking about how difficult the previous night had been for him. Kosuke still looked completely worn out. Later, his companions suggested several ways to enjoy the city, but Kosuke rejected dangerous or troublesome activities that might create even more problems. Eventually, he decided that quietly relaxing at a pub sounded far safer and more comfortable. During their walk through Archberg, Kosuke revealed that he enjoyed researching materials and creating new items whenever he had free time. His companion listened with growing curiosity about the strange crafting ability. The conversation soon shifted toward the enormous amount of supplies hidden inside Kosuke's inventory. Without much concern, he admitted that he carried far more equipment than ordinary travelers. Interested by his explanation, the pair agreed to organize the stored materials together. Kosuke warned that the process would require a large open area to safely spread everything out. Outside the southern gate, an abandoned piece of land caught their attention because the empty space looked perfect for the task ahead. The group immediately decided to inspect the area more closely. Before unloading the inventory, Kosuke asked everyone to remain at a safe distance while he prepared the massive collection of items. Kosuke spent a long time unloading materials from his inventory, while his companion watched the endless supplies pile up around the empty field. Once everything was arranged, the open land became completely covered with stacked goods, building materials, and strange items gathered from different places. Curiosity quickly grew after several floating cubes caught everyone's attention. Kosuke calmly explained that the unusual blocks could transform into large construction materials whenever needed. Further inspection revealed rows of unfamiliar weapons and dangerous tools that had never been seen inside the city before. While walking through the crowded storage area, Kosuke admitted that the entire collection had become far larger than originally planned. While organizing the supplies, Kosuke explained that his crafting ability depended entirely on having enough materials and ingredients stored beforehand. His companion carefully listened as Kosuke described the limits of the strange power and the reason he constantly carried enormous amounts of supplies inside his inventory. Suddenly, the calm conversation ended when the beastman companion unexpectedly attacked Kosuke and knocked him backward with surprising force. Before Kosuke could react, a blade was pressed against his neck, while the furious companion demanded answers about his hidden abilities and suspicious collection of items. Although the threat looked serious, the beastman calmly assured Kosuke that no real harm would come to him if he cooperated peacefully. A sudden attack interrupted the tense standoff, forcing Kosuke and his companion to collapse onto the ground, while the dangerous situation spiraled out of control. As night fell, several guards arrived carrying torches, and immediately searched the surrounding field for the missing pair. During the investigation, the group discovered strange farming tools crafted from valuable mithril. The unusual items convinced everyone that the massive storage area truly belonged to Kosuke. While examining the endless collection of materials and weapons, the others began discussing the possibility that Kosuke had suddenly disappeared from their world without warning. Sylphie silently considered the frightening possibility that a higher power had returned Kosuke to his original world. Late into the night, the group continued discussing Kosuke's disappearance while examining the enormous amount of materials scattered across the empty field. Attention soon shifted toward Kyubi, the companion who had been guarding Kosuke before both of them mysteriously disappeared together. Although some believed Kyubi might be responsible, others questioned what possible benefit could come from betraying Kosuke after traveling together for so long. A shocking theory finally emerged when one member suggested that Kyubi had secretly been working as a double agent from the very beginning. Without wasting another moment, Sylphie and the others quickly departed into the night to search for Kosuke and uncover the truth behind the betrayal. After the sudden attack and long chase, Kosuke finally lost consciousness and collapsed beside several supply bags, while the dark surroundings remained completely silent. Under the moonlit sky, Sylphie ordered her allies to confirm whether the enemy forces had already abandoned the city before the operation began. After receiving her command, the group started gathering supplies from multiple buildings and prepared them for transfer to a secure location outside the settlement. Cannons, tools, and remaining resources were inspected carefully, while the team decided which materials could still be used for future battles. As the night continued, magical items were marked separately, while another group searched for a warehouse large enough to store the collected goods safely. During the inspection, Sylphie questioned Kyubi's long involvement with the rebellion, while the others silently listened beside her. Kyubi survived the rebellion and endured the harsh march through the wilderness before eventually hiding with the others inside the Black Forest. While recalling those events, Sylphie struggled to understand why someone who had survived beside them would suddenly betray the group after so many years. Despite his mysterious nature, QB had once been trusted by many people and was especially well-liked among the children in the settlement. Sylphie admitted that little was known about QB's origins, yet she believed others had suffered through the same hardships without turning against their allies. Moments later, scouts reported that QB had escaped the city through the western gate using a carriage during the confusion. The guards confirmed that QB had passed through the city gate earlier that evening, while traveling inside a supply carriage. Several supply boxes were loaded onto the wagon, and the guards believed his explanation after he presented official written orders for the mission. When Sylphie and the others heard about the documents, none of them remembered issuing orders related to transporting supplies outside the city. After realizing the truth, Sylphie concluded that QB had prepared counterfeit orders in advance to escape without raising suspicion among the guards. Remembering the 3 difficult years they had spent surviving together, Sylphie regretted lowering her guard around someone she once trusted completely. After reflecting on QB's betrayal, Sylphie realized their forces needed stronger counterintelligence measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. Without hesitation, she ordered notices to be sent across nearby forts and demanded QB's capture the moment he was discovered. The group immediately organized a pursuit team, sending skilled warriors through the night to intercept the escaping carriage before it vanished completely. Deep inside the forest, several cloaked figures finally arrived at a hidden camp where a mysterious prisoner was being held under guard. The wounded human slowly regained consciousness, while the surrounding figures questioned him about the fierce battle at Arlichsburg. The captured human struggled against his restraints, while the cloaked group prepared to force him back to sleep inside the forest camp. One of the figures used magic to weaken his resistance, causing his body to slowly lose strength, despite his attempt to stay conscious. Soon after, the prisoner was placed beside a strange magic circle, while the group gathered around the ritual site in silence. Although some members worried about the prisoner's fate, the hooded leader warned them that his survival depended entirely on his behavior. Despite the tension, the beastmen reminded the others that everything happening there followed the agreement they had already accepted. After completing the mission, the beastmen decided to leave the Liberation Army and return to the employer who originally hired her group. The cloaked figures soon departed the forest camp, leaving the remaining cleanup and the unconscious prisoner behind, as agreed earlier. At dawn, Jakira reported that QB's carriage had finally been located deep within the northwestern forest, though neither QB nor Kusuke could be found nearby. Hearing the report, the search party demanded a more detailed explanation before continuing their pursuit through the dangerous forest. Further investigation revealed that the carriage had been burned, the horses had disappeared, and multiple tracks suggested several people were involved in the escape. After examining the forest site, the group discovered traces of a teleportation magic circle hidden among the trees. The mage explained that transporting several people across such a long distance would require powerful magic crystals, or a rare artifact. The investigators concluded that the Holy Kingdom likely wanted Kusuke's abilities for their ongoing war against the Imperial Kingdom. Although QB appeared to be traveling alone afterward, the group debated whether continuing the dangerous pursuit was still worthwhile. In the end, Sylphie's allies warned that tracking QB deeper into the Holy Kingdom's territory would become nearly impossible if he truly intended to disappear. Although the pursuit was called off, Sylphie remained silent in the empty room while frustration continued building inside her. Unable to hide her emotions any longer, she slammed her fist against the floor and swore that Kusuke would be brought back safely. The dark-haired mage tried calming Sylphie by explaining that Kusuke was likely still alive since the enemy had chosen to capture him instead of killing him immediately. With determination in her eyes, the mage promised that she would eventually find the people responsible and make them suffer for their actions. Hearing those words, Sylphie decided to cooperate fully and use every possible connection to rescue Kusuke from the Holy Kingdom. Then Sylphie became nervous when the dark-haired mage stared at her in silence. Although she tried to remain calm, Sylphie quietly worried that her emotional reaction had revealed too much to the others. Meanwhile, Kusuke regained consciousness inside a dark prison and slowly realized he had been locked inside an unfamiliar underground cell. Kosuke suddenly fell through strange water and woke up inside a cold underground prison surrounded by iron cells. After shouting for help several times, he discovered the prison was completely silent and nobody answered him. Leaning against the bars, Kosuke carefully observed the area while trying to understand the unfamiliar world around him. Hope slowly faded as he realized escape would not be easy. While thinking about his next move, he noticed a beast-like figure staring quietly from the darkness nearby. The strange creature made the atmosphere even heavier. Anger quickly replaced his fear. Clenching his chained hand tightly, Kosuke swore he would survive the prison and eventually kill Kyubi no matter what obstacles appeared before him. Kosuke realized he had been sold to the Holy Kingdom shortly after the capture of Arlexburg. Inside the underground prison, he studied the structure carefully and concluded the dungeon belonged to territory controlled by the Holy Kingdom. Confusion continued to grow as Kosuke tried connecting the strange events surrounding his capture and imprisonment. While chained like an ordinary prisoner, he understood that Kyubi feared his crafting abilities and removed all of his important materials beforehand, despite the restraints on his arms and legs. Kosuke calmly used his special storage ability. The handcuffs soon became meaningless, giving him confidence to prepare for escape. Kosuke realized Kyubi had another objective because he would have been killed long ago if elimination had been the true goal. Thinking carefully about recent events, Kosuke suspected Kyubi had secretly manipulated both him and the Holy Kingdom from the beginning. Although many possibilities crossed his mind, none of them gave clear answers. Even so, he believed the Holy Kingdom might be underestimating the danger surrounding him. After considering whether to wait or escape immediately, Kosuke finally decided to prepare himself before making his next move. Using nearby wood and stones, he calmly activated his crafting ability and began creating tools for survival and escape. Kosuke crafted a simple stone axe after breaking apart the wooden bed for raw materials inside the prison cell. While examining the room, he noticed the toilet used flowing water and guessed it connected directly to the sewer system below the dungeon. Using his crafted tools, Kosuke immediately started digging through the floor while carefully hiding the entrance behind broken debris and stones. After several exhausting hours, he finally reached a narrow underground passage that seemed connected to the sewers beneath the prison. However, the tunnel ahead looked far different from an ordinary sewer. Surrounded by dark stone corridors, Kosuke cautiously stepped forward and wondered what kind of place he had truly discovered. Kosuke followed the underground passage and realized the strange tunnel extended far deeper beneath the prison than ordinary sewers. As he walked barefoot through the damp corridor, an unusual sound suddenly echoed from somewhere ahead of him. The dark hallway became silent for a moment, but Kosuke sensed a dangerous presence slowly crawling nearby in the shadows. Without warning, a massive group of terrifying eyeball-like creatures rushed toward him from the darkness, forcing him to retreat immediately. Although panic filled his mind, Kosuke quickly searched through his inventory and desperately tried to think of a way to survive against the unknown monster approaching him. Kosuke carefully placed strange meat on the ground to observe the mysterious creature hiding inside the underground passage. When tentacles suddenly appeared and inspected the bait, he realized the monster possessed enough intelligence to act cautiously. The strange slime-like creature slowly devoured the meat while happily chewing in the middle of the dark corridor. A moment later, the creature unexpectedly spoke, causing Kosuke to panic and nearly drop the weapon in his hand. Shock quickly filled the narrow tunnel as the slime complained about being discovered. While Kosuke stared in disbelief after learning the monster could actually talk, the strange slime cautiously asked whether Kosuke hated demi-humans, but his answer immediately calmed the nervous creature. Kosuke briefly explained how he became friends with demi-humans before being captured by the Holy Kingdom and imprisoned underground. After hearing his story, the slime curiously touched him and became excited after learning about the outside world and Kosuke's experiences. The creature eventually decided to trust him completely, wanting to help. The slime offered to guide Kosuke toward a safer place deeper inside the underground passage. As they traveled through the dark corridor together, Kosuke introduced himself while the cheerful slime proudly revealed its name was Lime. While guiding Kosuke through the underground passage, Lime explained that several other slimes also lived beneath the royal capital. After hearing the location, Kosuke realized he had been secretly transported to Marinsburg, far from the place where he was originally captured. The discovery immediately caught his attention because Sylphie's family and the Melnard royal family were staying inside the castle above them. Lime then continued leading him deeper through the strange underground tunnels connected beneath the capital city. Soon, the dark passage suddenly opened into a bright underground area. Lime happily introduced Kosuke to the hidden place, while he struggled to adjust to the unexpected light. After entering the hidden underground area, Kosuke discovered the tunnels were illuminated by strange magical lights. Suddenly, several slimes gathered together and carefully observed the unexpected human standing inside their home. Moments later, the slimes transformed into humanoid forms, leaving Kosuke shocked after realizing slime girls truly existed beneath the royal capital. Kosuke awkwardly entered the underground slime settlement while several slime girls quietly observed the unfamiliar human visitor. Soon, he became shocked after realizing the slime named Lime could freely transform between a small slime body and a humanoid form. Another slime introduced herself as Bess and explained that Lime's slime body and humanoid body were actually the same being. A third slime named Poizo then revealed that slimes could create separate bodies called clones whenever necessary. After learning more about them, Kosuke introduced himself properly and mentioned his connection to Sylphie and the Liberation Army, immediately gaining the slime's attention. While talking about Sylphie and the Liberation Army, Kosuke noticed the slime girls reacting closely around him with great curiosity. As he explained his capture and escape, the slimes continued touching him, leaving Kosuke confused by their unusual behavior. Lime eventually explained that slimes could naturally exchange information through physical contact with one another. After noticing Kosuke's dirty condition from prison life and traveling underground, the slimes became concerned about his appearance. The slime girls then decided to clean him themselves, while Kosuke awkwardly accepted their enthusiastic attempt to help him relax. Several slime girls gathered around Kosuke and immediately started cleaning the dirt covering his body after his escape from prison. Despite his confusion, the slimes firmly held him in place while removing his worn and dirty clothing piece by piece. Soon afterward, the unusual cleaning became far more overwhelming as their soft slime bodies covered him from every direction, completely surrounded. Kosuke struggled to understand the strange method, while the slimes carefully continued washing his exhausted body. Ignoring his embarrassed reactions, the slime girls focused on removing every trace of dirt before finally allowing him to rest comfortably underground. Half asleep underground, Kosuke struggled helplessly, while the slime women continued surrounding and caring for him throughout the night. Silence filled the dining room while Sylphie and the others remained seated around the long table. A strange feeling slowly made everyone uneasy. Suddenly, Sylphie became worried after thinking she had heard Kusuke scream from somewhere deeper inside the mansion. Her concern quickly caught the attention of the others nearby. Confusion followed when nobody else heard any unusual sound. The women exchanged uncertain looks while trying to understand what had happened moments earlier. Soon, one of them noticed the flower vase on the table looked different than before. The missing flower immediately drew everyone's attention. After realizing the decoration had disappeared without explanation, the group quietly accepted the mystery and prepared a replacement for the empty vase. Sylphie immediately realized something was wrong and ordered the group to find Kosuke as quickly as possible before the situation became worse. The search continued across the town as everyone carefully retraced their steps after losing focus during the earlier investigation. Determination slowly replaced their confusion. Meanwhile, Kosuke had already been captured by several slime women inside an isolated place. The creatures happily surrounded him after pushing their teasing too far. Exhaustion finally overcame Kosuke as he curled up on the floor, unable to endure any more attention from the energetic slime group around him. Seeing his condition, the slime women gathered nearby and tried convincing Kosuke to reveal everything he knew without hiding any secrets from them. After calming down, Kosuke finally agreed to explain everything in exchange for information about the castle and the king. Slowly, Kosuke began describing how he first woke up alone in the wilderness. His unbelievable story immediately shocked the slime women into silence. While continuing his explanation, Kosuke showed them a plastic bottle from his world. The strange object left the slime women completely confused and curious. To prove his claims further, Kosuke revealed unusual meat gathered during one of his battles. The slime women realized his abilities truly surpassed common sense. Soon, the group accepted that Kosuke was a rare visitor from another world. As they gathered around the mysterious items he produced, the slime women happily accepted the fresh gizmo meat from Kosuke, while finally believing the strange powers he had described earlier. As they quickly ate the meat without hesitation, Kosuke became surprised after learning how rarely the slime women enjoyed fresh food. Soon, the slime women explained that they secretly survived by maintaining the sewers and absorbing nutrients from the waste flowing underground. Kosuke listened carefully in disbelief. Nervous expressions appeared across the group as they worried Kosuke would find their way of living disgusting and refuse to accept them anymore. Instead, Kosuke calmly reassured the slime women, admitting their abilities seemed harmless compared to their friendly personalities and refreshing appearance. After listening to Kosuke's unbelievable tale, the slime women decided to reveal the hidden truth behind their own underground society. Without warning, several slime women pulled Kosuke onto their soft bodies and cheerfully offered themselves as seats for him to rest on. Surprise quickly faded as Kosuke relaxed against the living cushions, while the group continued talking inside the underground chamber. Once the atmosphere became calmer, the slime leader started describing the fall of Merheinsburg that had taken place 20 years earlier. From the shadows beneath the city, the slime women secretly protected the royal family, while the royal guard defended them openly above ground. While explaining their abilities, the slime women revealed they could move through any part of the castle and appear from nearly anywhere without being defeated. Gradually, the conversation shifted toward the Great War from 20 years earlier, when the Holy Kingdom invaded the Marinard Kingdom for power and territory. Sitting among the slime women, Kosuke listened carefully as they explained the royal family carried ancient elven blood within their lineage. Kosuke quickly realized the invading nobles desired elf descendants, because children born from humans and elves possessed far greater magical abilities. Despite offering themselves peacefully to protect their people, the Marinard royal family received only hostility and rejection from the Holy Kingdom afterward. Resting against the slime women, Kosuke questioned why the royal family still remained inside the castle after the kingdom's defeat years earlier. Patiently, the slime women explained that the king continued negotiating while the Holy Kingdom captured countless citizens and turned them into slaves. Eventually, the king realized peaceful discussions were impossible and abandoned all hope of reaching an agreement with the invaders. Refusing to surrender the royal bloodline, the king protected his family because their elven ancestry possessed unusually powerful magical abilities. Hearing the full explanation, Kosuke finally understood the Holy Kingdom wanted to use the royal bloodline to create stronger magic users for future generations. Curious about the royal family's fate, Kosuke asked what happened after the Holy Kingdom threatened the citizens with slavery and execution. Disgust filled the underground chamber as the slime women described how the king finally made his painful decision after negotiations completely failed. Using the last of his magic, the king sealed the entire royal family in ice deep inside the castle to protect them from capture. By hiding both the royal bloodline and its negotiators, the king forced the Holy Kingdom to keep the kingdom's citizens alive as slaves instead of killing them. Then Kosuke quietly realized Sylphie would have shared the same frozen fate if she had remained in the castle years earlier. Concerned about the frozen seal, Kosuke wondered whether the king's magic would eventually weaken and allow the royal family to escape over time. Calmly, the slime women explained the spell remained powerful because the king sacrificed his own life to create the massive barrier protecting the royal family. Whenever mages from the Holy Kingdom attempted to approach the sealed chamber, the slime women secretly eliminated them before they could break the ice. The discussion soon shifted toward the rebellion from 3 years earlier, which actually began because of the Holy Kingdom's cruel rule over the citizens. Even after hearing everything, Kosuke remained surprised that the royal family's survival had stayed hidden for so many years beneath the occupied castle. During the discussion, the slime women revealed they were originally water spirits who fused with slimes after forming a contract with the previous king. Although Kosuke compared them to demonic spirits, the slime women immediately denied it while playfully clinging to him underground. Conversation soon turned toward Sylphie after the slime women explained the former king believed she could someday reclaim the kingdom. Quietly reflecting on everything he had heard, Kosuke started believing Sylphie's father may have possessed some ability to foresee the future. After finally learning most of the hidden truth surrounding the kingdom, Kosuke crossed his arms and began thinking about his next move carefully. Carefully thinking through his next move, Kosuke decided to build new crafting equipment and somehow contact Sylphie before moving forward. With a serious expression, he explained to the slime women that gathering materials for furnaces and workbenches had become his top priority. Instead of offering help freely, the slime women quickly asked for rewards, especially more fresh gizmo meat from Kosuke's supplies. Entertained by their straightforward attitude, Kosuke accepted the arrangement while the group promised to cooperate and exchange useful information with him. Curious about possible resources underground, Kosuke then asked whether large amounts of discarded junk or garbage collected anywhere inside the sewers. While talking with the slime women, Kosuke learned they trusted him because his strange aura felt calm and comforting to spirits around him. Remembering Sylphie's earlier explanation, Kosuke realized several spirits had already become unusually attached to him since arriving in this world. Soon afterward, the slime women agreed to guide Kosuke through the underground tunnels, while continuing their secret patrol beneath the castle. As they walked through the dark sewer passages, Kosuke became curious about why each slime woman possessed completely different colors and abilities. Proudly raising her hand, Lime explained she specialized in magic and could resist magical attacks while using water, fire, and light attributes together. Curious about the other slime women's abilities, Kosuke listened while Lime explained Poizo specialized in recovery magic, poisons, and powerful digestion skills. Before long, Lime guided Kosuke deeper through the underground tunnels until they finally arrived at a hidden storage area beneath the castle. Piles of discarded junk filled the enormous chamber, causing Kosuke to stare at the mountain of scrap with excitement instead of disappointment. Rather than seeing worthless garbage, Kosuke viewed the abandoned materials as valuable resources that could help him build new equipment. Using his strange crafting ability, he immediately began storing and dismantling the junk into timber and scrap metal for future use. After dismantling the mountain of junk, Kosuke proudly checked the massive amount of materials now stored inside his inventory. A problem quickly appeared when he realized the furnace required fuel, causing Lime to offer her own oil-rich body as a substitute source. Although surprised by the suggestion, Kosuke learned the slime women could safely regenerate because of their unusual bodies and magical abilities. Feeling slightly guilty about the idea, he awkwardly accepted the help while continuing to search for better crafting materials underground. Eventually, the group decided to return and rest for the day, while Lime promised to guide Kosuke through deeper underground areas later. Exhausted from the long day underground, Kosuke rested while the slime women surrounded him and offered their soft bodies as a warm bed. As he relaxed further, the slime women carefully cleaned and comforted Kosuke while he slowly became embarrassed by their unusually close attention. Before long, a calming scent from the slime women made Kosuke sleepy, allowing him to quietly drift toward sleep underground. Kosuke walked through the cave with a slime girl guiding the way toward a rare clay deposit hidden deep underground. While following her directions, he learned that the destination was still far away, making the journey longer than expected. Soon, he noticed changes in the slime girl's appearance and realized her body could be reshaped freely. Curiosity grew as she displayed that ability more openly, causing him to become increasingly uneasy. Rather than getting distracted, Kosuke focused on the mission and continued forward, determined to reach the valuable clay source. The slime girl experimented with different shapes while walking beside Kosuke, trying to find a form that would be useful during their journey. Moments later, she transformed part of her body into a large seat and invited him to sit while they traveled through the tunnel. After testing it, Kosuke found the ride surprisingly comfortable as they moved deeper underground toward their destination. Seeing his approval, the slime girl increased her speed and rushed through the cavern with remarkable power. Sudden acceleration sent them spinning through the passage, forcing Kosuke to hold on as the rapid ride continued forward. The slime girl pushed her speed even further, sending Kosuke racing through the tunnel faster than he could handle. At the same time, a group of mages in a distant forest sensed a strange disturbance and immediately became alert. After examining the area, they realized an unusual magical signal had appeared and began investigating its source. Their leader organized the search and ordered the group to analyze the teleportation magic before the trail disappeared. Meanwhile, the exhausting ride finally ended, and Kosuke returned to the underground settlement, relieved to be back safely. Back at the settlement, Kosuke reported that the clay expedition had succeeded, while the slime girl proudly celebrated breaking her own travel speed record. Using the newly gathered materials, he crafted a simple furnace and explained its role in producing basic iron tools. Soon afterward, a slime companion provided a special fuel source, allowing the furnace to operate more efficiently than before. With enough resources prepared, Kosuke assembled a simple workbench and unlocked new crafting possibilities. Next, he reviewed the materials still required and began planning another expedition to gather iron, leather, and whetstones for future upgrades. While planning the next expedition, Kosuke discussed the materials he still needed and received support from the slime girls living in the settlement. After sharing food together, they divided responsibilities, with Kosuke preparing to search for iron ore and whetstones. Soon, the group guided him to one of the castle's old sewage facilities hidden beneath the structure. There, he inspected a large purification tank and learned how the slime residents processed and cleaned waste materials. As the tour continued, Kosuke discovered that the facility also handled discarded substances from the kingdom, revealing another important role the slime girls quietly fulfilled. The slime girl revealed that many discarded items collected in the sewage system included metal scraps, documents, and even remains carried away from the surface. Among the recovered materials, she presented a strange lump of metal that had accumulated at the bottom of the purification tanks over time. Recognizing its value, Kosuke concluded that the substance could serve as a steady source of iron for future crafting projects. Soon, his attention shifted toward mithril, a rare metal needed for a communication device he hoped to build. Unfortunately, the slime girl explained that most mithril in the region had long been seized by the Holy Kingdom. While discussing mithril, Kosuke learned that most of the rare metal was controlled by nobles and religious authorities, making it difficult to obtain. Later, one of the slime girls returned with a whetstone recovered from supplies taken by the Holy Kingdom, solving another material shortage. Rather than calling it theft, the slime residents viewed the recovery as reclaiming property that had originally belonged to the castle. With the necessary components secured, Kosuke prepared to upgrade his furnace and continue expanding his production capabilities. Just as the upgrade process began, he suddenly remembered an unfinished task, causing the group to pause before moving forward. The furnace upgrade activated with an intense flash of light, catching everyone off guard and forcing Kusuke to apologize for forgetting the effect. Once the brightness faded, the upgraded furnace stood completed, encouraging Kusuke to focus on improving the workbench next. Meanwhile, he outlined a plan to gather more materials, including steel components and mithril needed for future projects. Far above, officials within the royal palace grew increasingly anxious as important visitors and political pressures approached. Elsewhere, a church official realized that recent events were attracting unwanted attention and began preparing for a difficult investigation. Far from the underground settlement, a saint learned of unusual developments and realized that efforts to hide the truth might soon fail. Meanwhile, a worried governor feared the political consequences, knowing that powerful figures could remove him from office if the situation worsened. As pressure continued to build, he searched for a way to protect his position before outside authorities arrived. Underground, Kusuke completed his preparations and carefully checked his equipment before setting out. Disguised as a traveling mercenary, he left the hidden base through a secret passage, while the slime girls escorted him to the tunnel's final exit. Before leaving, Kusuke reassured the slime girls that he would return soon, while they offered their support and wished him a safe journey. After exchanging farewells, he followed the underground passage alone and headed toward the hidden exit leading to the surface. Moments later, bright sunlight poured into the cave entrance, forcing him to shield his eyes after spending so long underground. Stepping outside, Kusuke paused to take in the forest surrounding the concealed cave and confirmed that no one was nearby. With renewed determination, he set off through the wilderness, ready to begin his search for mithril and other valuable resources. Ko walked alone down the forest road, recalling that Lime and the others warned him about goblins he might encounter, though none appeared along the way. He moved through the trees, reasoning that posing as a mercenary from the east gave him a solid cover story while the busy eastern road hid the hidden passage near Melonsburg. Reaching the royal castle grounds, Ku stared up at the towering spires and thick ramparts, admitting the sight surpassed even a Richburg in scale and grandeur. He remembered the distance he had traveled from Erichburg across the mountain range, then noticed rows of tents where mercenaries gathered near the roadside camp. At the city gate, guards asked him to hand over his weapon and noticed his dark hair, remarking they had never seen a traveler quite like him. One guard asked for his name and reason for entering, and Kaoyu answered plainly that he was Kao, searching simply for a job. They spoke about the tense mood spreading through the city, and Kaoyu learned entry cost 1 silver, deciding he would stay at least a week. He handed over the coin, received his entry pass, and the guard confirmed the payment with a quick nod. The pass allowed him free passage through the gates for 7 full days without additional charges each time. The guard warned him that moving large goods in or out would bring extra taxes since the pass only covered temporary visitors. Ku collected his weapon back, got reminded not to swing it carelessly within the city, then stepped through the gate full of wonder. Looking over the crowded streets and market stalls, he decided finding lodging came first, and a young boy offered to guide him. The boy agreed happily once paid, promising to find somewhere with clean beds, decent food, and no lice. He led Ko through the winding streets, and Ko promised extra coppers if the place turned out worth staying. They arrived at Raffin's Inn, known for clean beds and good cooking, where the innkeeper welcomed them warmly and asked Koyu to wait. Ko asked about room prices, and the innkeeper explained the cost with or without daily meals included. He also asked about exchanging imperial currency, mentioned staying 3 nights, and the innkeeper asked him to write his name down. She offered to sketch him a simple map, while Ku explained his imperial coins came from serving on the Eastern Front. The boy offered further guidance for 2 coppers, then Kudu bought food from a nearby market stall, tasting the heavily seasoned dish. Ku noted this world used far more salt and pepper than the Black Forest elves ever did. Kusuke and his younger companion arrive at a shop, discussing how his cooking skills had grown. The girl calls him while thanking a townsperson. Inside a busy shop, Kusuke tells the girl to wait somewhere quiet while he finishes his business, promising to guide her somewhere else. Once he wraps things up, a clerk asks whether Kusuke needs a loan or currency conversion, and he explains he wants to exchange imperial currency, prompting the elderly merchant to offer him a seat. The old merchant examines a large pile of coins Kusuke pours out, surprised by the sheer volume and confirming he wants everything converted into Holy Kingdom currency. The merchant questions whether the coins came from the eastern battlefields, and Kusuke admits they were looted from imperial soldiers, mentioning Raffin's Inn recommended the shop to him. Kusuke privately reflects that bees helped him obtain genuine imperial cash, which he used alongside gold and silver to craft convincing replicas for trade. The merchant lays out neat rows of coins after processing, warning Kusuke the total came out differently than expected. Once fees were applied, the merchant deducts 7% as a service fee, revealing the final sum reaches several gold and silver pieces, leaving Kusuke stunned at the total value. Kusuke asks if he could purchase a mithril ring or ornament, explaining the request stems from a personal reason he prefers not to fully disclose. The merchant nods with understanding while Kusuke rubs his neck awkwardly, admitting he has specific reasons behind wanting the mithril item. The merchant explains mithril supply has vanished since trade with the Black Forest elves, once the main suppliers was cut off entirely for some time. The merchant jokes about Kusuke possibly being a devout follower of Adol, and Kusuke denies it while glancing toward his companion nearby. The merchant suggests the local cathedral, the center of Adolism, likely stocks mithril rosaries available for those willing to donate. The merchant advises Kusuke on how to phrase his request properly, since simply asking to buy a rosary outright would not work well. Kusuke rehearses a devout phrase about wishing for blessings and taking his beloved's hand, impressing the merchant with his sudden persuasive charm. Busyness concluded, the merchant thanks Kusuke and offers to handle any future gold, silver, or imperial currency he might bring in. Kusuke asks his companion to guide him from the inn to the cathedral, and she agrees, asking if he also wants to meet the scientist. She reveals the scientist is currently in the royal capital, set to give a sermon the next day that will likely draw huge crowds. Night falls over the capital, and the next morning someone asks Kusuke if he is heading out again so soon. Kusuke explains he wants to see the scientist in person, and his companion waves him off warmly, wishing him a safe trip ahead. Kusuke stands beneath the open sky, letting out a stunned breath as the massive cathedral rises before him. He and his companion take in the towering spires, remarking that religious architecture always feels overwhelming, before heading inside where guards keep security tight for the sermon. Standing inside the grand hall, Kusuke admits he is not a believer, yet even he can't help feeling awe at the sheer scale of the building. Surrounded by whispering worshippers begging forgiveness for their sins, Kusuke mutters to himself, drawing an uneasy glance from the man standing behind him. As the line moves forward, Kusuke wonders what he even came to say, admitting he joined the queue toward the scientist on a sudden whim. Face to face with her at last, the scientist quietly addresses him as, "You sir," leaving Kusuke stammering while worshippers nearby continue praying loudly around them. A sudden scream erupts as a stranger lunges toward the scientist, and Kusuke instinctively grabs the attacker's arm to stop him from getting closer. A scuffle breaks out between Kusuke and the assailant, both stumbling as Kusuke shouts in confusion over what is actually happening in that instant. Chaos spreads through the cathedral as Kusuke collapses to the floor, dazed and questioning whether his adventure could truly end here, in such a random way. He slowly regains consciousness in an unfamiliar room, staring up at an unfamiliar ceiling while trying to piece together where he might currently be. Kusuke recalls being struck cleanly before losing consciousness, then notices someone else resting nearby, causing him to sit up in complete surprise. The figure beside him turns out to be the scientist herself, watching him quietly as he realizes with shock exactly who shares the room with him. Kusuke stares at the woman beside him, silently taking in her shining hair, pale skin, and crimson eyes before she finally addresses him directly. She asks whether he is a god, or perhaps an apostle sent by one, leaving Kusuke completely baffled by the strange question. She introduces herself as the chosen scientist of the Adol faith, scolding him for speaking to her without proper reverence given her status. Startled by his blunt attitude, she calls him disrespectful, while two nuns nearby wonder aloud what exactly is happening in the room. The nuns ask how much Kusuke actually remembers from the incident, and he admits honestly that he isn't entirely sure himself. He recalls receiving a blessing when the man behind him suddenly screamed, and after turning around, he ended up fighting and getting stabbed. The scientist notes that most people freeze in that situation, remarking his instinct to fight back suits a self-proclaimed mercenary rather well. Kusuke questions why he ended up recovering in such a fine room under her personal care, despite being stabbed in a dangerous spot. She reveals the blade had been poisoned, and that she personally performed a miracle to heal and detoxify him afterward. Kusuke jokes about her tone toward her own supposed savior, and she calmly explains the weapon was coated with deadly basilisk venom. He admits defeat with a groan, and she reminds him that respect toward others invites respect from them in return. She thanks him properly for risking his life to protect her, and he accepts her gratitude with quiet reassurance in return. She warns that her miracles never come cheap, meaning he now owes her a debt for the healing she provided him. When he jokes that all lives should be equal in Adol's eyes, she and the nuns react with amused, unimpressed expressions. She thanks him sarcastically for the compliment, prompting him to remark that she must be incredibly fun at parties. Trying to steer the conversation back, she insists he must be a god or one of Adol's apostles after all. He denies it again, questioning why she keeps repeating the same joke, which she insists counts as a punishable offense. She claims she can clearly sense divine radiance surrounding him, comparing it favorably to corrupt popes and bloated cardinals she has known. He teases that she might be imagining things simply because he saved her life, causing her to scoff at the suggestion entirely. She declares herself the scientist of truth, a being of divine reverence meant to guide others toward the light. The scientist complains that other men only spout cringe pickup lines and grope her when given the chance, calling Kusuke merely tolerable by comparison. From apostle to god, her question shifts within seconds, and she admits her eyes sometimes see things she wishes they couldn't. Stating he is an apostle counts as separate from asking, she argues, technically letting her repeat the same joke without breaking her own rule. Demanding he stop dodging, she insists his tricks won't work anymore, and Kusuke stammers back, completely thrown off by her sudden intensity. After praying for a miracle while poisoned, she explains, Adol somehow answered by letting him survive to protect her that day. This cathedral room became his recovery space, because she moved him there herself, unwilling to abandon the man who saved the scientists before an entire crowd. Handling his needs and cleansing his body over 3 days comes up casually, though Kusuke reacts with visible alarm at the phrasing. Every orifice got thoroughly cleansed to prevent infection, the nuns explain, since the poison had turned him into a walking biohazard overnight, teasing him about Maiden seeing absolutely everything. She watches his reaction closely, and he calls her a pervert without hesitation. Nuns get begged for help against her relentless teasing, yet a sincere thank you from Kusuke earns him her very first genuine smile. Getting up too fast draws an immediate reaction from her, pinning him down while warning that recklessness now could undo all her effort. Rot would consume his organs within seconds outside, she warns, since only the cathedral's blessing and her prayers keep him breathing at all, flatly declaring he will die. She overrides every protest, insisting he remain until she personally decides otherwise, no exceptions allowed. Sarcastic gratitude follows his forced cooperation, and after a dramatic sigh, she agrees to linger a little longer by his bedside. Pressing him again about his unanswered question, she threatens another prayer session if he continues dodging the topic entirely. Convinced beyond doubt that he is divine, she leaves Kusuke scrambling internally for some explanation that might finally satisfy her. Duty calls her away when a nun interrupts, and dizziness from the poison hits her again just before she exits the room. Real answers get demanded for next time as she promises to return, while the nun watching quietly deems the exchange good enough. Trouble gets brushed aside as God's will, the nun insists, and Kusuke thanks her while promising to remember the offer. Finally alone, Kusuke pulls up his status screen, wincing at how critically low his health and stamina have fallen from the poison. 2 women, transformed into slime-like beings, admitting she'd told Lime and the others she would only be gone for 5 days total. Kusuke starts planning his escape from what he now considers a holy prison, wondering if crafting an antidote using Poiso's formula could counteract the poison, resolving to sneak a dose later, once no one watches him. Kusuke sits pale and exhausted, while Sister Amelie kneels close beside him, staring intently as she prepares a basin of water for his care, unaware how uncomfortable her devoted attention makes him feel. Amelie insists on wiping away the mess herself, smiling warmly and calling it part of her sacred duty, while Kusuke begs for mercy, admitting her gentleness is slowly wearing down his composure and patience. Kusuke tries to explain that he appreciates her help, but finds it embarrassing having a woman tend to him this way, requesting that next time he be allowed to handle these small tasks himself. Nali refuses to step back from her responsibility, declaring she was entrusted with this sacred duty by Lady Scientist herself, leaving Kusuke quietly impressed by how stubborn and devoted his caretaker truly is. Later, Amelie returns carrying a covered tray, announcing politely that she has brought his meal, while Kusuke waits in bed still recovering, unaware of what kind of food awaits him this time. Kusuke lifts the lid and stares at the strange gray gruel inside, visibly confused and unsettled, wondering aloud what exactly this unappetizing dish is even supposed to be in the first place. Amelie explains the meal was prepared carefully since his stomach remains delicate, describing it as grated fruit with a pinch of salt, then insists on feeding him herself despite his protest that he can manage. Kusuke privately complains the bland food barely fills him up, and as he eats in discomfort, the scientist enters the room with Amelie, her expression calm but clearly carrying something important to discuss. The scientist asks him directly to explain his earlier claim, and Kusuke recalls how he once assumed she was some kind of god or apostle, simply because she appeared to shine with light. She compares divine radiance to currency, explaining that an ordinary person barely shines as bright as a copper or silver coin, while Kusuke reacts uneasily to the strange comparison being made so casually. The scientist declares that his own radiance rivals even hers, the most precious and divine among all scientists, comparing it to a platinum coin that stands far beyond any normal measurement or scale. She states plainly that being chosen and blessed by the god Adol should make him happy, while Kusuke wonders aloud whether he should feel honored or simply unsettled by her blunt declaration. The scientist claims she anticipated his doubt and brought proof, though Kusuke assumes she may only be hallucinating or exhausted, asking if this so-called radiance is something only she alone can perceive. She reveals a strange circular object shaped like a band with a glowing eye at its center, and Kusuke stares in confusion, wondering whether it is meant to be a crown or a circlet. Both Amelie and the scientess react with shock the moment the item activates, gasping in disbelief as they realize exactly what the sacred relic truly represents and what it can reveal to anyone wearing it. The scientist explains she recovered it from a hoarding noble, calling it the Crown of Radiance, a relic that makes divine energy visible to the naked eye before its sudden brilliance blinds Kusuke instantly. Determined to test its limits further, the scientist decides to try the crown on Amelie next, while Kusuke still clutches his eyes, complaining that the light is far too blinding to be practical. The scientist reassures Amelie that her radiance measures only around a silver or gold coin. Nothing extreme, though Amelie still begs desperately for mercy as the crown reveals her inner faith. Kusuke questions why Sister Amelie suddenly looks so frightened, and the scientist casually remarks that the light, while somewhat strong, could actually serve as decent illumination for any ordinary room. The scientist apologizes and admits that for those unable to sense divine energy normally, suddenly witnessing their own faith made visible can feel genuinely terrifying rather than comforting, calling it simply Adol's will. Kusuke tries to brush off the whole ordeal as coincidence, but the scientist insists that putting the crown of radiance on him again will prove beyond doubt just how immense his shine truly is. She calls on Bertha and Amelie to hold him down, explaining that years of testing already confirmed this cannot be coincidence. While Kusuke panics and demands to know what exactly they intend to do, both sisters protest that they too dislike wearing the crown, yet they still restrain him firmly, apologizing between struggles as Kusuke begs the scientist to call them off before things go further. The scientist lowers the crown toward his head without hesitation, telling him simply to accept it, while Kusuke screams that this is a terrible idea and the sisters echo his desperate plea to stop. The crown activates instantly, unleashing a blinding flash that tears through the room and outward across the building itself, leaving Amelie and Bertha stunned and Kusuke curled over in complete visual agony. Once he recovers, the scientist reminds him sternly that under the crown's divine radiance no lie can hide, declaring that the moment has come for him to finally speak the honest truth. Kusuke asks cautiously what would happen to him if he really were whatever she suspects, and the scientist replies that she simply has a few important questions she wants answered directly. She explains he would spend every waking moment in prayer, memorizing scripture and copying holy texts, starting first with instilling proper faith, since he clearly shows little belief in anything sacred at all. She continues describing a future where he becomes her personal attendant and bodyguard, eventually marrying her to form a sacred bond through which she would bear his child, leaving Kusuke utterly speechless with shock. Amelie urges them both to speak more calmly, but the scientist confirms every word is real and absolute, while Kusuke keeps asking in disbelief if she could possibly be joking about any of this. Kusuke argues that such an outcome makes no sense at all, but the scientist insists none of that matters as long as she eventually bears his child, until he finally admits he already loves someone else. She reveals her certainty came from a divine revelation she once received, and as Kusuke sits puzzled by her claim, the story pauses here, marked clearly as to be continued for later chapters. Kusuke stays silent as the scientist confirms once more that she truly received a divine revelation, her expression firm and unwavering as she prepares to explain exactly what that message contained. She recalls the revelation arrived the night before she left the Holy Kingdom, describing words entrusted to her by God that spoke of standing before death and finding destiny revealed at journey's end. Kusuke connects the prophecy to his own memory, recalling how he nearly died before she saved his life, wondering aloud if he really was meant to be the shiny figure the revelation described. Overwhelmed by the weight of it all, Kusuke questions how he could possibly process everything, admitting that if the gods truly planned this, there is little he can do except accept his fate. He continues wondering why some higher being pulled him from his original world only to drop him in the harsh Omit wilderness near the Black Forest where demi-humans made their home. Kusuke argues it would have made more sense to send him directly to her, questioning why fate forced him through the Black Forest, first if meeting her sooner could have led to a happier ending. Admits though, that skipping the forest would have meant never meeting Sylphie, Era or the others, leaving the scientist to reply gently that she would have done the same in his position. She apologizes for pushing too much information onto him while he remains exhausted and still recovering. And Kusuke thanks her. Admitting he has grown curious about all this talk of divine business, she smiles and offers to be the one he confides in, declaring herself the perfect person to listen, while agreeing they can continue this conversation properly again on another day. Before leaving, she introduces herself as Eleonora, telling him to gather his thoughts and mentioning that Amelie remains available if he needs anything while she is away until tomorrow. Kusuke thanks her using her real name, and she tells him he may call her Ellen for short, smiling warmly as she departs and leaves him alone with his tangled thoughts. Amelie agrees to look after him as instructed, and once Eleonora leaves the room, Kusuke exhales heavily, clearly overwhelmed by everything that unfolded during their long and unexpected conversation. Mally later asks whether he truly feels uncomfortable becoming Lady Eleonora's partner, and Kusuke corrects her, insisting comfort was never the actual problem troubling his mind in the first place. He explains he already swore to love someone else wholeheartedly, though circumstances currently separate them, and Amelie casually reminds him that divine law never limits anyone to loving only a single person. Startled, Kusuke asks if such an arrangement is even permitted under Adelism, and Amelie explains that Lord Adal only forbids things like adultery or stealing another person's wife from them. She adds that Lord Adal himself had many wives and fathered children with each of them, meaning she and the other sisters are his descendants, making multiple partners entirely acceptable within their faith. Kusuke admits there seems to be nothing technically wrong with it, though he still has something important to handle first before deciding anything. As night falls over the castle grounds outside, later that night, Amelie peeks through the curtain to check on him, watching as he lies awake, struggling with the real issue, which is deciding what he truly wants. Kusuke forces down a bitter antidote crafted by Poizo, knowing it will not work immediately, while his status screen reveals chronic deadly poison still lingering within his weakened body. Staring ahead, he wonders what path is truly best for Sylphie, Alan, and everyone connected to them, unsure what decision he should make moving forward from here. Kusuke admits to himself he cannot treat Ellen and the sisters the same way he treats Sylphie and the people back home, since he barely knows them, yet recalls that everyone he met in the capital struck him as good-hearted rather than villains. He wonders whether both sides could somehow coexist, even though Sylphie and her people still view the Holy Kingdom as ruthless invaders who stole their homeland and country without showing any mercy toward them. He recalls hearing that humans and demi-humans once lived side by side in the old kingdom of Marinard, and notes that former Marinard citizens joining the Liberation Army stands as living proof coexistence remains possible today. Still, he acknowledges the deeper problem lies in the Holy Kingdom's deep-rooted discrimination against demi-humans, admitting that changing such ingrained beliefs could realistically take decades, or perhaps even stretch across several centuries instead. Lying in bed, Kusuke insists there must be something only he can accomplish here, convinced his unusual position between both worlds might allow him to make some meaningful difference somehow. He reflects that the Liberation Army already accepts him as a rare human visitor from another world, and that Ellen's own claim about his platinum-tier radiance might be enough to earn Adalist faith and trust. He begins to consider that this strange one-of-a-kind position he now holds could actually let him change things for the better, even if only in small and modest ways at first. He imagines starting an entirely new denomination of Adalism, one that firmly rejects prejudice against demi-humans, believing that with Elan's scientist influence, combined with his own apostle reputation, they could truly get such a movement started. Sitting alone, he wonders if this very purpose might explain why he was pulled into this world at all, though admits the timing feels almost too convenient to fully trust without doubt. Recognizes the Holy Kingdom might view their movement as a genuine threat and try everything to crush it, yet declares he has already accepted this path will be thorny and prepared to fight without holding back if war erupts. Finally, he admits he still isn't ready to die, realizing he cannot accomplish everything alone and must instead rely on others, starting with Ellen, the sisters, the innkeeper, her daughter, and the boy on the street.